To have everyone's attention. Before the meeting begins, we ask that everyone please silence your cell phones. The Fort Bend ISD Board of Trustees meeting is an open meeting for the public to observe the board conducting district business. Therefore, patrons may only address the board during the designated audience item section on the agenda. If you have printed materials you want to give to board members, you must provide them to me or any other officer present, and we will provide them to the board. We also ask that members of the audience be respectful of others by remaining quiet so that everyone is able to hear the proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you, Officer Walton. The time is 6:01 p.m., and this meeting is hereby called to order. We have the presence of a quorum attending in person. Notice of this meeting has been posted online and at the Fort Bend ISD Administration Building for at least 72 hours. We will start, if everybody could please rise for our national anthem performed by Clements High School Sax Ensemble. Wonderful job, you guys. Absolutely incredible. We will now have a moment of silence. Please be seated. And we will begin with the board recognitions. And I believe Clements don't go too far. You're probably first to be recognized.
They are. Thank you, President Malone. Clements, come on back in here. Somebody grab them. We got runners. Clements. Oh, they're putting their instruments away. While they're doing that, I asked them how long they had to practice to perform today, and they said they've been practicing for the last 4 weeks. All right. The performing artists that we just heard from tonight are Thomas Evertser. Come on in, Thomas. Then we have Zayan Sunesra. Blanca Sanchez. Pearson Guidry. Stay close, you guys. Alex Wang. Guha Mahesh. Josiah, are you here? Josiah, stick around also, and their instructor, Thomas Odenmeyer, and director, Jeff Johnson. Thank you all very much. Next, we want to recognize a young man who's doing stuff that many of us can't even begin to fathom how to do. He's Clements High School senior Rich Wing. Come on in, Rich. Rich has been named one of the top 300 young scientists of the 82nd Regeneron Science Talent Search in the nation. Rich received this honor for his independent research project on chip firing algorithms. I asked him, what does that mean? He said, I just move stuff around, but I'm sure it's much more complicated. She wasn't going to miss it. All right, next we want to recognize some staff members from Fort Settlement Middle School. We have counselors Maria Anjobo and Stephanie Armada, along with Kristen Kendrick. They have been selected to receive the Counselors Reinforcing Excellence in Students in Texas, or CREST Award. They receive this award for their outstanding counseling programs. And like they said, just molding young minds every day and listening to the kids and watching them grow. Congratulations. Next, we have a lot of fine arts awards by students from various campuses, and to do the honors for this is Jean Holcup.
Okay, excellent. Good evening. From the Austin High School Band, we have Jalen Audong and Quinston Huynh, and their director, Adrian Caswell. From Clements High School, Carter Templeton and their directors, Jeff Johnston, Brian Waits, Leslie Flynn, and Kyle Emiliani. And from Dulles High School, Ian Cannon, Catherine Wong, Molly Coughlin, Ikenan Nwakwe, and their directors, Arnell Dayrit, Spencer Clayton, and Zach Gutierrez. From Elkins High School, CJ Butera, Camila Quintana, and Kavi Shaw, and Justin Way, and the director, Joseph Chen. We'll now take a picture of all of the All-State Band students. Come on round, all of the All-State Band students and directors from all of the high schools. Thank you. tall people in the back. We'll have the band students and their directors exit before we begin with the next round with the All-State Choir students. Okay, from Austin High School, we have Gracie Pugh and her director, Linda Holcup. From Clements High School, we have Dean Marino and his director, Ryan Bogner. From Dulles High School, we have Stone Leftwich and his director, Dr. Alicia Dean. From Elkins High School, we have Alessandro Giucciardi, Madison Pasquale, and Emma Zito, and their director, John Richardson. From George Bush High School, Obed Saravia, and their directors, Ariana Sandoval and Alan Silagan. From Ridgepoint High School, we have Megan Davis, Kaylin Davis, Isabella Elizondo Collado, and Zachary Mock, and their director, Chelsea Berner. From Travis High School, we have Nicholas Pappas and his director, John Lee Bonner. And now we will take a picture with all of the All-State Choir members and their directors. Come on back. And principals. Maybe we have the taller people in the back. Yeah, let's pull this way. Oops, it doesn't really move very. Sorry.
Hey.
There we go.
So I shouldn't drive over the cables?
Don't drive over here.
On the other side of you. There you go.
Not really down. We're going to take a couple. 3, 2, 1. One more. 3, 2, 1.
We'll let the choir students and their directors exit, and then we will go on to the All-State Orchestra students and directors. Okay, now from Austin High School Orchestra, we have Diju Gao, Christine Lee, and Natalie Sue, and their director, Ann Victor. From Clements High School, Aryan Bora, Amanda Lee, Andy Marinoff, Alex Wynn, Amrita Sonkrit, Gwynfa Shin, Eon Sonesra, Julie Song, Alex Song, Emma Wang, Henry Shu, Alice Zhang, and Andy Zhu. And their director, Neil Springer. From Dulles High School, we have Shun Ayadi and Joshua Cheng, Claire Draney and Lillian Liao. From Travis High School, Ryder Jensen and Luis Erdaneta, and their director, Sabrina Behrens. And if we can have all of the All-State Orchestra students, directors, and principals come up for a picture.
Thank you and congratulations to all our students and our Fine Arts Department. For tonight's final recognition, I'm going to call up Dr. Pilar Westbrook, Executive Director of Social Emotional Learning and Comprehensive Health. There's a young man here tonight who was misled as to why he's going to be here tonight, but he's about to find out.
Thank you. So tonight we want to spotlight an exceptional student from Willow Ridge High School. His name is Pascal Gash. He's of the class of 2024. He's taken the initiative to explore the avenues for reaching his post-secondary goals. And this is all while being active in dual credit courses and PALS. He supports students in his feeder pattern from PALS, and this weekend was at the PALS Summit for the middle school students. So at this time, we would like to congratulate Pascal and let him know that he has won one of the February 2023 $40,000 College Board Big Future scholarships. So Pascal earned a chance for the $40,000 scholarship by completing at least one of the key steps to plan, prepare, and pay for college through Big Future, the College Board's online guide that helps students plan for life after high school. Big Future simplifies the path by recommending small steps that all students take at just one right time to explore career interests, identify potential majors, find colleges, scholarships, and access financial aid. And this rewards his efforts. And if you'd like to learn more about it, bigfuture.collegeboard.org.
And on that wonderful note, we conclude tonight's recognitions.
Oh, yeah? Superintendent?
Yep.
Wow. It's like just when I think we're at the pinnacle, and it's like it just keeps coming, and there's more and more good news and great things happening in Fort Bend ISD. And boy, am I proud of all of the recipients tonight, as all of us on this board are so grateful for the hard work and to be able to recognize the great work that's happening here in Fort Bend ISD. And what a privilege it was to see that child get 40 grand toward college. Such a blessing. So we will carry on with blessings, and I will pass it on to Dr. Whitbeck for the superintendent's update.
Good evening, everyone. It's a little hard to kind of get composed because that was pretty exciting about Pascal, and we're so proud. And I saw a lot of tears in the audience, not just mine, lots of them. So we're just so excited for his future. I want to first start tonight by introducing our board and our community to our interim Chief Operating Officer, Mr. Chris Junty. He's over there, and he will be serving to assist us over the next several months as we work for that vacancy. He's formerly been the COO in Lamar Consolidated, as well as serving transportation facilities in Spring Branch and a high school principal in Spring Branch and assistant principal in Katy. So we're glad to have you. Thank you, Mr. Junty, for stepping in for us. We appreciate that. Tonight, we have a lot of major items on our agenda, more often than most meetings, actually. So some of what you're going to hear tonight is our progress toward extensive budget cuts that we're making in the district. You'll see our calendar, and hopefully our board approved that. We'll see and talk about school consolidations that we've kind of had that conversation. We'll continue with that, as well as a bond and boundaries. So lots of big things. So just a few reminders as we go through this type of heavy lifting work that's beyond even the normal scope. And we're reminded about a quote from Aristotle. And I put it up here because there's only one way to avoid criticism. So do nothing, say something, and be nothing. And that's not what we want to be in Fort Bend. And so we know that some of the decisions we make will not always be affirmed by everyone. But it's impossible with 80,000 kids and nearly 13,000 employees and an entire community to do that. But despite everything, when we kind of count our blessings, we've heard a lot about that tonight. Remember our perspective and respectful and professional as we go forward. And also to just be reminded, if you could go to the next slide for me. Some people would give anything for the challenges we have in Fort Bend ISD. Our schools are outstanding. And now we're even talking about putting kids in new ones. What a wonderful problem that is, that many people would be grateful to have. So just tonight, earlier to share, I was notified Children at Risk has named the top 15 elementary schools in the greater Houston area. Fort Bend ISD has 4 of those, including the #1 school. That's Commonwealth, Walker Station, Sullivan, and Cornerstone. And so congratulations, that's just 15. It goes on beyond that. So I'm very proud of that. I remember when Ann Sullivan was opening, and there was a lot of people hesitant to go. And here it is in one of the top rankings in the entire greater city. All right, so let's move on to some fun things that we want to share about some kids. Willow Ridge High School Decathlon. Recently, 6 Willow Ridge Academic Decathlon team members won medals at the regional meet. And as I mentioned, the team placed first in 5A and 2 members received individual medals. Although the team did not qualify for state, their results represent the best performance of the school in 5 years. So we're very proud of them. Congratulations to Willow Ridge. Ridge Point student receives full tuition from Bryn Mawr. Congratulations to senior Caitlin Kaya, who has received a full ride scholarship to Bryn Mawr College, totaling more than $200,000. She's seen here with Assistant Dean from the college, and Caitlin won the scholarship for her community service and her activism. So congratulations to Caitlin. So, basketball playoffs are underway as our teams aim for the state championship titles. Way to go, Hightower High School boys. They are district champions. And not to be outdone, the Hightower High School girls are also district champions. So, congratulations there. Fort Settlement Middle School wins Texas history. The State Historical Association recently held a competition for students statewide to design a t-shirt, and the winner was one of our students. She is Fort Settlement Middle School, Sophia Lee. Her t-shirts will be available at the Texas History Day event in Austin on that very special day. Congratulations. More than 50 Fort Bend ISD teachers were named Houston Area Alliance of Black School Educators Teachers of the Year. I was honored to be there last Thursday. I want to thank Rhonda Mason for her leadership in that program. I got to see the overall winner for Secondary Teacher of the Year was our own Angel Hicks, who teaches at Krista McAuliffe Middle School. And the second runner-up for overall Best Elementary Teacher went to Paige Liker at Madison Elementary. So congratulations to both of those teachers. We met some award-winning counselors earlier tonight from Fort Settlement a few minutes ago, but I'm also proud to report that district-wide we have 10 schools with award-winning CREST counselors this year. They're selected from throughout the state. Fort Bend ISD winners are from Cornerstone, Dulles Middle, Fleming, Fort Settlement, Lake Olympia, Mission West, Missouri City, Sartarsha, Settlers Way, and Sugarland Middle School. And to highlight a very special, we have a counselor that has been with Fort Bend ISD for 50 years. 50. And that is quite an honor for us. So we want to acknowledge that this is Miss Julie Benight. She's worked for the district for 34 years, and then when she retired as a principal, but she didn't stay away too long. She came back to work as a substitute administrator, and now she's a counselor, a position she says is the best job in the building. And she presently works at Armstrong Elementary, where she has the most inviting room for students to be a part of. Thank you, Ms. Benight, for your dedication and your service and the love that you show your students every day. I love hearing about people like Ms. Benight, and she reminds me of one of my favorite quotes, especially as we honor Black History Month. The quote is from Dr. Martin Luther King, who says, "Life's most persistent and urgent question is, what are you doing for others?" And so that, Madam President, concludes the superintendent report.
Thank you, Dr. Whitbeck. And as you end on Mrs. Julie Benight, she was actually my assistant principal back in the 1980s. And you say, what are you doing for others? And I can tell you assuredly that back in the 80s, she was doing so much for others that I still remember it all and how much she impacted myself and my friends. And it's so beautiful to see that she's continuing to do that great work for 50 years. What a blessing to Fort Bend ISD kids. All right. We are now going to move on to the board members' reports, and I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Shirley Rose Gilliam.
And good evening, your Fort Bend ISD School Board at Work. Board members, district activities report. Vision and Planning Committee meeting, special called meeting for team building, Board Audit Committee meetings to discuss original boundary recommendations, Student Leadership 101, session number 4, Board Policy Review Committee meeting, Teacher of the Year application judging, campus visit to Hodges Bend Middle School, HGAC 2023 annual meeting and State of the Region, Malala Elementary's Multicultural Night, the 7 continents, HGAC Local Government Summit, meeting to discuss Teacher of the Year process, Teacher of the Year application judging, 80,000 students celebration, Teacher of the Year classroom observations for elementary and secondary, day trip to Austin, Texas with Student Leadership 101 and 102, Students Leadership in Government, Embrace Spring Chinese New Year celebration, meeting to discuss the priorities for the raised funds for FBISD homeless students. Travis High School theater production of Into the Woods. FBISD district track meet at George Ranch High School. One-on-one 2023 discussions, Elementary Teacher of the Year, Classroom Observations, Oakland Car, Rider Line, special called meeting to discuss facility deficit, Shack legislative meeting, Bush vs. Travis basketball game, Touchdown Club of Houston Sportsmanship Awards luncheon, Sartarsha broadcasting interview with the trustees, FBISD National Signing Day, Hightower campus visit, Elkins High School annual baseball hit-a-thon fundraiser, meeting with community members regarding Be Smart gun safety program, academic decathlon super quiz, Fort Bend Chamber of Commerce Chairman's Gala, Hunters Glen All-in Mentoring, Gulf Coast Area Association of School Boards meeting, Dulles High School theater performance of All Shook Up, Fort Bend ISD Spelling Bee, and that is the end of our report. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We've been busy. All right. We will now move on to public comment. There are 35 speakers this evening. The board encourages and welcomes comments and input from our patrons. Please limit your comments to 2 minutes, and please refrain from mentioning a student or employee's name when voicing a concern or complaint, as board policy provides alternative procedures through the grievance process policies, GF local or DGBA local, to seek resolution to complaints. I will read the name of the person registered to speak and share that they have 2 minutes to make their comments. Once the person starts their comments, the board secretary, Dr. Gilliam, will announce when they have 30 seconds remaining. Once the 2-minute time limit has expired and whether the speaker has concluded their comments, Dr. Gilliam will announce that the speaker's time has elapsed. I then ask that you return to your seat. And I'm just going to start with this. We We're excited to hear from everyone, and we welcome all of it. And I just ask that you please adhere to the guidelines of not referencing a student or employee or somebody of a particular position. Because, again, we want to hear what you have to say. And also, please be respectful to everyone in the audience so that we can hear what's going on. Okay? And I trust that you all will do that. I just kind of wanted to put that out there. So thank you for bearing with me on that. All right, so we will start first with Miss Jennifer Sowles, please. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay. Sorry. My name is Jennifer Sowells, and I'm the McKinney-Vento and Homeless Liaison for Fort Bend ISD. I just wanted to start off by saying thank you to the Board of Trustees because y'all bestowed upon me to the donation, the great donation that y'all did from the Facebook campaign for our homeless students here in Fort Bend. So I just wanted to say thank you for that. I just wanted to have my little 30 seconds of fame. I won't take the 2 minutes so someone else can have some of my time. I just wanted to say thank you for that because I know our students will greatly appreciate it. And let you know that they will be helping, the donation's going to help out our McKinney-Vento seniors. The ones that are graduating, we're going to get them nice takeaways so that way when they start off their life and after high school, they'll have something to start off with. I also wanted to let everyone know that Fort Bend, I get so passionate about my babies. Fort Bend ISD currently has 975 homeless students right now at this time. And that's across 78 campuses. So it's the whole district, basically. And some of our students are doubled up, living with family and friends. Some of them are living in hotels. Some of them are living in shelters. And some of them are actually living in cars and in parks. So I wanted to bring the awareness out to our families, to our communities, because not everyone does know, but I want everyone to know. And it is our job as a community to help them. So if you can help in any way you can.
30 seconds.
Together, we will make a difference. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sowles. All right, our next speaker this evening is Mr. John Fletcher. He's last. Okay, Mr. Fletcher is not here this evening. We'll move on to Mr. Willie Rainwater. Hi, Mr. Rainwater. You'll have 2 minutes, sir.
All righty. Thank you. Good evening. As you said, my name is Willie Rainwater, and I'm here this evening to speak to the board about a couple of things. Number one is about the closing of Blue Ridge, and I know that Blue Ridge will be closed, and I have no problem with that. But the thing is, I would like to ask the board if you would consider, and also the closing of Mission Glen and Mission Bend too, whichever one you close, that you guys would consider leaving the resources, the money in those districts that you close, in those feeder patterns. Because I understand the reasoning behind Blue Ridge, which is on the side of town that I am. But I would like to impress upon you that, to ask you if you would please leave those resources in that feeder pattern, because those kids need a lot of things there, and I know everything starts with money. I understand the deficit for the COO. You'll say they had a deficit district-wide. I understand that. But I also understand that we won Fort Bend ISD and that you're only as good as your worst schools. And I know that those schools over there have suffered long and a lot, and that they need those resources to be left there. Also, if and when you do sell Blue Ridge, which I know you will, probably outside, it's probably worth more to sell it than to keep it, that part of those resources will be also left there. And as I say again, same with Mission Bend, Mission Glen, you should leave those resources in that feeder pattern also. The same thing. All right. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. All right. The next speaker is Ms. Stephanie Brown. Welcome, Ms. Brown. You'll have 2 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you. Stephanie Brown. I live in the Marshall feeder pattern, but I also do not just represent Marshall. I represent the entire feeder pattern, which I know a lot of people don't recognize. But I'm here tonight to talk about Hunters Glen. Hunters Glen is doing so much for the kids in that community. And when I serve on the bond and the SBOC, it just feels like that feeder pattern is being left out. So I'm asking the board tonight, before you go into closed session or whenever you make your decision, to consider some of that contingency to go over into the Marshall feeder pattern. Hunters Glen is an older school. They need some add-ons. They need some resources. They went from an F to an A. The early literacy is growing, and I think, contrary to belief, we didn't get the resources we needed to start early literacy, but it is growing. The numbers at Marshall is growing, so therefore we need resources. No news is not good news to us. We need to know what you're doing in the bond for us. We need to know what you're doing in the zoning for us. In 2018, we left out the zoning. We still have some underutilized schools. We still need some students. So I'm asking you, as the board members and the trustees, to consider when you make those decisions to add us in there. And if you're not going to add any students, come back and say, Marshall, we didn't give you anything, but you're going to be
30
fine.
seconds.
I have a shirt that was made in 2011 because you guys threatened to close us. I had this in 2013. I wore it again in 2018, and I have it on today. And it says, Save Our Schools. This is an old shirt. I don't want to have to wear this again and again and again after you guys decide you're going to do some things. We want to go to sleep at night and feel like we're okay. So I'm asking that of the board. I'm asking you to consider us when you do things, and if you're not going to include us, give us something to say.
Thank you, Mrs. Brown. All right, the next speaker is Mr. Bill Stratton. Welcome, Mr. Stratton. You'll have 2 minutes, sir.
Thanks for the opportunity to address the board. As a taxpayer and voter in Fort Bend County, I'm asking the board to vote no and reject the current boundary proposal. I'm asking you to include a subsection of 258E in the Ridgepoint High School boundary. My name's Bill Stratton. I've been a Siena resident for almost 18 years. I have twin boys that are juniors at Ridgepoint and an 8th grader at Thornton. Our home resides in 258E. However, I'm here to speak specifically about Logan Pass, Fox Bend, and the Vine communities within 258E. Our front door of our home is 1.5 miles to the front door of Ridgepoint. In the current boundary proposal, our section's been rezoned to Crawford. We're the only developed section that falls within a 2-mile radius of Ridgepoint that is not included in its boundary. This is not consistent with the messaging from Fort Bend ISD over the years. Logan Pass, Fox Bend, and the Vines are fully developed and self-contained communities within 258E. We're completely separated from the remainder of 258E by a natural boundary that surrounds our sections. There's no empty lots in our section, and therefore student growth is minimal and predictable. By sending these 3 communities to Crawford, you're splitting up children from their friends that they've been attending school with since elementary school. The continuity of our community will be broken. Our children will be directly impacted. The 3 communities will not add to the stress of future student growth, will not require transportation resources. It will not add to southbound Siena Parkway morning traffic.
30 seconds.
There's no downside including us in the Ridgepoint boundary. I'm fully aware the easy decision for the board would be to accept the current boundary proposal. However, we did not elect you to make the easy decision. We elected you to make the right decision for our community, families, and most importantly, children. Voting no on the current boundary proposal and including Logan Pass, Fox Bend, and the Vines in the Ridgepoint boundary is the right decision for our communities, families, and our children. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Stratton. All right, the next speaker is Mr. Jerry Monroe. Welcome, Mr. Monroe. You will have 2 minutes as well, sir.
This is considered a limited public forum as defined by the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals when I sued a school district. So what that means is your policies do not trump the Constitution of the United States. HISD learned a valuable lesson last week. They wanted to play with my mouth and try to silence me, and it cost them $500,000. So tonight you're going to sit up here and eat this soup. I went to a meeting, and somebody was conducting the meeting, and they had a lot to say after I left. Well, I'm here tonight. I'm here tonight. So if you can, your board attorney needs to listen to me very, very closely. Do you know what a walking quorum is? Do you know what a violation of state law, open meetings acts are? I need you to think about the times that you met and you had at least 4 board members there. I need you to also think about, how do I know? Because when it comes to education, I'm going to know everything I need to know. So your backroom dealings, where you have the discussions and then you come into the boardroom and then you want to vote on the things that you didn't give the public an opportunity to hear about, you're in violation of the law. So since you decided to talk when I left, I'm going to talk to public corruption in the morning. And I am going to send you some company. And I'm going to teach you the one thing I've taught several superintendents. Try Jesus, don't try me. Don't try me, because I will flip your little diverse school district upside down.
Thank you, Mr. Monroe. Our next speaker is Pastor David Lee Sincere, Jr. Pastor Sincere, you two will have 2 minutes. Welcome.
How's everybody doing today? Everybody smiling? All right. In 1977, my beautiful wife had the opportunity of going to Briargate Elementary School. That was over 45 years ago. My wife and I, we currently mentor over 50 kids at Briargate Elementary School. And when we're at the school, we see that there are facility issues and sewage issues, air conditioning issues, and other issues at the school. I believe that one of the things that we need to focus on in Fort Bend ISD is to make sure that we're practicing smart business. It shouldn't take us 45 years to build another school. That's something that should be part of our master plan as a district. One of the things that I've had the opportunity to do as a professional is build buildings and deal with facility management. In that, we tried to stay away from deferred maintenance. We also tried to make sure that we were practicing preventive maintenance. And one of the other things is that we calculated escalation costs.
30 seconds.
And so I would like to see us pass this bond and get what we need so that we can try to make sure that we fix the problems long term, that we're able to practice smart business, and we're able to make sure that we have equity throughout the district when it comes to the schools that our children attend. And so I want to see us move forward with that and see how we can build a new Briargate.
Thank you, Pastor Sincere. Our next speaker is Ms. Sheila Snell. Ms. Snell, you will have 2 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you.
What does it take to be the nation's #1 cancer
Good evening. I was hoping this worked a little bit better. At any rate, I can move forward. I didn't know how to make my drive work here. Okay. What will we do in the pursuit of making cancer history? Whatever it takes. Yes. Which document is it? It's on the left side. Okay. So here's your documents. Which one are you trying to open? Here it is. It's not for. You want to go to slideshow? Can you begin? And I will present it on the board. Okay. Thank you. I'm here for the consolidation of the Broadgate and Blue Ridge School. My name is Sheila. The last name is Snell, and I've been known as Coach Snell throughout the district. If you go to my next slide, please. Next slide, please. Embracing change. We need to see that change is needed. And these two schools need change. Next slide, please. With time comes change. We need change. There's a problem here. Two schools with low enrollment. And they're not getting what they need. They're in a situation where we're trying to choose what's best and what cost. What do we need? We need what's best for little ones to grow and embrace change. We have an old building, asbestos, sesbestos. What kind of bestos? Next slide, please.
30 seconds.
The time is now. The problem is we have two elementaries that need to be consolidated. The vision is here that change is necessary. The solution is in hopes of a new school with a past bond to ensure this project for this community that we know there's a problem. So let's solve this problem with change. Changing and building a new building. Making those zones better for everybody.
Thank you, Ms. Snell.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. All right. Our next speaker is Mr. Abdul Muhammad. Mr. Muhammad, you will have 2 minutes as well, sir.
Yes. I want to thank the board for allowing me to speak. I thought it was going to be 3 minutes, but it ended up being 2 minutes. But I'll do this pretty quickly. As a parent of 4 children who attend Fort Bend ISD schools, all of whom currently attend or have attended Mission Bend Elementary School, I am deeply concerned about the future of MBE. When we as parents were informed that students will have to attend Mission Glen Elementary in the 2023-2024 school year, we were shocked and discouraged. Mission Glen Elementary is further away, and this presents safety issues for students who walk to school. We were concerned about the administration and teachers at MBE. Personally, I was displeased to know my children will have to go to another elementary school in 2023-2024, and like many other parents, I have not yet spoken to my 9- and 6-year-old about this change in order not to affect their academic and social progress. As a parent, I love MBE from the time we entered during the tenure of Dr. Jill Gums to our current principal and student advocate, Mrs. Veronica Roberson. So to know that the school will be closing brought great concern. However, during the MBE community meeting, we learned that Mission Bend Elementary School has grave defects and that it is one of the oldest elementary schools, if not the oldest, in Fort Bend ISD, that despite some renovations to the school, the repairs will continue to be a gross use of operational funds, and that the best solution in light of the need for FBISD to tighten spending is to rebuild Mission Bend Elementary. The data, charts, and photos we were shown revealed that the only solution is to rebuild the school. We were also informed that students will be able to get bus service to Mission Glen Elementary during that time. With that in mind, on behalf of Mission Bend Elementary School parents, I support the rebuild of MBE, and my wife and I will sacrifice our time to get our children to Mission Glen Elementary, which is further away, in order for a new school to be built in our neighborhood. For the MBE build to happen, the board must submit the bond proposal ASAP to be voted on in the May 2023 elections.
Mr. Mohammed, thank you, sir, for your time. We appreciate it. All right, our next speaker is Mr. Jeff Wiley. Welcome, Mr. Wiley. You too, 2 minutes, sir. Thank you.
Good evening, Board. Thank you for this time to speak. I just want to introduce myself. I'm Jeff Wiley. I'm a parent of 2 children that were educated in Fort Bend ISD. I'm the president and CEO of the Greater Fort Bend Economic Development Council that focuses on quality development and growth in Fort Bend County. And I've been a longstanding member of the Bond Oversight Committee. My plea to you tonight is to please take action to pass the bond at $1.2 billion. I think this has been socialized with a number of people. It's been socialized with our organization. It balances the interest of the taxpayers and the need to take aggressive action on facilities in both a life cycle perspective and also acknowledging the fact that you're almost built out and you will be in the course of the next decade doing substantial renovation work and or new school builds to consolidate and become operationally effective. If there's a concern about life cycle issues that are hanging in the balance, we can come back in a couple years and take that, because right now what we do is we have people understanding the plight of Fort Bend ISD, which is you're in competition, you have to become operationally sound. The way to do that is to make sure that you have new schools that are comparable to all the other schools that have recently been built, but at the same time combining occupancy so that you can maximize operational effectiveness. We understand the pressures that you have to go through. We support you. We want you to be successful. We're very grateful for the transparency of your leadership that has come to our board, including the mayor of Sugar Land and other mayors, plus our private sector members. So please take action as soon as possible. We support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wiley. We greatly appreciate it. Our next speaker is Mr. Jason Jordan.
I got my timer on. Let's see if I can make this.
Welcome, Mr. Jordan. You will have 2 minutes, sir.
Thanks very much. So I am a product of Mission Bend Elementary, Hodges Bend Junior High, and Kempner High School. And I'm here with an interest regarding the proposal for rezoning Ridgepoint High School, where I have 2 children currently. 2 pretty quick points to make, I hope. The first one is that we were sort of happily residing in Siena really since 2013 or something. And then rezoning became a topic for Ridgepoint, and the school district published some guidance. And based on that guidance, we made a decision to move within the 2-mile radius of the high school. Absent guidance, we would not have moved. We were very happy with the products that we were receiving from Fort Bend, all of our friends and family in the neighborhood. And we were so happy with it, we actually made a decision to move because we thought that 2-mile guidance was the only way we were safe to stay inside that particular high school. So it's interesting for me to learn that that guidance has been maybe rescinded potentially with this proposal. But I'm facing you because I think you have a decision to reject that proposal and hold true to the value of the guidance that was published online for those of us who are willing to follow it. The second point I'll make, and then I'll wrap, is simply that I understand that feeder patterns are a major piece of the criteria in your decision making, and that makes perfect sense. Some of us have done some homework in terms of those feeder patterns, and that school, is it 16, middle school 16, seems to be an interesting point in the feeder pattern discussion regarding the longer term pattern for Ridgepoint. And so if you're not completely familiar with that implication, I would just ask that you revisit that and find yourself very confident in that before you vote one way or another. So my appeal is that you reject.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. We appreciate it. Our next speaker is Mayor Joe Zimmerman. Oh, there you are.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Whitbeck. First of all, thank you for your service to our community, both to the board as well as Dr. Whitbeck. I'm here to provide my unconditional support for a May 2023 bond referendum. I can't think of anything more important for our community than for you all to move forward, and I'd ask that you all reach out to me if you need some help carrying some of the water on this. Not only to me, but I think to our city council. I think I speak for all of us. We recognize the importance and we support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. We appreciate it. All right, our next speaker is Ms. Jackie Pipkins. Welcome, Ms. Pipkins. You will have 2 minutes, ma'am.
I've been a resident of Fort Bend ISD for over 40 years. 30 years ago, I was standing in this same space delivering the same message. Separate is not equal. It was not equal 30 years ago, and it is not equal today. The current rezoning rollout does not meet nor address desired academic growth for each student. The goal must be to improve the skill set of each student as we build strong academic foundations. We must close economic gaps, strive for strengthen goal core values, strengthen our moral compasses. We must look for common grounds because our students' futures depend on it. We need to stop debating what is not and find, utilize, and secure what is and what must be, because each student's future depends on it. We must stop focusing on ethnicity, economic differences, and search for similarities because each child's future depends on it. It's time for our funds, monies, greenback bonds, and other medium of exchange to benefit despite not looking like each other and not living next door to each other. We must compromise so the next generation wins tomorrow because their futures depend on it. Be reminded our forefathers focused on a common goal, a brighter future full of hope and promise and prosperity. Some came by choice and some didn't. No, without
30
hesitation
seconds.
or disdain, the decision made by Forestry Board regarding rezoning is one of bias that has and will literally divide us all. It is time to read from the same book and the same pages. I ask you to deliberate, change the playbook for academic growth for some students, and know that we do not need to live next door to each other, but we must all read from the same books and succeed by the same rules.
Thank you, Mrs. Pipkins. All right, our next speaker is Ms. Velma Pete. Welcome, Ms. Pete. You too will have 2 minutes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Velma Pete, and I have been a community volunteer for over 20 years. In the effort to change the lives of hundreds of students, the Marshall Advocacy Focus Group pushed for the development of an early literacy center for the Thurgood Marshall feeder pattern. And while the effort is still ongoing, the path this year has been altered due to the fact that 6 teacher positions are filled with substitute teachers. They do not take the place of qualified teachers trained with the teaching strategies needed to help young students become proficient in reading by 3rd grade. It was disheartening to learn of the early literacy class opened this fall 22, 1.5 miles away from Hunters Glen ELC, with 2 qualified teachers in the Edison lofts. Fort Bend ISD also opened pre-K classes at 5 other campuses. Can you tell me if those classes open with substitute teachers? How is the Fort Bend ISD recruiting team preparing to hire the qualified teachers in March to employ at Hunters Glen ELC? I'm asking the board to see the importance of why they were elected to support all students in becoming strong readers by investing time and resources in early literacy for the Hunters Glen ELC. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pete. All right, our next speaker is Ms. Jill Dimmerin. Is there a Ms. Jill Dimmerin or Demarin? No? Okay. All right. Our next speaker is Miss Jennifer, I apologize for this one, Korchani? All right. Welcome, Miss Jennifer.
Okay. I've been with the district for 9 years. My kids are zoned to Kempner. This is my first year to serve on the SBOC. I have nothing to gain, nothing to lose in the current boundaries. Yet I want to encourage you to reject the proposals. And this is why. What you were given to look at is a skewed game of statistical analysis. We were asked to vote on our level of agreement with only one option for rejecting, so that what you have been given states that we were in consensus and we were not. Here's some numbers that may or may not get pointed out to you today. 55 members on the SBOC. Of those, 27 and 24 members voted in the 2 rounds for the Northwest side. That means more than half did not have their voice counted. Of those counted, 11 of 27 and 12 of 24 completely accepted the original recommendation. That means more than half have hesitations, they didn't accept it, or they completely rejected it. If you have more than half of your members not fully on board, that is not consensus.
30 seconds.
On the southeast side, it was worse. Only 8 out of 20 supported the elementary, and only 7 out of 23 accepted the high school. 6 fully rejected. I'm here to tell you that the report does not represent the feelings of the SBOC as a consensus, and you should reject it based on that alone. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Jennifer. All right, our next speaker is Ms. Melinda Hooks. Welcome, Ms. Hooks. Ma'am, once you get to the podium, you'll have 2 minutes.
Okay, so I live in the Plaza, which is part of Sawmill Village. The Plaza is one of the few neighborhoods of Sawmill zoned to Crawford High School. We built our house in 2016 and are in an established neighborhood of Sawmill. We are within 2 miles of Ridgepoint, never thinking we were at risk of being bused to a school much further away. With the community feedback in the zoning survey, the overwhelming majority are against the original proposal. I understand emotions are involved, but I see more logic in these comments than emotions. Not only are the comments from us in the Plaza, but also from some in the front who don't want to be bused down Sienna Parkway to Ridgepoint and prefer to be zoned to a school closer to them. With A, switching sections 245A and 258E eliminates the need for busing for an entire section, which in turn saves money on the budget, as well as not putting additional busing needs on a strained system. Section 245B is already proposed to be bused to Crawford, so just add 245A, and then no bus route is needed for 258E. I also see that public perception of listening to a few is a con. But isn't that the whole purpose why we're here? I mean, to get community feedback and then come up with solutions that make sense? I don't see how the system working is a con. And then I also disagree with proximity. Shouldn't it be that it should not be a top consideration? It should be a top consideration because of the impact on traffic, safety, cost.
30 seconds.
Kids' ability to participate in activities. They say it takes a village to raise kids. Well, over 7 years, we have developed that village in Sawmill. And I'm just asking you, please don't break this community and this village that we've developed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hooks. All right, our next speaker is Mr. Adam Monroe. Welcome, Mr. Monroe. You'll have 2 minutes, sir.
All right. Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Adam Monroe Jr. I'm 17, so forgive me. I'd just first like to say that Thurgood Marshall's been doing a lot of good things that I think have been overlooked in more recent times, and that our feeder pattern is in need of help. I'd first like to point attention to the fact that Thurgood Marshall, throughout its entire history, has been a socioeconomically disadvantaged institution, and it's felt the effects of that over its 20-plus year history. Recently, we had our early college program implemented, and we've had a lot of struggles in doing that, and, exemplifying success through that program as a result of some of the restrictions that not only Houston Community College but Fort Bend's actions placed on us. And in spite of that happening, we've actually achieved monumental success. Though I would like to point this out to the Fort Bend administration. I don't think it's appropriate for people to take what they screwed up in the first 8 years of K through 12 education and try to fix it in the last 4. I quite frankly think that it's ridiculous that we're not paying more attention to our elementary and middle schools when we talk about our feeder patterns, and that we instead want to focus on how to wrap things up at the end. I think that the 9th through the 12th grade, it should be a transition to adulthood and should not be trying to bring back together what we missed in K through 8. I don't think that any of that's appropriate. Furthermore,
30 seconds.
Thank you. Furthermore, I'd just like to say that, Marshall, in spite of what's been placed on it, has been very successful. We haven't received a ton of acknowledgement for that, even though we've been through trial and tribulation throughout this pandemic. But I thank you all for your time. And I'd just like to say that in the bond program, I hope that provisions for Marshall and its feeder pattern, not just Marshall, but Missouri City and Hunters Glen are included.
Thank you, Mr. Monroe, for your time. All right, our next speaker is Mrs. Melissa Ganaway. Welcome, Mrs. Ganaway. You too will have 2 minutes, ma'am.
I am here tonight to ask you to carefully consider Scenario A for the Southeast High School rezoning. I am actually zoned to Ridge Point, but I am here tonight to support my neighborhood and the relationships we have built in Sawmill. Scenario A is more feasible for the district as well as the community. One thing to consider in switching students in 245A to be zoned to Crawford instead of Ridge Point is our current bus driver shortage. Why would the district use taxpayer funds to bus students in 258E to Crawford when they are within walking distance to Ridge Point, where no transportation would be required? Buses already are picking up students in Section 245B and can easily pick up students in Section 245A along that same route. Since voters did not approve the VATR, the district is in a budget deficit and should be reducing costs in all areas where feasible. Why add more unnecessary costs by having to provide bus transportation to neighborhoods within walking distance? Another option to consider is the ability to have residents within the Ridge Point boundary the option to choose to attend Crawford. This would appease residents zoned to Ridge Point who would rather attend Crawford and would open up more enrollment for students who live in Section 258E. Please don't split up the village of Sawmill and Sienna. My daughter is my reason why I am here tonight. She has grown and developed a very strong friendship over the past 7 years.
30 seconds.
That started in kindergarten. She is now in 6th grade. She was in tears when I told her that as of now, she would be zoned to a different school than her best friend. My own tears started flowing shortly after. Thoughts filled my head when thinking about my high school memories. Friday night football games, prom, pep rallies, school events. They would miss out on so many memories that I have cherished so much. I know academics are important, but the social aspect is equally important.
Time. Ms. Ganaway, thank you for your time. Okay, our next speaker is Mr. Brian Garcia. Welcome, Mr. Garcia. You too, sir, will have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Board, for having us and for gathering us here today. I, like many others, are from the Siena community and also agreed to reject the proposal and, at worst case scenario, revisit it and make a more sound judgment. The idea of listening to people come up here and explain some of the deficits that are happening, some of the issues, the social reforming that needs to happen, all begins with relationships, right? Relationships are what matter. These kids have built relationships in our community, and it's the tough conversations we're having to have with our kids about, hey, next year things are going to change, right? Well, as someone who's worked in the medical field for a while, and I've seen the things we've gone through just getting past the pandemic, now finally getting our kids without masks in schools, they're starting to redevelop and re-identify with themselves. Relationships are important, okay? Let's get down to the business of what makes sense. And we talk logic. It doesn't make sense to try to bus kids away from something they can walk to. They have people that they're friends with that they're not going to be going to school with anymore because they live a few blocks away as opposed to being a town away, right? So it doesn't make sense. It doesn't seem to make like fiscal responsibility at the same time as we're looking at these opportunities to find ways to look at this proposal again, go back and do the work. I know it's harder, but go back and figure out a better solution before stamping something that's going to have a harder time revisiting later. I know I only have a few seconds left, but the infrastructure is not there. I travel to 521 off of Siena Parkway because I live in the community headed to the medical center, and those are not built for the kind of traffic and thoroughfare you guys are planning to try to bust these kids in and out of. It's already a parking lot, okay? So if you haven't done the trip, you need to go take the trip because it's a mistake.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. All right, our next speaker is Miss April Spicer. Is Miss April Spicer here? No? Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. All right, the next speaker is Miss Joanne Gore. Welcome, Miss Gore. You two will have 2 minutes, ma'am.
Good evening, Ms. Malone, members of the board, Dr. Whitbeck, staff, and guests. My name is Joanne Gore, and I'm a member of the Bond Oversight Committee. My comments are my own personal opinions. I am in support of the proposed $1.21 billion bond package as it is presented in Propositions A and B. It is essential that all priority ones from the facility assessments indicating life cycle deficiencies be included in this bond proposal. If a portion of the priority one identified repairs and replacements are not addressed now, costs to the district will be higher in the future. Also, economies of scale representing cost savings to the district are in effect when similar projects from multiple schools are packaged together in the bidding process. Finally, it is so important that families moving into our district have a positive impression of their child's learning environment by seeing schools that are well maintained inside and out, up to date with technology and security features. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Gore. All right, the next speaker is Miss Marcel Major, or Mr. Marcel, excuse me, Mr. Marcel Maher. I'm sorry, I just butchered that.
That's all right. Thank you. My name is Marcel Mayer, and I live in the Vines, Fox Bend, Logan Pass section, also known as the front of 258E. And I'm here tonight to ask you all to not vote for the original proposal. Before I touch on the pros and cons, I'd like to highlight that the new Middle School 16, which is being built near Highway 6 in South Post Oak, when Middle School 16 is completed, the areas along Highway 6 will likely be zoned to that school. That feeder pattern will likely include Heritage Rose, Middle School 16, and Crawford. Why is Middle School 16 not mentioned or included, as it will have a big impact in a few years on the long-term zoning? Regarding the cons in the new scenario, most of them are directed at the front of 258E, remaining at Ridgepoint, and I'd like to highlight a few of these untruths in the cons. Quote, there are others within the walk zone that are not zoned to the school. That is not true. The walk zone is defined as under 2 miles. The front of 258E is the only area under 2 miles being zoned away in the original proposal. Creates feeder splits. Why is it okay for Thornton and Leonetti to be split in the original proposal, but not other schools like Ferguson or Baines? This is inconsistent. Public perception of listening to a few. Public feedback was supposed to be a critical part of this zoning process. Some of the most included words on the thought exchange were within 2 miles in proximity. Mentioning the use of Sienna Parkway as a boundary. Sienna Parkway is not a boundary used for Sienna Crossing, Scanlon Oaks, Baines, Thornton, Leonetti, or Ridgepoint in the original proposal. It's only being applied to Ferguson. Proximity does not justify the change. FC local states utilize safe and reasonable walking distance. It also says recommendations will consider financial impact. I would think proximity would absolutely justify the front of 258E staying at Ridgepoint. It goes against the decision principles. Some of your decision principles include frequency of changes. My kids have moved now 3 times to different schools because of your zoning over the years. Putting areas along Highway 6 to Crawford and the front of 258 to Ridgepoint.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you guys
for your time. All right, our next speaker is Mrs. Dolores Collins. Welcome, Mrs. Collins. You too, ma'am, will have 2 minutes.
Good evening to the board and Dr. Whitbeck. Several quick issues. Number one, I received a map from Rhonda Mason, and I appreciate that. But I really need one that's larger for my old eyes so that I can see the lines. And this is the map, but I want to get a bigger one. Okay, I'll pay for it. I don't mind paying for it, but I need a bigger map. Okay, I can't see the streets. I barely can see Highway 6. Okay. The next thing is I'm concerned that the CCR position at the high schools are being reduced from 12, one for each school, to 6. And each CCR services now 2 schools this coming year. This is particularly troubling since one of the major deficiencies for Willow Ridge with TEA is college and career readiness. To go from a full person to having a half a person, one who has to service both Elkins and Willow Ridge, is not in the best interest of improving the critical area of college and career readiness for Willow Ridge. I've been a member, next point is I've been a member of the SBOC now, the 2nd year. I was previously on the zoning committee. This time around, I never got the impression that what we said mattered. Everything seemed to have been researched, thoroughly researched, discussed, and decided before it was presented to us. I understand that the design was to avoid dissension and chaos.
30 seconds.
I can't speak for anyone else, but it made me feel unvalued. Just a little bit of bragging. Our girls' basketball team is going to the playoffs, and they'll be playing at Butler at 6 o'clock tomorrow. I'll see you there. My daughter's the coach.
As always, thank you, Mrs. Collins. All right, our next speaker is Mr. William Watton. Mr. Watton, welcome. 2 minutes, sir.
All right. Just want to thank everybody for the opportunity to speak. Thank our citizens, our community, everybody here that is so passionate about our district, our families. I am here to ask you to vote against the current proposed boundary zoning for the southeast portion especially. Again, I'm a member of 258E. I live in that area. We are within the 2-mile district, or 2-mile walking radius. But really 2 points I want to make today. First, I work for an accounting firm. I like numbers. I love numbers. I look at that. Y'all talked about budget cuts when we first walked in. We talked about the need for additional dollars for different feeder patterns. Looking at your 2016 audit that's published, this was 9 years ago or 7 years ago, $5 per mile. That's probably easily doubled. You extrapolate that to that walking distance, that's $500,000 potential savings aggressively, $250,000 very conservatively over a 10-year period.
That money could be used for a lot of other things, for a lot of other communities, a lot of other people who want and desperately need that money. That's the first thing. If budget considerations and cost considerations are the same, right, there's an advantage to doing this. The second thing is, back to everybody being here, being passionate, loving their families, I am begging you to reject this proposal. I want more time with my kids. That 4 years, those critical years of them being an hour closer, I ran to the school from my home, 10 minutes, and my kids say, Daddy, you're slow. That's a long way. But 10 minutes to get there running. I drove to the school today to Crawford from where I live, from door to door, 30 minutes drive. You would be giving me back 180 hours a year, times 2 kids, times 4 years.
30 seconds.
I beg you, please reject this and honor the distances and the cost, and please reconsider the distance to the schools when you're making these zoning decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watton. All right, our next speaker is Mr. Parker Mayer. Welcome, Parker. Sir, you're going to have 2 minutes.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Parker Mayer, and I attend Thornton Middle School. I want to thank each member of the board in advance for hearing how students like me will be affected if our neighborhood is rezoned from Ridgepoint to Crawford. Right now, I should be at home studying for a major math test and working on homework. But once my parents told me kids can speak, I knew I needed to be here so that you can see at least one face of who this important decision affects. My siblings and I have been worried since the moment this was announced. I live in the small section of 3 neighborhoods on Mount Logan. I've lived in Siena since I was 9 months old. I first attended Schiff Elementary, but I was later rezoned to Siena Crossing Elementary. And now, since moving, attend Thornton. I've grown up here attending school, church, outside activities, and community events, making many friends along the way and trying to find places that I fit in. Our time at Thornton, we have attended games, community pep rallies, middle school nights, and more, all looking forward to being together in our most important years, and some may say fun. At Ridgepoint High School, I have 3 siblings, and between the 4 of us, we represent the band, dance team, school, sports, special education, and a 504. But now, suddenly, I'm being pulled away from everyone and everything I know to attend a school miles away without fully developed programs. My parents moved to our neighborhood because it is within 2 miles of Ridgepoint to ensure this community of friends and groups would continue because we have worked so hard to finally find our places. I'm asking you to please think about the students that this really affects. We live across the street from Ridgepoint. We can hear the band practicing in the fall and can see the stadium lights when games are played, all from our bus stop. In fact, we ride our bikes to and from Ridgepoint often. When you vote tonight, think of myself, of my brothers Landon and Kale, and of my sister Gracie. Think about the students who couldn't be here tonight because they are at practice or their parents are still at work. We all just want to go to school. We all just want to go to the school that we have been cheering for every year.
Time.
That has been within walking.
Thank you, Mr. Mayer, and I hope you make it home so you can study for that math test. But way to be brave and speak. All right, our next speaker is Mayben Luna. Mayben Luna? No? Okay. Our next speaker is Hiji Washington. Hi, welcome, Mrs. Washington. Great. You will have 2 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you, Board of Trustees, for allowing me the opportunity to speak before you this evening. I have been a resident of Siena for the last 11 years and moved to the Plaza 5 years ago, which is located in 258E. The Plaza is a small, self-contained community. We love our community and friends who are now we consider family. We chose to move our family to the Plaza to be close to Ridgepoint, which we are less than the 2-mile distance, and allow our children to have access to the schools inside our neighborhood, as our last house was zoned to First Colony Middle School. This vote tonight has been a stressful topic of discussion in my house since the original rezoning recommendation of Crawford High School, which was presented on January 9th. I have 2 students currently at Ridgepoint, a freshman and junior. Thank you for taking into consideration the recommendation that current freshmen with the older sibling will be able to request to stay at Ridgepoint. This possibility means a lot to both my girls. However, I'm still here today to express my concern for my neighbors' children as well as my 7th grader. So please vote no to the original recommendation and be inclusive of 258E. This will still balance the Crawford Ridgepoint High School overutilization 10-year projection, which is exactly the same percentage, if not very similar, as the original recommendation. In addition, this will allow the children who already have been biking and riding to continue with that, doing after-school activities and before-school activities. This will use taxpayers' money responsibly.
30 seconds.
With these children are not being bused outside of Crawford, to Crawford, excuse me, as well as decrease the congestion coming down Sienna Parkway in the morning by students being bused into the area. However, do not let your vote just be based on numbers alone. No one wants to be a number to fill a school or to be moved from a school. Thank you for taking the time to listen and hear my concerns tonight. And remember to please vote no to the original recommendation and vote yes to option A.
Thank you, Mrs. Washington. All right, our next speaker is Dr. Elizabeth Dodgett. Welcome, Dr. Dodgett. You'll have 2 minutes, ma'am.
Hi, good evening. My concern is the closing of Blue Ridge Elementary School. I am a volunteer there for the last 4 years, and all the kids and parents call me Gigi. And also I work in the community at the school. I'm there every day, and the most things that I work with the parents, and the parents' issue is the closing of the school. It's not about the change about us going to another school. It's about being directed somewhere else. And like everybody's saying, we done got comfortable. We're working with the kids there. We have a lot of homeless kids at our school. We work with our kids. We work with our teachers. We work as a small setting, and we're more as a family oriented at that school. So we know the ins and the outs for the kids. Also is the people in the community, in my neighborhood, in the 77053 area. A lot of them don't have kids there, but their concerns are with Blue Ridge closing down, what's going to happen to that. That's the reason why we bought homes in that area, for the schools in that area, for our kids to go to a fine school. I understand about the schools rebuilding, have nice schools, but we do have nice school. Blue Ridge is a nice school. They have been working on it, yes. They have been working on it, and it's changes. You can get a brand new house, and the foundation still will crack. So can you consider thinking of our school there in the 77053? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Dodgett. Our next speaker is Ms. Roberta Stredick. No? Okay. All right, the next speaker is Ms. Geraldine Simeon.
I think you have someone.
Oh, sorry. The next speaker, welcome, Ms. Geraldine Simeon. Ma'am, you will have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I don't have a ton to say, but I was a member of the SBOC committee, not just this cycle, but also last cycle. I served with Rick Garcia, and I was very disappointed in this round, and just so frustrated to the point after the last call, I started typing up an email to say that I was stepping down, but I didn't. I waited. I usually give myself some time to cool off. So I felt like we weren't really heard in this one. And I don't know if it was because we were doing it mostly virtual, or if it was just because the ideas and all of the different suggestions were reviewed before they even came to us, and we were just simply told, we've looked at that and it won't work. Well, I like to see data. I love to see data. Similarly, I've been looking for the full 2022 PASA report that's like 300 pages, and I can't seem to find it on the district website. I actually look through that when we do rezoning. I can't find it. So I just wanted to discuss how disheartening it was to have newer members who don't do a lot of volunteering with the district text me during the meeting saying, Is it supposed to feel this rushed? I feel like I can't ask the question. Why are they so dismissive? That was very disappointing. I felt like more time needed to be given, especially to the southeast side, because I was here in 2018 when they tried to close Hightower. I had my shirt on too. I worked with the Ridgepoint community to help advocate for that high school so that Ridgepoint could get some relief. I also advocated for that middle
30
school,
seconds.
for Hightower, because similar to everybody here that doesn't want to move, Andover Farms pulls out of South Post Oak on the Highway 6 and passes up both Thornton and Baines to go to Lake Olympia. We would like to stay in our community too, which is why we advocated for that middle school. But Highway 6 is a boundary, so we can't cross Highway 6. But Quail Valley can, to go to Elkins. But if that middle school gets put there on South Post Oak,
Thank you,
my
Ms.
community.
Simeon. Thank you for your time, ma'am. We appreciate it. All right, the next speaker is Ms. Denise Mayo Wally. Okay. All right, the next speaker is Ms. Tamarin Hudgen. Ms. Tamara Hudgen. All right, welcome, Ms. Hudgen. You too, ma'am, will have 2 minutes.
All right, good evening. I'm here representing myself and other homeowners of the Benchmark community located directly behind Blue Ridge Elementary. We are asking that Blue Ridge not be closed. Many of us purchased our homes in the neighborhood due to the walking distance of an elementary, middle school, and high school. By closing Blue Ridge, it would make our neighborhood be surrounded by nothing but apartments, gas stations, storage buildings, and whatever commercial property that purchases Blue Ridge space. This will pull down our property values and make our small area ripe for gentrification. Many of my neighbors are not able to attend tonight due to the short notice of what was going on in your meetings behind closed doors. Why? But they asked me to come to ask these questions. Why the 77053 zip code? The zip code for the city of Houston addresses. Why wasn't the information provided to all homeowners in the area, not just to parents at Blue Ridge School? Why are we the forgotten zip code of Fort Bend ISD and Fort Bend County? And why can't we have a new school built in our 77053 zip code? I've heard it said that we don't want better for our kids, but I'm here to tell you that we want better for our kids and our neighborhood. That's why we're fighting for our schools, to show our kids that they can have new schools in the communities that they grow up in, and they don't have to move out of their neighborhood in order for them to receive.
30 seconds.
So I'm asking that you not close Blue Ridge. Give our community a chance to show you that there's other options. I know it's on a commercial street, but that school can be turned around and facing the other direction. There's an empty lot that's owned by AT&T that they did not know that they owned for 20 or 40 years. I've been living there 21 years. And I just found out during the pandemic because of an issue with their overgrown. There's things that can be done to save our school and to let us be able to.
Ms. Hudgen, thank you very much for your time. All right, the next speaker is Mr. William Walsh. Mr. Walsh, you too, sir, will have 2 minutes this evening.
Thank you for your time and your attention. This is my first time ever attending one of these things. It's not as exciting as the viral videos would imply from other meetings, so thankfully. I'm a parent and a homeowner that is impacted by the Mission Bend Elementary being closed down, and I can understand the budget issues behind it. One of the things that comes to mind, I was looking over some of the notes of, I don't know if it's coming up on this meeting or from a previous meeting where it was talking about the language that is going to be on the ballot potentially for the bond that would be used to build a replacement school for Mission Bend, which during the community meeting was a saving grace for the situation that the parents in my neighborhood are experiencing. The language is something that it leaves something to be desired. I know y'all are limited by legal requirements, having to put the property tax increase bid on there and all that. I work in information security. it's important to pay attention to how information and misinformation is put out. One of the things that was most heartbreaking was finding out that some of my son's friends, their families, had voted against the tax thing that came up in the election because they didn't understand everything that was going on, and the language that was there and the communication that was coming out to us as parents was lacking. I ask that the board please put focus and
30 seconds.
And dig in to try to find a way to better communicate that out to all of the people who are voting and not just the parents of the kids that are going there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh, and thank you for the good laugh. All right, the next speaker is Mr. Troy Carter. And Mr. Carter, you are our last speaker this evening.
I didn't hear him.
All right, sir, you too will have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, board. I appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of you. I come as a stakeholder organization, nonprofit organization, that purchased 12.5 acres in the Blue Ridge area, in particular Brygate on the corner of West Fuquay and Blue Ridge, right across from Blue Ridge of Brygate Elementary. It was a dilapidated, decaying property. Our organization got funding to repurpose, redesign, and to make it get rid of an eyesore that kids had to pass by every day. I want to thank Fort Bend ISD for the partnership with the Edison Loss Early Learning Pre-Center. That was very key to our program of putting 26 affordable housing units in the community, was the Pre-K Early Learning Center. And the partnership with Fort Bend ISD really made that possible for the kids to have an opportunity. Now, we are not just a fly-by-night. We looked at and talked to several organizations in the community, and we saw what was needed in the community. The rest of that 12.5 acres after the loss will have a FQAC, a federally qualified clinic, put in. There will be after-school program focusing on the arts, and then there will be restaurants and jobs for youth and an education summer program that we have in place as well. But I want to say that we're in favor of the bond. We ask that you that we support it, and we will give you any support that you need in favor of the bond as well. We believe that the community together worked hard at looking at trying to solve some of the issues, and we ask that you continue to work with the community to solve the issues that we have within the schools. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. We appreciate your time, sir. And folks, that sums up our public comments. Thank you, all of you, for who came out and spoke and were advocating for your areas. We welcome it and look forward to hearing from you again in the future. All right, we're going to move on to our information items, and we'll start with item A, intruder detection audit report findings.
Yes, ma'am.
Take it away, Chief.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Board. Since the last time we met on January 23rd, we've received 13 additional intruder detection audits by the Texas School Safety Center. 11 of those campuses came back with no corrective actions, no findings. One campus did have a broken door, and so that campus did have a finding, but that's been remedied since then. And one campus had a fenced-in storage area with a gate that was unlocked, and this storage area stored mops, mop buckets, garden hoses, things of that sort, but there was no access to the school building itself. And because that gate was open, they gave us a finding. I'll tell you that we contacted the School Safety Center and we filed an appeal for that because we do not believe that falls within the spirit of the intruder detection audits. And I found out today at about 5 o'clock, we got an email saying that they are reversing the finding and giving a say no finding on that. They agreed with us that that should not have been a finding. So out of the 13, we have 12 that came back with no findings.
All right, thank you, sir, and congrats on winning that appeal. That sounds like it's great news. So, folks, I've been asked to take a short recess, so we are going to take a 10-minute recess. It's 7:45, and we'll re-adjourn, or no, not re-adjourn, what am I saying? We'll be back and reconvene at 7:55 p.m. Thank you.
No, this can be off.
Over time, I started to gain a new understanding of how our schools intertwine and how our district approaches complex issues. The SBOC taught me the value of feedback. No decision that we made went unquestioned. And there were many times where members could input the questions that they had and have them promptly answered. And even on our last 2 meetings, we considered the input from the community and proposed changes that aligned with their concerns. This meeting.
So 31?
As a student, the main thing I see is that there are many misunderstandings regarding zoning. One misconception is that zoning purely relies on your proximity to a school, when in reality it's a holistic process that takes in mind school utilization.
Hey, what's playing?
You can still hear it.
We are still on item 8, information, and we will move on to B, second quarter financial report and budget update for 2023-24 school years. Is that for you, Mr. Gwynn?
Yes, Madam President. Thank you. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, and Dr. Whitbeck. This evening, we're presenting the results of the second quarter financials and an update on how we're progressing on the 2023-24 budget. We shared at the January 23rd meeting that our revenues are anticipated at the end of the year higher than anticipated, and you've seen that our enrollment is higher than projected, but that is being offset by lower attendance, and you're seeing that reflected in the financials for the second quarter. Our interest income is higher than budgeted, and what we'll do is we'll have a budget amendment in the near term to capture the additional revenue in our budget. For expenditures, we shared that our vacancies are higher than budgeted and creating savings, and that's also reflected in the quarterly report. Those savings are offset by higher utilities, transportation, healthcare costs, and substitute costs. And again, as we've shared with you previously, we anticipate ending the year slightly higher than budget, but within our 90-day fund balance operating reserve as required. We'll have a future budget amendment that will adjust both the revenues and the expenditures to match our projected year-end estimate, again, in the near future. Our debt service fund is tracking within budget and revenues, and you'll recall that you approved a parameter order in December, and we anticipate a late spring transaction based on that authorization. And then in our last quarterly update, we indicated the health fund expenditures were trending higher than anticipated. That outlook has not changed, and the general fund year-end estimate includes a transfer to the health fund to balance those higher expenditures, and again, that would be included as part of that budget amendment. And then finally, the workers' compensation fund is also running a slight deficit. We previously reported would likely need to transfer from the general fund, but based on the revised trend, we anticipate that we would be able to make that transfer out of our unemployment fund, so the general fund would not be impacted, and to address that small deficit that we're experiencing there. For the legislative update, moving into the budgetary component, we don't have any new news on legislative action. We know the education committees have been officially announced, and work is underway on the two primary funding bills. That's House Bill 1 and Senate Bill 1. There's areas where both bills are in alignment that we shared with you, but there's also areas where they need to be reconciled, particularly around property tax relief. So again, there's not a lot of new information that we have to share with you. There are some notable bills that we are watching, and those bills run the gamut from changing funding formulas for schools to enrollment versus attendance, adding vouchers, increasing the basic allotment, teacher raises, and educational savings accounts. And there's some public safety bills as well that would impact schools. So we're still early in the session, and we won't have better clarity on some of these bills until the public hearings begin to occur, and we're closely watching that, and we'll provide the board updates as necessary. And in particular, if there's any that we need to speak on, we may call upon the board to assist us with those efforts. At this point, we have not included any of the proposed bills in our forecasting, as again, it's still too early to tell what may realistically materialize. So everything that we present this evening is based on the status quo. Back in December, we shared with the board the process that we're using to navigate the $23 million budget reductions that will be included in the 23-24 budget. We used Thought Exchange to solicit ideas for reductions, and we had feedback within Thought Exchange from Leadership Town Hall, our Budget and Compensation Committee, as well as from staff across the district that participated in the process, and that was opened again to all staff to participate in the ideas that had been submitted. After collecting the feedback, we focused on the top scoring items and had a design team vet and make recommendations after reviewing those ideas. And then finally, the superintendent and E-team weighed in on the final plan from design team before bringing the recommendations forward. The vast majority of the work that we've done, we've shared this design team process flow with you previously, and at this point, most everything that we are doing is either in the recommended plan or expected savings or somewhere in between. We do still have some change management in progress, but you will see tonight the progress that we've made to date. But keep in mind that we still have some that is in our change management process, and so that will not be brought forward this evening, but you will see that in the March timeframe. In January, we shared that we'd reached over $3 million in reductions towards our $23 million goal. And again, these are definitive reductions. They're not theoretical, and so they will be included as part of our budget reductions going forward. This month, we've added over $10 million in total reductions to that list. That includes $420,000 in stipend reductions. That includes both the Professional Learning League and Technology Integration Champion stipends. Both of those were frequently mentioned at the Thought Exchange as being redundant. and the design team reviewed that and determined that was the case, and so those are being recommended for discontinuation in 23-24. We've shared the plan with you to consolidate elementary campuses. Currently, Barrington Place is consolidated to address the mold issue at the school, and based on our construction timeline, it will remain closed throughout the 23-24 school year. We're also recommending consolidation of Mission Bend and Briargate elementary schools. The idea is that both of those schools would be rebuilt through the proposed 23 bond, and the savings from the consolidation efforts for all three of those schools is about $4.8 million. We also have district-level staffing efficiencies that will result in about $4.8 million in savings. These are central administration staff, and about 67 positions have been identified that will be eliminated. And then finally, we have $100,000 in contract savings that get us to a total of $13.33 million in definitive savings that have been identified for going into the 23-24 budget. In a board memo that went out on January 27th, staff identified the 67 positions in administration that are being eliminated. Those reductions total $4.8 million, and this is a summary of the areas under which those positions fall that make up the total reductions of $4.8 million. Last month, we shared our budget philosophy with you for the 23-24 school year. The philosophy includes the $23 million in reductions, no new programs being added, limited increases except within those that are defined here, and having no compensation adjustments except for those that would be tied to state action. However, the exception to that will be we will maintain the teacher step increase as we have previously. Some of the key assumptions that we're using that you'll see in just a moment is that we're using the moderate growth scenario that was presented by the nomographer in January, which puts enrollment at 80,256, an attendance rate of 95%. That's in contrast to the 96% that was used for the current year. The 95% is more in line with what we're tracking this year, so we are making that adjustment. Property value growth of 6%, maintaining the teacher step, as I mentioned, but other compensation being tied to state action. And then finally, we have the opening of 3 new schools for 23-24, including Crawford, Butcher, and Ferguson. Each year when we start our budget preparation, we look back at the prior year forecasts and see where we may need to make adjustments. And on our revenue side, we are adjusting our interest earnings by up to $4.5 million as we've received news that, and we've also received news that we'll have a property value audit submitted by our property tax attorneys, Purdue, that has been approved by the state, and that's an additional $4 million. So going into this year, we'll see about $8.5 million more in those line items than we saw in prior years. However, we do have 2 negative adjustments totaling about $2.6 million. We've made a $1 million adjustment to our SHARS revenue. That's based on our current trends. And then because of the lower attendance rate of 95 versus 96%, even with tacking on our additional enrollment, that results in a decline of about $1.6 million. But overall, our overall revenue will be increasing right at $5.9 million that's going into this year. That varies from what we've presented to you all back in June of last year. And then on the expenditure side, we have made one adjustment at this point, although others are anticipated, and that is we have backed out the $12.8 million for raises since we're now tying a general increase to the state. That does not include the step, however. That is still baked into the budget that I'll review with you now. So this is a preview of the initial work that we've done on the budget. The first column shows how we anticipate ending the current fiscal year, and that's what we showed you at the January 23rd meeting. Again, it does show us meeting our 90-day operating reserve for the fiscal year end. The second column shows you how we initially forecasted this year, and it looks back to the budget that was adopted in June of this year. And you can see at that point we were anticipating having 62 days of fund balance. However, the third column shows the adjustments that I just reviewed with you, plus adding in the $13.3 million in reductions that have been identified. And you can see with those reductions, we're at 77 days. So we've improved by roughly 15 days with those adjustments. And then keep in mind, we still have $9 million in identified reductions that are in the change management process that will get us to our targeted reduction of $23 million. And so we anticipate when we review with you in March that you'll see the addition of that $9 million, and this will look better than what it did before. So as I walk through this, I do want to emphasize what we're showing you now is our initial look, and there will be changes as we go from February into March. And some of those changes that you can expect is we're still in the process of reviewing our inputs that are related to our special populations, that's special education, CTE, bilingual, all of which could result in our state aid going up or down, although more than likely it would be going up since we have had enrollment growth. We have not included the impact of our tuition-based pre-K for the upcoming year or adjusted how much we anticipate receiving in indirect costs for managing our federal grants. And all of that will likely result in an increase to our revenues as well. And then there's also the unanswered question of what's going to happen with state aid. And again, that is not currently factored into any of the assumptions that you see. And my best guess on that is when will we know anything definitively from the state? And that will likely be in April before we would have any type of indication of whether or not they're making changes to the basic allotment, mandatory raises, et cetera. And then the $23 million we've indicated to you, there's $9.6 million that's still in progress. And when I say in progress, it's really already gone through that and is in the change management process that will be added to our estimate in March. And then we're in the process of finalizing our campus staffing for the upcoming year. We anticipate that we'll have a board item for review in March for you all to approve this new staffing associated with enrollment growth and the opening of the new schools. And then finally, we do anticipate some operational cost increases, and we'll be including those in the budget. Those will be associated with utility costs, student transportation, health benefits, and for public safety. Last month, there was a request for additional information on ESSER funding, and in total, the district received $136.9 million between ESSER 2 and ESSER 3. The ESSER 2 allotment to the district was $42.2 million, and that does expire in September of 23. And we shifted funding in the general fund for our interventionists, mental health counselors, to ESSER 2, and then we also funded 2 IT user analysts from ESSER 2. And so those have been funded out of that for the duration of the grant. We anticipate that all ESSER 2 will be fully utilized by the end of this school year, and so we'll meet the deadline for fully utilizing those funds prior to its expiration. And those positions that are currently funded out of ESSER 2 would then be shifted into ESSER 3 for the remainder of that grant year. For ESSER 3, because of the vacancies that we've had that we've previously shared with you all, we have not fully utilized the funds at the rate that we expected in ESSER 3. And currently, we're funding 17 positions in the fund, and we had additional teacher planning time paid from those funds as well. However, because of the lower rate of spend, we anticipate we'll have roughly $19 million in unallocated ESSER funds at the end of the 22-23 school year. Those do have to be spent by September 2024, and so those funds are available to us to help offset any deficit in 23-24, or if some state action occurs and we receive more funding than what we're expected from the state, they would be available for other uses that are ESSER eligible within those constraints. So the key takeaways that we have for the 23-24 budget are the number of days operating reserve. We've increased by about 15 days over the initial forecast and expect that number to continue increasing as we go through the process. By the end of March, we will have finalized all work on the $23 million in reductions, and that will be fully incorporated into our forecast. We'll also have available ESSER to assist with maintaining a 90-day operating reserve, assuming that the state takes no action. So any action the state takes will allow us to recapture those ESSER funds and utilize them as we determine would be best for our district. So overall, we anticipate we will meet our 90-day operating reserve requirement for 23-24, and we'll have additional information next month on our progress and hopefully clarity from the legislature on what's intended for school funding. The next steps in our process are to provide you all another budget and legislative update in March, as well as our campus staffing recommendations. And again, these will be based on our staffing guidelines, and so any additions are coming specifically because of student enrollment growth. In April, we'll have another budget and legislative update. That's also the month that we hold our all-star talent draft for hiring new teachers. And then early voting will start in that month if the bond is approved by the board to move forward. In May, we have another budget and legislative update. That would be the point where we would expect to have clarity on what the state is recommending for compensation. And so again, assuming they take some action, that will be brought forward then. And if the bond election is called, it will be completed in May. And then June is when we will have you all consider the budget for adoption. And it's also the final 2022-23 budget amendment if needed. And that concludes the presentation, and we'll be happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
Mr. Gwynn, thank you very much for the presentation, and we'll open it up to the board for questions. We'll start with you, Mrs. Hannon.
Thank you, Mr. Gwynn. Could we go back to the ESSER update slide? So in March, when the next update comes to us, if there is any way that I can see starting when we first got ESSER funds, so I really want to understand how, in addition, because what I see here is essentially just we're looking at, you shared with me positions, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But I know we're paying for planning, teacher planning time, and some other things with ESSER that are, it's kind of a supplant. It's a, so that's what I really want to understand, that as we forecast beyond September 2024, help me understand how we're going to fund. Well, I can see that we're reducing interventionist from 50 to 15 next year. Do I understand that?
No, ma'am. So the 50 interventionists are currently funded out of ESSER 2, and ESSER 2 does expire at the end of this year. However, the plan is to shift those 50 interventionists from ESSER 2 into ESSER 3. And as we forecasted our use of ESSER funding, we've always made the assumption that those positions funded in ESSER 2 would shift into ESSER 3 for the final year to ensure that we maintain the continuity of those services being provided. And so what's being represented here is just what is funded. But if you notice that next to last bullet, we say we anticipate those positions will shift to ESSER 3. Shifting to the other component of your question in terms of what happens to the positions after the expiration of ESSER 3, when we show you the forecast for the out years, we are including those positions in the general fund, assuming that they carry forward going into the 24-25 school year.
Okay, so I and I'm sorry to be slow, but the numbers just, the slide wasn't quite clear to me, so I do appreciate you trying to get me the information. So I still have a challenge in understanding we are in a budget deficit, and we're trying to find ways, and we are cutting staff positions and moving them, I guess, not cutting them, but moving them to other places. But we're finding money in the general fund to continue these positions that came out of ESSER.
So
we're eliminating some career and college readiness folks, or we're eliminating full-time ESL folks, but yet we're going to maintain these positions. Do I understand that correctly, beyond ESSER 3?
So I'm going to answer with a very evasive answer. The answer is potentially. The board would still have to bring forward for the board's consideration the budget to incorporate these positions back into the general fund. The way that we are forecasting it assumes that they do come in, but ultimately it would be by board action and approval of the budget that would formally incorporate them in. let's just assume we've jumped forward in time a year and a half, and we're having this conversation, and it is not the desire of the board to continue those positions, then we would look at adjusting those positions similar to the ones that we're currently having to adjust for through reductions, and put them on the DKR or policy DK so that they would be placed somewhere once that ultimately, the ESSER funds ultimately expired.
Okay. So again, in March, I would just like to see what, and I know we're focusing on this year, but we got to focus further out. So if we could also see what the 2024-25 budget forecast would look like, that would be very helpful. And then one last thing is, can you provide the board, not tonight, clearly, but can you provide us with numbers, what we stand to gain with increased revenue if we go to an enrollment versus attendance funding?
We can do an initial model on that, but the one caution that I would throw up is because the state hasn't specified specifically the mechanism that they would use to do that, it may not be a good number, but we can certainly do our best guess based on the legislation as written to see how much additional revenue we could potentially gain.
And the reason I ask is because at the Gulf Coast School Board's meeting, there was a school district that was voicing to oppose that because they felt like they were going to lose funding. So I'm just curious. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hannon. That's a great point, especially as we're doing legislative advocacy. Mr. Garcia, please.
Thank you, Madam President. So the interventionists, are these the, was it the House Bill 4540, the reading interventionists? Is that what those positions are?
And I believe that there is a component to House Bill 4545 incorporated into ESSER funding that we're utilizing to fund the interventionists, particularly the itinerant interventionists.
Okay. I was just curious I couldn't remember what interventionists, what those positions were specifically. And, you know, we had talked about grant money and using grant money to fund things like raises and positions that you're going to continually pay over. So as I'm reading this and seeing that we're going to be moving the positions over from 2 to 3 and then eventually from 3 over into the general fund, and now we have to additional deficit that we're going to have to make up once those roll into the general fund. So in my head, what I would echo Trustee Hannon's sentiments on the interventionist positions, and hearing some of the comments today and getting some emails and getting some phone calls about the and actually running into a student from Travis yesterday. We were at lunch, and the first thing he said is, "Don't cut our CCR because everybody's getting split now." So I would like to know if it is 1 per campus, it's 12 per campus, and now they're going and moving 6 of them out and doing some other things, and now you've got them where they're split. Interested to know what that, maybe it was on the slide I missed, that number represents. How much was that again?
Well, related to the CCRs, that recommendation is part of our staffing guidelines approach, and that information is still in progress, like I mentioned. And so what you're seeing tonight is specific to central administration and not anything that would impact a campus. So the CCRs are not incorporated into the numbers that you're seeing this evening.
Okay. And have we polled staff and our principals and our teachers in regards to how effective the interventionists have been at those campuses where they're stationed, where they're assigned?
I'm going to ask Melissa Hubbard to come to the podium and answer those questions, please.
With the interventionist position, we do have a metric that we're measuring. It's part of the district improvement plan on the fidelity of implementing those intervention systems. So in the first quarter update that y'all received a few months ago, we highlighted us tracking the attendance, the implementation of the Tier 3 support that they're supposed to be doing. And then now that we're at MOI, we're looking at student growth for the kids who have been identified for those Tier 3 supports. So that will be in the next DIP update as well.
When is that update?
Stephanie? In March.
Okay. Right around the corner. Let me see. What else did I have? None. Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Dr. Gilliam?
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to ask more questions as it refers to the interventionist and that update that's happening in March. Can we find out, where are we right now? Have we, when we're looking at the interventionist, have we had any growth? How, can someone give me an update on that? And I hear Tier 3 and then the word supposed to be doing something. What is it that we're actually doing right now with the interventionist?
Okay, so the interventionists that are allocated to the elementary campuses, and that's what they're referring to on the screen here, provide for Tier 3, so it is a specific intervention block that's built into the school day. And the literacy intervention is provided by our literacy intervention teachers. We also have math interventionists that are on the campus as well, and they are providing Tier 3 math intervention using a program called Number Worlds. And so we are looking at, there's certain requirements to meet the fidelity of implementing, right? The number of sessions that each kid comes to, because you all know with intervention, being consistent and seeing those kids on a daily basis is very important. So we're looking at how often the kids are coming to those interventions. We're looking at the number of kids that are inside of the intervention in each grade level, because you also don't want to provide Tier 3 intervention to a large group of kids. So the programs are limited in the number of kids, so we're monitoring that. And then we're also looking at data that the interventionists are putting into Power School, which is our student data system. So in the math system, the kids take these, for lack of a better term, unit assessments. They're not a unit like you would think of in a regular core curriculum, but they're based on skills. And so the interventionists are putting that data into Power School so that we can track the student growth in those assessments. In the LLI program, it's reading records, right? So you're listening to the kids read, and then you're taking the anecdotal notes, and then you're tracking if the students are moving up levels in their reading. And so the interventionists are putting those into Power Schools as well. Then I have staff members inside of teaching and learning that review that data, and they're assigned campuses so that they can coach those interventionists. So if we see lack of data that matches our fidelity metrics, then we're providing support to those interventionists to get them back on track. So that's the system that we're using. We just finished the Renaissance 360 MOY window, and that's the student growth data I was referring to that we're looking at to see if the kids that were in those intervention programs met the student growth percentile that we want them to meet in REN. And that's what we're going to be looking at for the March meeting. But we've been tracking the fidelity metrics all year in the program, and then we're providing support to those interventionists if they're not meeting the mark.
Okay, so my question would be, how do we do first semester? How do we know it's working? Because we've done this an entire semester now. We're in February. We're going to check it out in March when testing is starting. So how do we know where we are?
We've been working along the way at the data that gets input, and there's some campuses that we have to provide additional support to because maybe the interventionists are being used in other capacities because, as you heard earlier, we might have teacher vacancies, and so then they're helping to fill those gaps. And so if they're not meeting with kids in the Tier 3 intervention because they're helping in some other capacity, then we're trying to address those issues as they come up.
Okay, so our interventionists are, I'm going to say it in another way. So when we need other adults to do other things in the school, the interventionists are sometimes pulled from the students? Is that possible?
It is possible.
Okay. And that's in order to make sure that we have coverage in classes because of possible absenteeism, correct? Am I there?
That could be one scenario, but we work collaboratively with the campus leader as well as the Department of School Leadership to try to rectify that when we do see that it happens.
Okay. How, again, do we have any type of data for School A? I don't want to put anybody on the spot. Okay. So here is School A as compared to School B. Do we know what's working and what's not working in order to make sure that we are doing what's best for kids, where our students, as it comes to these different programs that we have and the interventionist?
Yes, we do track that data by school.
Okay. How are we doing first semester?
I would need to look at school-specific data now that we have our MOY data.
Okay. So, Dr. Whitbeck, I'd love to, I think all of us need to see that, to know if we have interventionists and we are paying money and we've got 50 that are out there. Is that what I'm saying? We have 50 interventionists that are out there? That's what the number says. So we should see, I would expect to see improvement. And I would expect also to see how much improvement, whether it's 5%, whether it's 10%. Okay, we are approaches, we did not meet, so are those students able to read now? Are they reading better? I don't think I have to keep going. I think I've made my point. But if we could just make sure, again, how do we know it's working? We have this money, it's here, and we need to know if it's working. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gilliam. Thank you, Ms. Hubbard. And I agree. I think reviewing the REN 360 MOY will be insightful to know if we're moving in the right direction. And I pray to God the needle's moving where we want it to move for these kids. Mr. Hamilton.
Yes, thank you, Madam President.
Waiting patiently. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. Thank you, Mr. Gwynn. Thank you, Mrs. Hubbard, for the additional information. So a couple things quickly, since we'll be here for a while tonight, probably. So one thing I know, I think it's worth reiterating. We may not need a reminder of this, but I think it's worth stating again that one of the goals with, in addition to obviously tackling the budget situation, we need to cut these costs so that we can be aggressive with teacher pay and stay competitive with our other districts. I know we know that, but when you're doing something hard, sometimes you need to be reminded of things that are obvious. And then secondly, just a request for an update. So when we did the efficiency audit last year, so our ratio of teachers to non-teachers was worse than both the state average and the peer district comparison. So I'd like to see if we can get, if I can get an update of that ratio. I'd like to see that moving in the direction of being more aligned with peer districts and the state average. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mrs. Day.
Thank you, Madam President. So the slide on the screen, perfect. I just want to clarify two things. So on the left, $42.2 million. When you see over here, when you state they will be fully utilized by end of 22-23 year, does that mean by that year we'll have nothing left, or we need to be used? I understand the fund needs to be used by September 2023, right? So I just want to clarify, do you anticipate we're going to use all of ISER 2 fund by end of, before they expire?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. We expect by the end of this school year, which is in June of 2023, that all of the ESSER 2 funds will be fully utilized and we will be at zero with the $42.2 million, having expended it all.
So, and then thank you for that. So my next question is on the right, my right side, the $19 million. So is that the $19 million from ESSER 3 fund?
Yes, that's correct. Because because of the number of vacancies that we've had, we have not utilized those funds at the rate that we expected. And so at the end of this school year, we'll have $19 million in unallocated ESSER 3 funds. And that means that we would continue paying for the items that you see above, and this is over and above those funds that are listed above. And so it's truly money that we could allocate to help offset the deficit potentially, or if the state comes through with state aid, redirect those funds elsewhere within the budget.
Thank you for that. And also the last question. So I guess you're going to reevaluate all those interventionist positions, right, at some point?
Yes, ma'am. At the end of the 2023 school year, that would be when we have to do that. The forecast that we've shown previously includes those positions coming into the general fund, but as Ms. Hannon asked earlier, it still would have to be evaluated by the board. That's just the assumption we're making at this point.
So the reason I'm asking, actually, I want to follow up with Ms. Hannon's question. So basically, you are not planning to reevaluate until that time. Because the reason I'm looking at this, because all the left funds, you can transfer to general fund, right? You can set the deficit. So that's why, does that make sense to evaluate the positions before, or it doesn't make sense? Or
that would be an option, but I think that comes back to the question that Dr. Gilliam was asking that Ms. Hubbard answered, and that is, if we determine that those positions are not meeting the needs of students, yes, ma'am, we do have the opportunity to reevaluate how those funds are expended and redirect them elsewhere. So the assumption is right now, based on how we do things in finance, is that, yes, that's moving forward. But as we receive direction from the departments, or if the board determines that that's not the direction that we ultimately want to go, we do have the ability to make adjustments to that. But at this point, just from a financial forecasting standpoint, we make the assumption that it continues forward.
Okay, thank you for that. So now you hear from different, now I feel like we have different pieces. Now it's kind of putting together. So thank you so much. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Mrs. Day. Mr. Hamilton, do you have anything additional? No? Okay. And first of all, thank you all for asking all of those questions. I think our sentiments are along the same lines of wanting to know how effective that is. I have one quick question. If you can just please provide some clarity, Mr. Gwynn. On page 17 with the forecast and the adjusted budget, I see that our forecast has improved some, and I'd like to focus on the use of the ESSER, and that previously we were supplanting with $27 million, and now is the 19. Can you tell me the difference in what we would currently be supplanting with the adjustments made?
So as you see the presentation before you now, the $19 million in ESSER funding that's available is not included in this number, meaning we would be asking the board to make the deliberate decision to do supplanting once more in 2019, or we would be making that recommendation that you all use that. And so if I'm hearing you correctly, for the 22-23 school year, there was a deliberate decision to use $27 million. The available ESSER that we're forecasting to have available at the end of this year is not currently forecasted in the budget. Does that answer your question?
Okay, and you're saying we would not need to supplant?
Well, based on it, the answer is it depends. So at this point, we have neither ESSER nor additional state aid included in the budget. And so what we're hearing from the state is that there will likely be an increase to the basic allotment. There could be additional increase because of the statutory requirement to adjust the Tier 2 golden penny yield. If they do those two things, those are additional revenues to the district. And so that would not necessitate the need to use ESSER fundings if that occurs. So at this point, we're leaving the ESSER funds free and clear until we determine what the state ultimately does. But the state could come through if
Gotcha. So
summary.
it's wide open. And then the $27 million that was already approved and budgeted to use of the ESSER is not changing.
That is correct.
Okay.
That
we
is not
must move
changing.
forward with that.
Yes, ma'am.
That's a shame, despite the increase in enrollment, that it didn't have any change in that. And it, honestly, it's frustrating because I was really hoping that that increase would alleviate some of those ESSER funds so we could have it more for staff. Anyhow, Mr. Garcia, you have additional comments, questions?
Ma'am, I do have one more question. If they increase the basic allotment, but they also increase the instructional materials allotment, that's separate than the basic allotment, correct? Okay, so then what I met with a couple of state reps this week, and you don't know until they sign on the dotted line, but what I'm being told is that the increase in the basic allotment would be no strings attached, meaning you could give the teachers a raise, the step, whatever we decide to do, help offset the deficit. So there's no strings attached. Typically, I think it was in 2019, they said you had to give a certain percentage toward teacher pay raises, or it was a certain amount, I think.
Yes, and so that is written into statute going forward. So that was from the 86th legislative session, and what House Bill 3 did is it greatly increased the basic allotment. But the way that they wrote it is that 30% of any increase to that basic allotment or future increases to the basic allotment, 30% has to be allocated for teachers, librarians, counselors, and there's one other group, I think, nurses, that have to be included as part of that. So 75% of the 30% has to be given to that group, with the remaining 25% for others. So technically, I guess it is going to be free and clear, assuming they don't add any additional, but we will have to dedicate 30% of that to increases.
That makes sense. And I'm also eyeballing that $19 million toward staff. Would be nice. We just got to wait to see how it all plays out in Austin. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Garcia. And yes, we want to take care of our people. All right. I think that sums up this item. Thank you, Mr. Gwynn, very much. The next item we have is item C, the proposed bond 2023 overview. And Mr. Bassett, we will
Yes, ma'am.
pass it on to you, sir.
Yes, I'm going to be tag teaming with Mr. Gwynn on this. We're going to get started with this. That's our logo, which you've seen. Okay. All right, so you actually, some of the engagement we've had, you've heard from some of our BOC members during the public comment earlier. Of course, we worked with the EDC, and we talked about the survey the last time. We have just point out 68% support when folks are informed. So we've got a lot of work to do with regard to the election, the campaign. All right, so the proposed bond, and this is where we were Thursday, going into the Thursday meeting, $1.21 billion, which includes the two propositions. May need additional 1 penny. And so we're saying we're going to try to avoid it, okay, but we have to plan on a penny at this 1.2. The existing tax rate of $1.13.5, it will not increase overall, but we will need that penny on the INS side. You know what's those various things that are in the Proposition A, the 1.16, and so you can see those there. And then the Proposition B is the 52.5. So this is the chart similar to what you've seen before. We haven't changed this yet. Again, the natatorium and the transportation facility. We were waiting for survey data, but we're going to be talking about those options here in a few minutes with based on some of the feedback we got Thursday, and then after the Thursday meeting. The big rocks there. You got the deficiencies for $615 million. That's one of the big. That's over half of the total number. And you can see the grayed out portion for the classroom tool set and the staff computer refresh. That makes up the amount for the additional Proposition B. Okay, here's the ballot language as it stands, and this has changed from the last time you saw it based on the feedback we got in terms of making sure we didn't have confusion between the two propositions when it came to technology. So bond council agreed that we would be able to include all of the network-related items and all of those kinds of infrastructure things in terms of the equipment of school buildings, which is in the very first sentence. And so we don't really mention technology in this ballot language, but the rest of it you've seen and familiar with. Proposition B is the amount for technology, including the teacher, staff, and student devices. Okay, so we had the workshop on Thursday. I participated remotely. I had a bad connection a few times, and so after that time, I was still in Austin, and Brian and the team were working. So I'm going to let him go through what we've created.
Thank you, Steve. So you all are, I think, very well aware. Option 1 is the bond that was as presented. So Proposition A at $1.16 million, Proposition B at $52.5 million for the total of $1.21 billion and the total overall bond. We also looked at Option 2, which is a bond with an auditorium. And so that would maintain Proposition A as presented, Proposition B as presented, and would require the addition of a third ballot proposition at $22.9 million for the bond, the auditorium. Keep in mind that thank you, Long. Keep in mind that there was a legislative change in the prior legislative session that now requires athletic facilities be considered as a separate proposition for voter approval. This is what the language on the ballot would look like. So it's very similar to what you've seen on the prior ones. It shows the dollar amount and then specifies that those funds would be used for the construction and acquisition of an auditorium within the district. There was also a third option that we were asked to consider, and that is to bring the bond below $1 billion. And so in order to do that, the recommended changes that we would make is Proposition A as presented as $1.16 billion or $1.6 billion, and that would include the removal of middle school 16 at $82 million, removing elementary school 55 of $46 million, and that is the elementary school that would be considered in the Harvest Green area, and then to reduce the expenditures on life cycle deficiencies by $35 million. And so those would be the adjustments needed to bring that total Proposition A to $998.5 million, with Proposition B remaining unchanged. The change that you would see in the ballot language would only be to that dollar amount. Everything else would stay the same. So you can see that there it's changed to $998.5 million. And then the fourth option that we considered would be if we were to move forward with the bus facility. And so the bus facility or the transportation facility, as it's referenced, I think, previously, Proposition A as presented was the $1.16 million. The bus facility does not require a separate proposition because it's considered part of construction and improvements to existing facilities. And so the recommendation would be to incorporate it into Proposition A if that were to move forward. And so Proposition A as revised would be $1.18 billion. Proposition B would remain as presented at $52.5 million. And then the total bond with the transportation facility would be $1.256 billion in total. And again, that if we were to move forward with that option, it would be within the Proposition A. This is how that language would read. The change to the ballot language is specific to the $1.18 billion, and again, that would be the minor change that would occur there. We've also undergone tax rate and fund balance analysis related to the options, some of the options that are out there. And so things that we need to consider as we look at the INS or the income and sinking component of the tax rate is, what is our property value growth going to look like? The size and timing of our bond issuance, the construction project cash flows, use of commercial paper, interest rates on bonds, and the permanent school fund guarantee. And so one of the things that I do want to clarify is we can also look at our fund balance capacity. And so debt service fund balance is not used by the rating agencies when they look at our overall bond rating. That is exclusive to the general fund. And so we have flexibility within our existing financing structure to use that fund balance when it's absolutely necessary. And one of the things that you can say is that the fund balance within the debt service fund, as opposed to the general fund, is it does provide some stability to manage the tax rate and interest rate fluctuations. So as an example, if you had debt payments in 1 year from a variable rate that spike, and then they're gone the following year, you could potentially use fund balance to help smooth that without impacting the tax rate for 1 year. And so that's some of the practices that we've used in the past, although what I would say is that it has been very rare historically for us to use fund balance within the debt service fund, but it remains an option. And so as we look at this, if you look across the right of this table, if the district were to do a $1 billion bond proposition, $1.2 billion, $1.4 billion, $1.6 billion, you can see what the tax rate impact is across each of those propositions. So with a $1 billion, we would necessitate a 1 cent increase to the tax rate. For the $1.2 billion, it's the same 1 cent. And then when we go up to $1.4 billion, that's the point at which we basically used our capacity and would need to add an additional 2 cents to the tax rate to make that feasible. And then for $1.6 billion, we would need to ultimately go up to a 5 cent tax rate increase. Well, I'll show you more on the next slide, but it's really the timing of when we do the issuances that drives when those specific tax rates adjustments would occur. The other side to this is use of fund balance. And so if we were to go with $1 billion in the tax rate scenario that we've shown, we would ultimately draw down fund balance by $15 million. And again, what I want to emphasize is the fund balance in that debt service fund would not be used by rating agencies to adjust our ratings. They will look at the general fund only. And for the $1.2 billion, we could use ultimately $11 million. For $1.4 billion, because of the way that we have that one structured and the timing, we anticipate we would not use our debt service fund balance. And then on the $1.6 billion, up to $11 million of fund balance. The final line that you notice on there is, would we need a policy exception? And so the way that our current budget and strategic framework that's approved by the board each year is worded is that we must maintain 20% of the debt service payment for the upcoming year in our debt service fund balance. And so there is the potential that utilizing fund balance could bring us below that, but that is an internal policy, not something that is external, and the board could choose to allow us to go over that limit. Up to this point, we have never come to a point where we've had to come forward with that. But what I would say is that in the 2018 bond modeling, it did include the anticipated use of fund balance. However, up to this point, and we're essentially completed with the issuance of debt for that, we have not utilized fund balance to assist with that. However, we show it from a modeling perspective because we're very conservative in how we move forward with that. And so, as an example, in all of our debt issuance scenarios, we're not assuming we have any savings from future refundings. And recall, that's where we take debt that's been issued at a higher interest rate, refund it at lower rates, and that creates savings in our debt fund service. And we shared with you all last month what those savings look like. And so that is not built in. We also are historically, our property value growth has been higher than estimated. And so the way that we end up with a fund balance within the debt service fund is when the final certified roll, which that's something of a misnomer because the Central Appraisal District constantly evaluates property values coming on the roll. When they come in higher, we benefit from that revenue in the debt service fund. And so the revenues come in, but they're not specifically earmarked for debt service payments, so it flows to our bottom line. And so that's how that fund balance is built up over time. So I say all that to say that what we are outlining and modeling for you is very conservative intentionally, because ultimately what we would hope is that the scenarios that we've outlined don't necessarily fully come to fruition, and we end up in a better position than what we are showing. But as you've seen with the 2018 bond, it has worked out to our advantage with lower interest rates, and we did not have to utilize fund balance, even though it was originally projected that we would do that. And so this is an actual look at what the tax rates would look like, and the reason you see some of those fluctuations. We've highlighted for each of those columns going from 23 through 33, so 10 years out, where we would anticipate the use of fund balance if it were to occur. And you can see that on this, we would be giving the board warning in advance of it actually occurring. And so if the bond goes forward and is approved in 23, and in 24 we do a debt issuance, even in 25 we do a debt issuance, we would have some warning that that were to occur. And as an example, one of the strategies that we could use is with the 1 cent, although it's not necessarily modeled here, we could implement that sooner rather than later and begin paying down debt to prevent the use of fund balance. But on the other hand, we could also go out to that point and issue the debt and use fund balance. So it's a matter of strategy in terms of how we move that forward. But the long and short is, you can see on each of these, it's not an immediate use of fund balance, and it's typically done over 2 successive tax years when that could potentially occur. And so what the notes that we have here is that in the first scenario, which is a $1 billion bond, we could use up to the $15 million. That could occur in 26 or 27. In scenario B of $1.2 billion, that's $11 million, and again, that would be in the same year. And then finally, with the $1.6 billion scenario, that includes a 5-cent tax rate increase, and you'll notice that we're not timing that to occur at the beginning. The tax rate would increase beginning in 26, and then increase in 27 and 28 would be when that would ultimately come into effect, if that would be to be the scenario that moved forward. And so again, it's a somewhat complicated scenario that we would bring forward, but we would work closely with bond counsel and our financial advisor to try to minimize any increase to the tax rate, first of all, and second of all, to do whatever we can to mitigate the use of fund balance. But it is a strategy that is an option to help smooth the overall impact that we have to taxpayers.
Okay,
And
thank
with
you,
that,
Mr.
we can
Gwynn.
answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gwynn, and particularly thank you for adding those slides specifically on the fund balance use from the question this afternoon. I know that was short notice, so thank you. But first, I'm going to open it up to the board, and we'll start with you, Mrs. Day.
Thank you, Madam President. So I'm going to ask for everyone here give me a little bit more time, because I do have something to explain to our fellow trustees. So give some background. So basically, so here is what happened. So at the very beginning, start discussion of this bond, I made multiple times, I made a statement in the public. I really prefer this bond to be conservative. The reason for that is the district, we do need the bond. We have a lot of facilities we really need repair and update. In order to pass the bond, I really feel we have to make the bond package conservative, and then we can go to the voters and explain all the item. And so that's why I've been asking that for many times. And my biggest question is regarding the $600 million facility deficiency package. So I've been asking, trying to find a reason, how does that number came up? Like, you know, it's been time passed by, and I never really got the answer. But anyhow, we have this consultant company the district hired, and to help with the bond election. During their presentation, they showed this very high confidence the bond can be passed at $1.2 billion. And possible also, like Mr. Bassett just stated, there's very big chance we don't have to increase the tax rate. But it may be, and then further, the consultant company doing the survey, they also clarified, based on their survey, even we have the 1 cent increase, the passing rate is still very high. So at this point, we had the Thursday meeting, right? And I'm going to ask Fadazi, Ms. Fadazi, if you can put up the slides regarding to the facility deficiency chart. I'm going to keep talking. So during the Thursday meeting, it was very helpful to show one of the slides and presented there. Yes, right here. So this slides shows us, based on 2014, actually we need more than we got, right? We need. And then same thing happened again 2018. And during the presentation, we all heard the very passionate, the asking the school, a lot of our school facility condition. To be honest, I'm also tired of every time I go campus visit, there's always something like the AC is not working, there's leaking, there's plumbing issue. So after the meeting, really, during the meeting, I asked that question. I said, okay, now we are going to the voter. We're asking for $600 million, $616 million for the facility. And then at the same time, we're still short for $448 million. So that's why because the consultant, the survey result, we have such a high confidence we can pass this. And after that, I did, when Ms. Malone called me on Friday asking me for feedback from this meeting, I mentioned to her, I said, what if we go higher than $1.2 billion? So during the conversation, we asked Mr. Bassett to join us. And we had this conversation, and we asked them for this analyst report based on from 1 billion, 1.2, 1.4, 1.6. Due to the TOMA, so we cannot share this information. So I just want our fellow trustee to understand why we have those extra slides today. So that's really the reason. So I do have a couple of questions. So for the $11 million we need to draw from debt service, can you elaborate on that?
Yes. So within the debt service fund, we currently have a fund balance that is available. Part of it is typically used to pay the debt on the upcoming August payment that we make, but we're also have funds in excess of that. And so what we have forecasted within the 2023 proposed bond is within the fund balance that we have available, and we would still be able to make those debt service payments as required. The question would be, at the time that those payments would be made, is would we be within that 20% requirement that is set forth in the board's policy? And if we were not going to be in that, we would have to come to the board and ask for an exception to the policy in order to move forward with that, or we would have to find a way to structure the debt in a way that would keep us below that policy and avoid the use of that fund balance.
Okay, thank you for that. Also, today during the information exchange, there's statements saying the $1.2 billion already show the maximum capacity the district we could be absorbed based on the interest rate. Can you elaborate on that too?
Can you repeat the last part of the question?
Oh, so they said that $1.2 billion is the maximum capacity the district we can absorb based on the interest rate.
Okay, so essentially where we are with that is that based on the projections that we are making with a 1 cent tax rate increase, we are meeting the capacity to have $1.21 billion in bond payments. And so if anything were to change in terms of issuing additional debt over the $1.21 billion, we would require additional debt capacity, which would have to come through a tax rate increase above the 1 cent.
Okay, so if we can see that slides with 3 cents, like 1.2, 1.4, is that possible?
Yes, we'll get that pulled back up for you.
Okay, thank you. I think the one before this one. Yes, right here. So I'm still learning this. So basically for $1.4 billion bond, we will do a increase by 3 cents.
Correct. We would need 2 additional pennies to service the debt service related to that debt over and above a $1.2 billion bond.
So, I mean, I can be very wrong, but very off on this. So basically, for example, 300K household average, how much money are we talking about if we do 3 cents increase?
Okay, give me just a second because I'm having to do math in my head, and that's not that easy. Although I'm a finance person, I use Excel on a day-to-day basis and a calculator. I just want to emphasize that. And I was not a math major. I was a political science major, but don't tell anyone.
You're just trying to delay the time.
Yes, I'm trying to do the mental math in my head. But for each 1 cent on the tax rate for a $100,000 house, which we can apply that to that, it's about 83.3 cents.
Okay.
And so for a 3 cents, that would be about $2.40 on the tax rate for a $100,000 house. And so if you multiply that by 3, you would be about $6.60.
I think it's 7.5.
7.5, yeah.
That number. See, I told you. I was great. I'm great at math. I want every math spelling bee there. Oh,
Okay.
wait, those are not.
Should we be like really worried? Okay. All right. So, but with this, so we don't need to draw any fund balance for 1.4 billion, and we don't need to do the policy exception.
Well, what I would say, and that's why this next slide is important, it has to do with the timing of when we do the tax rate adjustments. And so you'll notice on the 1.4 billion, there is an immediate tax rate increase in 2023 based on the timing of when we issue that debt. And so because you're bringing in that additional tax rate and even the following year, you're able to delay or to avoid the use of fund balance. We could use a similar strategy with the 1.2 billion as well. Again, keep in mind we're trying to avoid a tax rate increase to the extent possible. However, a strategy that we could employ would be to shift the tax rate and make it occur sooner, and that way that would give us capacity by paying off debt earlier to avoid the use of the fund balance and doing that policy requirement. But what we're modeling here is how it is currently laid out in the bond election education material that we've provided, as well as the long-range planning we've done for that bond. But what I would say is that we're not locked into that tax rate increase occurring in 2024. As based on what you've heard, if you want to avoid that, you could consider a tax rate increase in 2023 if you so chose. But our recommendation at this point would be to avoid the tax rate shock. We could use fund balance and prevent a tax rate increase until 2024. But again, it is an option.
Thank you. I would like my fellow trustees to ask some questions. Thank you, everyone, for being so patient with me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Day, and thank you for sharing how it came up with the full board. I think I want to add one thing to that, though, usually I go last, but I want to just add one thing for full transparency, too. The other item that came up today was there was an email about the $11 million use of fund balance. And so we wanted clarification on whether that was M&O or INS fund balance. And then in addition to that, regarding the policy, just so you guys understand and know where we're coming from on this, we would have to amend our policy, our financial strategic policy, to change the percentage as he already articulated. I just want to make sure y'all are clear and understand. So anyhow.
Well,
all right.
And Ms. Malone, if I may interject, you won't actually have to change the policy. The policy can stand. What would need to happen is the board would have to vote to make a one-time exception to the policy. And so meaning that in the future as it comes down, we would still have to adhere to that 20%, but we would have to come back to the board for any exceptions, one-time exceptions to that.
Okay. And then I guess since we're going to go on this for a minute, on the policy, I'll just tell you naturally what concerned me. As soon as I see or I hear or I read that we have to modify a policy, I'm immediately wondering, why does the policy exist in the first place? Why is there a 20%? And so to be honest with y'all, I just found out about this afternoon, so I haven't, had the chance to understand why did the former board create a policy with 20%. And there hasn't been the time to digest that or to know. The other thing, though, that you already answered to, but my immediate question as well was, does the policy with changing the 11 million, would it impact our AA plus rating? Because frankly, I don't want us paying a risk premium if it means that we have to use $11 million of INS fund balance, and you're telling me no. And so I do want to know from Mr. Jose Villaseñor, and I want to hear from him, and make darn good and sure we're not making a misstep here. And so that's just where I am with that. But I'm going to, again, open it up to the board for questions, and I just wanted to make sure you guys, that we're all aware. We're all on the same team working together. All right, Mr. Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam President. So I was in the same place with Trustee Day as far as wanting this to be as conservative as possible, and even last week made the comment that I'd like to keep it below the $1 billion if possible, so that we can. So there's just kind of the sales pitch benefit, but then there's also the keeping the tax rate the same benefit. But as we've discussed further, and as we look into what that would actually look like, I think that I definitely think there's a need for elementary school 55 and middle school 16, and the rebuilds of Clemens and Briargate and Mission Bend. I think all three of those will save money in the long run by building new campuses instead of continuing to invest in maintenance. And just as you go all the way down through the list, it's hard to find anything to cut. Especially Mrs. Fusetti did a great job with the presentation on Thursday with helping us understand the history of the fact that the need was greater in 2014 than the bond amount was, and so a lot of that got pushed forward, and then eventually got done in the 2018 bond. But then by the time we got there, the need in the 2018 bond was much greater than the dollar amount in the bond there, and so now we're dealing with retroactively dealing with maintenance issues that should have been dealt with larger bonds in the past. And so we've had several situations, and there were some good examples in that meeting last week where in order to save money in the short run, we actually spent a lot more money in the grand scheme of things. And so I think squeezing the bond down to $1 billion would be more of the same of sacrificing the long-term financial conservative approach. Just to squeeze it and try to get it passed. And so I think, as Trustee Day mentioned, the consultant made a convincing appeal that they can help us get this passed at $1.2 billion, and I think that's the option that we need to go with. I also would like to see the natatorium on the east side. We currently have two swimming facilities. One's on this campus here, right across the parking lot, and then the other one is on kind of on the far northwest side of the district. And so I would like to see the natatorium, and we can let the voters decide by putting that on the ballot and letting them vote for it to see if they want to see that or not. And one more thing, Mr. Bassett, you helped me understand this, and I'm sure you can explain it better than I can. So I was assuming that paying off debt, the paying down the debt that enables the $1.2 billion to only come at a one penny tax rate increase. I assumed that meant that the tax rate would actually drop if the bond fails, but you helped me understand that that's not the case. So can you explain that, please?
Yes, sir. So the reason why it wouldn't go down is that we would recommend that the tax rate stay the same, because what happens, and we benefited by having a stable tax rate. That's one of the reasons why our debt per student is low compared to the other districts around us. But if the bond failed, we would keep the rate the same, and we would pay debt off early, okay, until as much as we can, until we have a successful bond. We're going to need to have, if we don't have this bond successful, we're going to have to come back in November. All of these buildings are still going to be in the situation that they're in. So we would recommend keeping this rate the same, pay it off early, and then go back to the voters in November. Okay, so the only way I would see us, recommending to lower the debt rate over time is if we weren't going to keep up with the buildings. I mean, if something happened and the district didn't need to continue, but we have 100 facilities, and these 100 facilities are going to continue to deteriorate, and so we want to continue to pay the debt off early and then be able to maintain a stable tax rate the best we can through the years.
And one thing to add to what Steve mentioned, our current debt structure that uses the 1 penny assumes that going forward. And so the $1.2 billion becomes part of that debt planning, but overall our structure is set up around 1 cent. And so the 1 additional cent, that would not allow us to go down. So we're assuming an underlying, we maintain our debt structure, but add that 1 penny. Ms. Malone, I do want to address one question that you mentioned, and what I would say is you mentioned Mr. Villasenor, and unfortunately it didn't occur to me to have him here tonight, but what I would say is that the $1.2 billion specific to that plan that has been put together, Hilltop, our financial advisor, has been instrumental in helping us build the long-range forecast for that, including the use of the fund balance. And so we can certainly have them reiterate their support of that plan and having reviewed it. But I do want to say that what we've put together, not so much for the $1 billion, the 1.4 and the 1.6, because that was done in the last day, but Hilltop Securities, our financial advisor, is always involved at the front end of any bond planning we do, in addition to our bond counsel that's here from Bracewell, Mr. Jonathan Frell. So I apologize for not having Mr. Villasenor here tonight, but again, they are instrumental in helping us put together the long-term proposal that comes forward for the board's consideration.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gwynn.
I don't have a thing, but I need to say something when my time. Oh, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Garcia, I'll definitely get to you, Mrs. Williams.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate the speakers that came in tonight to advocate for the bond, particularly members from those communities, from the Briargate, Mission Bend, Blue Ridge communities. It certainly makes some of these decisions easier. And understanding that the 2018 bond was supposed to be a phase approach, and we didn't do the bond in 2021. So I appreciate all the information that has been put out and painting the story of how we got to where we are now. I can definitely see the need. There's definitely a need, absolutely. There's a need for schools, the middle school on the north side, on the east side. There's definitely a need for the elementary school in Harvest Green, and we've got aging facilities that need to be addressed and addressed quickly. So I have heard feedback from the community and community leaders that, because I'm getting calls and emails from folks, well, what about my school? What about my school? What about my portion, my feeder pattern? So as I'm trying to look at the report that we got in January and sort of give them an idea what some of those things are coming for some of these certain schools, maybe that some of the things that we could do is maybe include sort of a long-range plan. And I know it's probably kind of hard to do when we say we expect to rebuild these schools in the next couple of years, but then 5 years down the road, the next bond, we plan on rebuilding new schools because those plans can change. But I think if we can have a vision and we can say down the road, this is what we want to do. We want to correct and we want to update these aging facilities, rebuild these aging facilities so that there's, I would say, hope that, some of these older schools will get addressed quicker than sooner rather than later. So those are just some of the things that I'm hearing. And one of the things, in getting back to this slide that we're on right now, that I noticed that if we do a $1.2 billion bond with or without either the natatorium or with or without the bus facility, or even if you include everything and the bus facility and the natatorium, the tax rate would still go up by a penny. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct. I do want to emphasize one thing that I think we've shared in the past with the board is that if we were to add an auditorium, that will generate additional operating costs. And so what I would say is that if we were to pass that, could we find capacity within the existing budget? The answer is maybe. As you all are aware, we are very much in a reduction type mode. And so that we would have to make additional reductions in order to account for those operations, or the better option would be to go through a VATRE to add in those additional operating funds to fully fund that facility from both a debt side and an operating side.
What is a typical operating cost for our natatoriums now?
And I don't know that I have that information at the tip of my fingers, but we can certainly provide that.
Okay. Well, that sort of makes some of that thinking a little bit differently. On the bus facility, it would be, where is it going to be at again? And that the reason behind the facility is to help with logistically getting buses to our students quicker and operating more efficiently and saving fuel costs and things like that. Where would it be located again?
So that would be along the 521 corridor, close to Crawford High School. We have a lot of land over there.
Okay. And we've calculated, do we have any idea what that savings would be in terms of maintenance and fuel costs and things like that? Any ideas on any of that?
Just ballpark, but it would definitely reduce the deadhead mileage that we have with all the buses driving from Lake Olympia all the way down there, and we also feel like it would just improve service as well.
Right. Okay. Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Ms. Williams?
Okay, my question is around the $615 million. I'm clear on the new schools being needed. I get it, and also I've heard from the community. Okay, and I have also heard from the community. They want the new schools, and they want me to vote for the bond. Again, I'm not really all in on the bond, but I'm going to support what they want. So I'm trying to understand the $615 million. If we have a maintenance and facility department, why aren't they responsible for keeping the buildings in good condition?
She's on the side. Okay. Do you want to take a stab at that?
And so I think we've talked about the need being larger than the budget. And it spills into facilities as well. The way we work today is on deferred maintenance, not preventative maintenance, and that is totally due to budget. The budget that we currently have to maintain our buildings goes through deferred maintenance. And so facilities can maintain an air conditioning system, absolutely. But that air conditioning system at some point needs to be replaced, just like in your house. At some point in our house, our roof is going to have to be replaced. We can patch it a couple of times, but at some point it needs to be replaced. And the air conditioning is the same thing. We maintain it once a year, once every 2 years, but at some point after 6, 8, 10 years, it has to be replaced. And that is exactly what happens to our facilities. For the flooring, it's the same thing. We patch and we fix the areas that start getting worn, but at some point, there's no more patching that can be done. We have to replace the entire flooring. And so that is truly how it works. Facilities can paint areas of a building throughout the year. They get scratched, they get damaged, they can go back and paint them. But at some point, the entire school needs to be painted. And so that is when bond comes in and pays for those large capital expenses to improve the facilities.
Okay, I understand that. But my point is this. Why can't we hire the personnel if our schools are basically needing repair? And I'm getting letters from individuals who work in facilities basically saying the same thing. The certified habit people are not present. We don't have the most licensed personnel there. If we start to invest in getting those employees to come on board with Fort Bend ISD, maybe we wouldn't have to pay $615 million. I mean, we wouldn't be seeking $615 million in a bond if those employees were in-house. An example, the COO in Houston, that's why he's in trouble now, because they have individuals employed who can do the work, yet he would go outside and steer those contracts to his friend when we have the employees in-house. So I'm wondering if we can reduce that number by spending time hiring personnel who's capable of doing the job. For instance, when you talk about when I hear about 100 facilities, let's say if we're spending it's not going to be $1 million a year. But let's say we spend $100,000 or $200,000 a year. We still wouldn't get to $615 million because we have this number because we're going to contract the work out instead of doing it in-house.
The work that we are contracting with the bond is capital work, and so it is different than the maintenance work. When you could repair a unit, a large chiller or a cooling tower, you can come in and repair parts and pieces. At some point, it needs to be replaced completely, and when it needs to be replaced completely, you got to look into engineering to replace it, right? Code changes many times, and so when you go replace it, it's not just swapping one out and putting one in. There's engineering that has to come into place to make sure that the new unit fits the requirements for that building. And so facilities, they don't do that. They don't have the capacity to do that. And I don't think it's about the number of employees that we have in facilities. It's about the capital work that requires design engineering for the new equipment to come in.
Right, and I can understand that. I understand that. But I'm stating the minor stuff, painting, flooring, roofing. Those are things that facilities should be able to handle.
And they do, absolutely. We have roofers on staff. We have certified air conditioning technicians on staff. We have certified electricians, certified plumbers, and so we do. But it's the scale of the facilities. We have 13 million square feet of facilities, and we maintain the best we can.
But we're not doing those facilities every year. My point is this, and you know more about it than I do, but I'm just basically stating that if we can take some of the work that we're contracting out and start to handle it in-house, we can save money, and that goes to purchasing. If we are buying it in-house, then we can get the wholesale prices, because as someone who done work in the residential part of it, I understand that if I'm going to bring you a toilet, I may have bought it wholesale for $75, but I'm going to charge you $300. And those figures start to add up when you start to get a contractor or even a subcontractor out there. So I'm just stating we can look at it from hiring more personnel and start trying to do more of these jobs in-house instead of contracting them out. Is basically why I'm not so comfortable with the $615 million. I would hope we could at least start to visit that and start to do some of that in-house. But you know more than I do. You're the professional.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Could y'all maybe touch on that, since she's asking if you were to do that, how it would impact M&O versus INS? If we were to have additional staff to do all of that?
And because of the way we're funded, we have the two main things here. So we're talking about the debt service fund and bonds and whatever else, and so that's all in this one bucket. And so the other bucket, the M&O side, where we're paying staff and whatever else, that's where we're really having a lot of trouble now. That's where we're making cuts. We have limited funds, okay? And so we have the capacity on the bond side to be able to handle all of these issues with the buildings, and we have a long list of issues, to the tune of $615 million, and there's more than an additional $400 million that are priority ones that we're not even including. So we have $1 billion worth of problems all over the district. And so if we were to bring in folks in-house to do that kind of work, then all those payments would be out of the M&O fund, okay? And we would not be able to raises, teachers. We just do not have the capacity on the general fund side to manage those kinds of investments. But that's the same. It's not just us. That's the same with all districts around the state. And that's one of the big drivers that you see it in so many more of these bonds going up that are over $1 billion. You got small districts with bonds of $600 million and stuff like that. And that's because they don't have the capacity on the M&O side to handle those fixes on an ongoing basis.
Understood. If they were employees, then we would have to put right.
That's exactly right.
Makes perfect sense. You're a genius.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, I don't know about that, but thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bassett, for clearing that up, and thank you, Ms. Williams, for your question. Mrs. Hannon.
Thank you. Could you go back one slide, please? And Ms. Fuzzetti, you can sit down, but I want to just publicly thank you, and I want to thank staff for the special meeting and the information that you provided last week. I know that most of us were there, and it was very informational. It was very helpful. You'll have to apologize, or I'm going to apologize, because it takes me a little while to digest things. So looking at this chart, I know that if we added the transportation and the natatorium, it still leaves us under $1.3 billion. Correct, right? And so, Mr. Gwynn, you wowed me with your math skills. And so I got to go back here. Was that 1 cent, the number that you told us was that, Ms. Malone asked, was that 1 cent or was that 3 cents?
That was 1 cent on a $300,000 home.
Okay. And so my question is, I have several, but remaining under the 1.3, does that take us up to 2 cents?
What I would say is that we believe at $1.2 billion, and when I say $1.2 billion, that's going up to $1.24 billion.
24.
Yes, we would have the capacity to fund within that. That could be funded within the 1 cent capacity. Now, we may have to shift the timing of some things, but ultimately we believe 1 cent would support $1.2
and the bus
billion.
facility and the natatorium with the Proposition C, that would remain under the 1.2
billion. Yes, ma'am.
That would be hit the sweet spot, right?
Correct.
Right. Okay. So thank you for that. And then I want to ask. I'm a little behind the game here with the one-time modification of policy. Can you tell me which policy we're referring to?
It would be our fiscal and budgetary strategy that the board adopts each year. So it's not a specific policy.
Okay, it's not in our policy online.
Correct.
Okay.
We reference it as policy because it's approved by the board each year, but it's not enshrined in a DK sense or from that perspective.
Okay, and I don't mean to put Mr. Frells on the spot with this, or maybe our staff. So I'm going back to, Ms. Malone maybe not understanding why that 20% rule was put in place for that policy piece. Is there any, what is the negative ramification of having to modify that one time?
From a one-time perspective, and quite honestly, we had the same discussion because keep in mind that the fiscal and budgetary strategy has been developed over literally several decades. And so we're inheritors of that, and we bring it forward each year. Would we be able to go back and pinpoint exactly why that was put in there? Probably not. It's not something that we necessarily disagree with either, because if there was ever a case where there was a natural disaster and people were unable to make their tax payments, it gives us flexibility within our own funds to ensure that we can make those debt payments in the event of some calamity. Now, whether that ever comes to pass, we don't know. But, I mean, if we just think about recently what happened in Deer Park and Pasadena, it's right at tax paying time, and those families are being hit with a natural disaster and may or may not be able to make those payments. And so my gut would tell me that was probably the reason for that. And so it adds a layer of protection that we have to ensure that we can make our bond payments in the event of something like that happening.
Okay. And so I'm just doing the math, wrapping around a 1 cent would be about $90 for a $300,000 home annually. Is that?
No, it would be $30.
It would be $30.
$30, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
$2.50 a month.
Okay.
1 penny on the average home.
Okay. Well, that's even better. Okay, so I'm actually very glad to hear Mrs. Day and Mr. Hamilton, supporting that the bond doesn't need to be under that magic billion, and I think we can thank Ms. Fuzzetti in that meeting on Thursday. So I want to just underscore to my colleagues on the dais is that as we are, wanting to stay relevant, and we want to compete with surrounding districts. When we think about something like the natatorium, it brings equity into other parts of the district, and I understand that there's going to be some M&O funding that we're going to have to think about. But when we look, I mentioned Sci-Fair and Katie at our last meeting, but then I said, well, let me have a look at Lamar Consolidated. And I know they have a large natatorium and a large practice facility, but they also have, I believe, three practice facilities on high school campuses. They also offer all of their fourth grade, not offer, it is required that all fourth graders take a 12-week swim course as part of their physical education. So I really think, for us to stay relevant and in the game, we have to think about our kids and what programming that we can offer for them. And as I looked at the Friday update, and I do appreciate the pictures of the press boxes that came from way back in 2017, and when I looked at those, you know what, Title IX, the part that addressed females in athletics, that was passed in 1972. I was in elementary, it was in the 70s. And then 78, they said, you got to do it, you got to do it. So fast forward to 2023. So we need to look at, when we're doing the locker rooms, I know that's one of the items on here, looking at the press boxes, we need to, not only looking at equity across our campuses, but equity for all of our students, whether that's, our athletic facilities for our females. So I really support this bond. I love this community. I want to stay in this community, and I want this community to continue to be a viable place for our taxpayers and our homeowners. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Hannon. Dr. Gilliam?
And thank you. I'm going to go very, very quickly here. I definitely hear all of my colleagues here on the dais, and I am totally in agreement with the bond. And I, too, was, how can we make it to where it might be more palatable? But I have to give it up to, for those of you who are watching or who are here, and you've heard about Thursday. Well, last Thursday, we sat as a board, and we were provided information that I'm going to say for me was transparent. And with that, you told me the reason why we're in this situation, whatever it may be. And basically, we were talking about the deferred maintenance. And Ms. Fazzetti, I appreciate your candor when it comes down to just sharing, this is what happened. And as you were talking last Thursday, what I remember is when I would get in trouble and my mom would say, yeah, you shoulda, coulda, woulda. And that was sort of like, we should have done this, we could have done this, and had we known, we would have done this. And what I applaud is that we are now looking at a system. We can have this bond, and we can start making it better, and meaning that we don't have to always play catch up. I felt that we were always playing from last Thursday. It was a matter of playing catch up. So in the same, how can I put this? We always talk about being good stewards of the taxpayers' money, and I do believe that the bond and really looking at what we need and making amends right now, what is it that we have to do, and go on and get it done and begin a new process or a new beginning for Fort Bend ISD, to where now we are looking at equity across the district as it comes to building and making sure that we're doing what's right for kids in the buildings, and having a place where our students and our staff want to be and want to teach in, and students want to be there. So I applaud administration. You all have been very patient with us and making sure that questions are answered. So I just want to say thank you. And thank you, Dr. Whitback, for providing all of the information that we received last Thursday. I believe that was exceptionally beneficial to us. Thank you. Let me say, to me.
Thank you, Dr. Gilliam. But I think we all echo that. And so for that, I want to thank Dr. Whitbeck for making it happen. And I appreciate you working with me to quickly, and your team, to quickly orchestrate that and do a deep dive, because it was effective. You know, the truth is, you educate people, you bring them in the know, they understand, and then they can process the information and make good decisions. And frankly, the reason we're here is to ask questions. And we're here to get an understanding so we can make good decisions when we're standing up here or sitting up here as we press our buttons. So thank you, Ms. Fazzetti, for sharing that. I think seeing the smart sheet and seeing the line by line in the process and how you went there, and hearing your passionate plea was extremely helpful to this board. So helpful that the next day, as Ms. Day alluded, we got on the phone with Mr. Bassett and said, can we go higher? Because frankly, we're still going to be chasing our tail at $1.2 million, because we still have an additional $400 million in facilities that we can't, that we would, I don't want to say can't, that we would not be able to address, which is frustrating. And the question I asked that day was, what is our debt capacity? Or I should have said, maybe, what is our bond capacity? And, you know, we discussed it and we talked on Saturday, not everyone, right, but just with Mr. Bassett. And we said, hey, what if we add an additional penny? Based on the survey, it looks like it would pass. And frankly, we want district-wide equity. And if we can fix everything, why would we have one roof still leaking somewhere, or whatever it might be that's on that $400 million of priority ones? But these priorities are not like, oh, a luxury item, right? This is like real stuff. And so we asked, and we didn't know it would be so much work to provide the information. However, you did. And today I know you guys were working on it, and you were working with, I presume, Hilltop to come up with not this slide, but the other slide that shows the difference in the tax rates. Because we said, what would it do? And so I want the community to know, and the people and the staff, that we're not just accepting, we're asking questions, and we're saying, why not? And that we want the information so we can make these informed decisions as we ask the taxpayer to move forward and to pass a bond. And frankly, the most important thing is, whatever this bond is that we do, that it gets passed. That I know you mentioned, oh, we'd go back in November. I don't want to go back in November, frankly.
Yeah, we
that we need this, that if we can't get it done in May, I'm like, just push it to November. I don't want another black eye. That we need a success, and we need to move forward with that momentum. So it's apparent that the 1.6 we were talking about doesn't look like it's as tolerable as we were hoping. But now that we have the information, that's easy to digest, to say, okay, what is it? And this is what I want to be, that I really need to ask. So on Thursday, we all had the question, why? Why didn't we go back to the slide Ms. Day mentioned, where we didn't go for the full amount of facilities? Why? And what I heard was maybe the board didn't have the tolerance to go that high on the bond. And so we had the tolerance, and we said, okay, tell us the numbers. And so what I want to be clear, or I want to ask, is this the district's recommendation to the board that we move forward with 1.2, knowing that it addresses $615 million in facility deficiencies and leaves $400 on the books to address at a later date?
Yes, ma'am. That is our recommendation. You know, it took a couple decades to get in the situation that we're in, and we don't think we can fix this in one bond. All right. What we've sensed through the community or whatever else, and the reason why we worked on 1.2 from the very beginning was to try to put together something that was going to have no impact overall on the tax rate. Now, the fact is that $1.2 billion is still a heck of a lot of money, and you can't spend it all right away. It just takes a long time to spend. And so while I think there's pros and cons. What I would see us doing, depending on how things are going, or whatever else, I could see us coming back in 3 years, perhaps even 2 years, depending on how successful the rebuild concept is and things like that. And that was one thing that I mentioned whenever we talked about it. And so we could come back and we could at that time have a bond that knocks out the rest of the priority ones, even gets into some of the priority twos, which we've talked about would be beneficial. But then not only that, I think we would have time to plan, the transformation of our district, to talk about, what is that list of rebuilds? What could that look like? Okay, in terms of the other campuses, because we've already heard from others saying that, hey, well, why isn't my school getting rebuilt? And obviously we can't do them all at one time. But in this situation, you got certainly 2 being done, and depending on the capacity, depending on how property values go, depending on all kinds of things, because there's a long list of variables that goes into this. And you saw all those variables. We're confident that if we need to bring something back as early as 2 years to address things, but more importantly, probably even to address some rebuilds earlier, because the plan on the rebuild side is to get those in place by August of 2025. And so that means during 2025, people are going to be seeing these buildings up. I mean, they're going to be seeing structures. And so I think they're going to see that, and they're going to see if they take the time to go look at some of the beautiful schools we've been building over the years, they're going to be like, wow, this community is getting that. Okay, when's our turn? And so I think that's something we really have to think through. And so that's one of the reasons why. I think the other reasons is just we have the support of the Economic Development Council and the Chamber. They're locked and loaded to help us with the election and to support us. And so I'd hesitate to go back to them and say, hey, well, can you guys tolerate more pennies, than a penny or whatever else? And so that's just one of the other just practical reasons, because you heard a couple of those representatives speaking, but that's really where we're coming from right now.
Okay, so to be clear, this is the district's recommendation to the board to move forward with 1.2.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. A couple other questions and I want to piggyback on, I believe, Mr. Garcia, it was you who asked about the operations cost over the natatorium. So I, too, would like to know that information. We just talked to Ms. Williams, asked about why aren't we doing additional facilities and maintenance in-house? Well, because it affects the M&O, and that's where we're struggling. So heck, my kids are swimmers, right? I believe in swimming. I think it's fundamental. And so I support a natatorium, but I also want to know what is the impact on the M&O side, because frankly, I would rather see reading and math before I see swimming. This is my position. I don't know where everyone else stands, but as I see the cuts that we're making without knowing what the state's going to do, that's a real concern. And I appreciate swimming. There's no question about it. I think it's a fundamental life skill. But I do not want to see us shift money in M&O from reading and writing to, say, swimming. The second one is on the transportation facility. So the transportation facility would obviously be a capital improvement. However, tell me about that as well. Would that have an increase in operations cost at all, or is this just simply going to reduce our operations cost overall?
There would be some fixed staff at that site. Okay, so there would be an additional router, there would be an additional director, but we think that the deadhead mileage savings would be high enough to for that to be self-sustaining and hopefully have even more savings overall. It's very common for districts our size with the square mileage that we have to have more than 2 sites, and so that's we do think that that's the sound economic strategy.
Okay. Thank you for that. So to the board, this is just, this is an ask or a thought. Also, with regard to the change in the policy, so it's my understanding Hilltop Securities helps develop our strategic and budgetary policy every year, right? That we use them, they give us the guidance and counsel to how it's written. So, for example, the 20% that's currently there was per their guidance.
Well, I would say that they're a partner with us as we develop this, but again, just in...
Or their advisement, excuse me.
Right. In the years that I've been with Fort Bend ISD, which is, I guess, 7.5 years now, that one hasn't specifically been, I guess you could say, marked for review or re-review. And so we would have to interface with them and find out if they have any idea why that was put there. But I guess what I would say is the policy is created internally, and of course we share it with our stakeholders, with Bracewell, who was instrumental in helping us develop the disclosure component of the policy, and then also our FA as well, just to get feedback on how it looks and whether there are any recommended changes. That one has not been flagged previously for any changes.
Okay. So to the board, this is just my thought. One, I think it was important on Thursday that we kind of slowed down a minute to go fast, meaning we slowed down and we got the information that we needed. That smart sheet was unbelievably impactful to all of us as far as seeing the data. I think, this is me, again, natatorium, I think understanding the operations cost and how that would affect M&O is important information. At least estimates, ballpark. Additionally, with transportation, because it sounds like you pretty much already have it there. I think informed decisions are critical. In addition to that, I understand Hilltop Security, as you just mentioned, advised us in that policy. I would like to know why it was 20%, and if we're adjusting, I just would like their advisement in this process before moving forward. We already have a meeting booked on Thursday, should we choose to, if the board supports it. And so I know right now we're not making any motions or do anything. I just want to put it out there that I support moving the decision to Thursday. And so we'll move on to, you want to speak? Okay, sure. So that's it for me on this one. And Ms. Day, you'd like to speak.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. So first, I really wanted to echo on everybody here. I want to thank you, everyone, Dr. Wayback and Mr. Bassett. I'm sorry I probably ruined your Super Bowl weekend and along your team, so I really apologize. But the reason I keep asking questions, I think maybe by now everybody realize I'm a very data-driven person, and also I like to come to the conclusion by the information was provided to me. Because I truly believe my job here, like Ms. Malone said, is really to ask questions because we really work for the people in the community. So hopefully by us asking you questions, then if you can convince us, that's really how you and we all together can convince our voters, right, to pass this bond. So I really want to thank you for that. And also I want to explain why I've been, probably being such a pain during this whole process. So I appreciate everyone's effort, and I do also, I know this is not formal, but I do also asking the board to consider if we can move this to Thursday, because I just feel today we did have some new information, and I would like to digest a little bit more. So, yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Day. Ms. Hannon, do you have additional comments as well?
I have a clarification. Is this correct that this has to be approved by Friday and submitted to the elections office in Fort Bend County? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Okay. So I'm going to express to my colleagues on the dais that it makes me very nervous to wait until Friday. It's like turning your homework in at 11:59 when it's due at midnight. I'm prepared to vote. I would hate for any unforeseen event to occur where we couldn't meet as a board, with Friday being the day that we have to get that to the county elections office. So just some food for thought. And again, I'm prepared to vote. I respect Ms. Day and Ms. Malone's question, but I just want the board to consider that.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hannon. We will move on to our next item, and thank you guys for the fruitful discussion. Okay, the next item is item D, final recommendations for the following, and we'll start with number 1, the attendance boundaries to relieve William B. Travis High School and James Bowie Middle School and to align I.H. Kempner High School feeder pattern. And
Ms. Malone, we have a presentation to share that will incorporate all of the boundaries, but we'll go step by step beginning in the Northwest. And so as we enter into this presentation, I'd like to introduce or reintroduce everyone. We have Jody Ryder at the podium, along with Pyle Pandit-Talati, and they will be helping in the presentation this evening, along with our consultant from Cooperative Strategies, Karen Hamburg. Actually, she just told me she has a new last name. I'm so sorry. Karen Jackson. So we'll walk through the information with you and be able to share each section of the district that we're bringing to you for consideration this evening. I know that Karen will be bringing up kind of the tail end of the Northwest, and she'll pause for questions around the Northwest before we move into the Southeast portion. Ready?
Good evening. My name is Pyle Pandit-Talati, and I wanted to say good evening to the Board of Trustees, members of the community, parents, and our staff. Tonight we will be discussing attendance communities for 2 areas of the district, the Northwest and the Southeast, specifically the elementary and the high schools in the Southeast. For those in the room and those watching tonight, I request that you pause for a moment and to reflect on the meaning of community. What does community mean to all of us? For me, it's a group of individuals who share a common vision, a common interest, working towards something that we all believe in. It's our common thread. In one way that each of us are here dedicating hours and hours of work hours and volunteer time. It is the students and our children who are the driving force for what we do and why we do it. They hold up the community and keep us focused on our common path, our path forward. While we may have heard or often hear opposing views, it's important to remember that in actuality, we are passionate citizens, staff members, board members, who have the same goal, to support our students. Boundaries can be polarizing. Goodness, can they be polarizing. It's hard work. And work that cannot be accomplished in a vacuum. Boundaries can be dividing, and our goal is more than that. When it comes to rezoning, our primary goal is to establish attendance communities and not create boundary lines. When you account for that student-centered focus, our vision becomes clear. Our decision principles, which will be discussed further down the line in this meeting today, come to light. I'd like to take a moment to introduce one of our students by way of recording, Keith McGrath, who participates on Student Voices, which is a student leadership group, and had an opportunity to serve on our School Boundary Oversight Committee. Perhaps we should revisit the name of this committee. While we wanted him to join us in person tonight, we knew we had a full agenda, and it's a school night, and so we wanted to make sure that he had that opportunity to speak. We asked him 4 guiding questions. Those questions are, tell us about your experience in serving on the SBOC. What are your key learnings in serving on the SBOC? From a student perspective, what advice would you give to a student that is being rezoned, especially after learning about the vision of attendance communities? Please be advised that communication occurred between his district leader, his district Student Voices leader, and she did not coach him on what he needed to say tonight. We have a video. We tried to play it earlier, so hopefully we do not have technical challenges, so just bear with me for one moment. Where'd he go? I'm doing that right now. There we go.
Yeah, sorry. My name is Kevin McGrath, and I'm a senior at Ridgepoint High School. And my experience on the SBOC has been very informative. I realized that they prioritize knowledgeable decisions. So even though I was overwhelmed at the first in-person meeting, over time I started to gain a new understanding of how our schools intertwine and how our district approaches complex issues. The SBOC taught me the value of feedback. No decision that we made went unquestioned. And there were many times where members could input the questions that they had and have them promptly answered. And even in our last 2 meetings, we considered the input from the community and proposed changes that aligned with their concerns. This feedback helped my security in our decisions. As a student, the main thing I see is that there are many misunderstandings regarding zoning. One misconception is that zoning purely relies on your proximity to a school, when in reality it's a holistic process that takes in mind school utilization. So, increased awareness directed towards students on the actual process would help them understand that this is not a single source decision, but rather a deliberate one that ends up in the hands of many to reach a final conclusion. One piece of advice that I'd give to rezone students is that there are many opportunities in many places. In 8th grade, I was rezoned to Thornton Middle School, and although it seemed like the end of the world, I ended up having an amazing 8th grade experience. And honestly, when I look back to middle school, I think of Thornton. And just know that there are many silver linings from this situation. And if you find friends that are also being rezoned, you don't have to face this change alone. So, good luck.
We learned a lot from Kevin. In planning, coordinating, and implementing attendance committee work, the internal team led with a philosophy that would help us drive us to our end goal. The internal team is made up of staff members who are also parents and members of our community. We have faced challenges along the way through lack of trust in the process, understanding and accepting the unknowns, especially as it relates to the insurmountable growth in parts of our communities. And the reality of a condensed timeline, especially with the hope of alerting families that may be impacted as a result of rezoning. There were also current realities that we knew we had to accept. Superintendent changes, leadership changes, team changes, consultant changes. But through it all, we have a shared vision, and our intentions continue to be and establish communities that nurture our children in Fort Bend ISD. While our scope in this round of planning has focused on specific areas, it's critical to maintain consistency in the process and the approach. The focus must remain on attendance communities and not get lost in boundary lines, maps, buildings, and miss the true heart of what we're trying to achieve. What is decided this evening can impact future attendance communities, and the final recommendations do take this into consideration. Establishing attendance communities is a collaborative and collective approach among internal and external stakeholders that you see on the slide. We must serve with a student-centered approach and consider the needs and history of the communities impacted while prioritizing the central core of what you see here, and it's those students. Operating through a district-wide lens can prove to be a challenge for parents, committee members, board, and the community, because we have the tendency to want to focus on the entire district rather than a specific scope of work to establish an attendance community or adjust a particular feeder. It may not be easy, but when working together, it can lead to successful outcomes, and that truly is our goal this evening. I will now turn it over to Ms. Beth Martinez.
Thank you, Pyle. You've seen this slide before as we've walked through the planning process. Our work started early in the fall semester where we focused on multiple iterations through an internal process with our external consultants to be able to bring you all a solid original recommendation and then be able to bring that to the SBOC and to the community. There are many iterations and variations that did not make it to the level of the board or to the public or the SBOC. They were found not to be viable or feasible as we took them through our internal process, which was a process, as we've explained before, that was cross-functional between departments within the district. And this initiated back in the spring, I believe it was March the 28th, we came to the board and presented the annual enrollment review, which included the scope of work with a focus through this planning cycle on establishing attendance communities for the Crawford and Ferguson new schools coming on board, and then with a focus in the northwest portion of the district to relieve overutilization and balance enrollment. And later in the presentation, Karen is going to provide some details about alternative scenarios that we did review internally after we began this process in the fall, and that's through feedback from you all as trustees, as well as feedback and questions from the SBOC on the process, and feedback from the community through that public hearing, which was the window of time that was open for a couple of weeks for parents and community members and students to watch the information video and provide feedback. If you look at our focus of work for the 22-23 school year, we did, as I mentioned, engage in this work through the annual enrollment review, knowing that these were the areas within the scope that we needed to be focusing on for this school year. And you can see here on the slide, we focused in the northwest area on that overutilization at Travis and at Bowie. We did receive feedback from the board to look at Kempner and see if that could be worked into this planning scope, if we could better utilize Kempner. And one of the areas that we are able to make a transition and provide more students into Kempner is with a movement of our programs with our 2 academies that we have at Travis High School. And so we'll be bringing to you a plan and engaging with the community to relocate those programs in a gradual, phased-in way, but not until we engage with the students and the staff and the parents who are members of those academies to better utilize the space that we have available at Kempner, and to look at that during the 24-25 school year, not something that would occur quickly or occur this fall. In the southeast portion of the district, we addressed the overutilization at Heritage Rose through the establishment of the new boundaries for Ferguson and some adjustments there at Heritage Rose, and then the attendance community, establishing that attendance community for Crawford High School. So as just a recap of this very comprehensive process in developing those original recommendations that we brought forward to you, and then analyzing the feedback and the conversations that have been ongoing over the last few months to determine whether or not we needed to make any modifications based on that feedback to bring to you in an updated, or what we call in policy, the final recommendation. As you know, we've worked with board members. We've had ongoing conversations and input. We've heard concerns from the SBOC members, particularly this evening. We've heard concerns from the community and changing, and how that is difficult to think about what we may need to do to adjust boundaries and how we would implement that across the board. And so this work could not be done in isolation. And of course, you all know more than anybody that it is not quick, it's not easy, there's not a solution that meets the needs or the likes or the wants of every member of the community. What we've worked really hard to do is bring you a recommendation that best meets and aligns with policy, that creates situations that will not have to be undone or redone. And in the instance of the Southeast, where you heard many concerns this evening, is to really impact that overutilization at Ridge Point by establishing Crawford in a way that we can best utilize Crawford over the 10-year planning horizon, and create a decrease in that enrollment at Ridge Point in a way that we're able to return students who live in the Ridgepoint zone, but have had to cap and overflow to Hightower High School. And so that's, as I said, not in isolation. We've worked closely with Cooperative Strategies, with our PASA documentation, and that was provided to the SBOC members. We provided not only this year's PASA very extensive report that you all received in binders, we provided that electronically for this year's that was presented to you by PASA on January 9th, as well as the previous year's PASA report. And that was located in the Teams folders for our SBOC members. And then the feedback and the questions and the concerns and the challenges that we received through the School Boundary Oversight Committee really did provide the input that is bringing you the final recommendation this evening. And though consensus is hard or not quantified in terms of majority, we really did look at the feedback and those who did provide feedback. There were several members who attended and did not provide ratings, and then others who did. And so we'll speak to that in detail further in the presentation to let you know how that consensus shaped up. We utilized ratings as well as the rationale provided by members who did share ratings. It was not a voting situation, but a rating on preference based on the scenarios that were provided. And so I look forward to Karen and the rest of the team being able to provide a bit more information around that for you this evening. And next is a recap on the decision principles. It's okay. So as we look at our decision principles, as you know, these are located in our policy FC, your board's policy on establishing attendance boundaries, and there are 8 of these decision principles. And while on this slide they are numbered, they are not in order, and one does not supersede another, and one does not take precedence over another. But they are looked at in their entirety as we asked for feedback from not only our internal folks, but also from the SBOC members to determine alignment between the decision principles and the recommendations that we asked the committee to review. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Jody Ryder to talk a bit more about the membership of the committee.
There we go. Good evening. I'm Jody Ryder, and I just want to further elaborate on what Ms. Martinez talked about on our stakeholders. I just wanted to take a moment to elaborate on the School Boundary Oversight Committee, or SBOC, as you've heard them called many times tonight. Yeah. Sorry. And the valuable role that they play in ensuring that the original recommendations adhere to and align with the decision principles outlined in board policy that Ms. Martinez just referred to. The SBOC is comprised of 44 parents and community members who represent all 11 feeder patterns. Members applied through an application process this summer to serve on this committee and to contribute a significant amount of their time to work alongside the district administration. Per board direction, for this boundary cycle, additional high school parents representing all 11 feeder patterns were added to this committee for a total of 55 members for the 22-23 academic calendar year. Additionally, administration engaged with the student leadership program Voices to participate in the attendance community process and discussions, and we heard from one of our students earlier, and the impact that this experience made on him. Specifically, per policy, the SBOC members' role entails analyzing information presented by the district's external boundary consultant and verifying if they adhere to guidelines in board policy and accepting, modifying, or rejecting the administration's original recommendation. We are greatly appreciative of their input and in-depth review of the original recommendations. As mentioned by Ms. Martinez, ongoing communication did take place with the SBOC, and they were encouraged constantly to access resources and materials, including the demographic reports from PASA, the annual enrollment review, and decision principles, along with many other resources. And a private Teams channel was created just for our SBOC members. There were 6 SBOC meetings that were held between September and February, equaling over 20 volunteer hours if you account for their preparation and processing of the information. The SBOC members were charged with reviewing the content presented by staff in Cooperative Strategies, recording thoughtful questions and concerns, and rating their agreement with the way in which staff and external consultants rated each decision principle and proposed recommendation. The SBOC were asked to verify that the original recommendations aligned with the decision principles, and all 8 decision principles were discussed for each proposed change or adjustment. For the last portion of the SBOC meeting, members were asked to complete a final survey. The final survey asked SBOC members to rate their agreement with the overall recommendation presented by choosing one of the following responses. I accept the original recommendation as presented. I accept the original recommendation but have hesitation. I do not accept the original recommendation but will not impede, and I reject the original recommendation. Members were provided a rationale as to their rating, which staff used along with the ratings to determine the need for possible modifications. This information is detailed in the final report that was provided to you all in last week's board update. And then here's just a list of all of our SBOC members and student voices, and we just wanted to take this opportunity to thank each and every one of them, and the community members and the students and all that they went through with us, this comprehensive and important process. And I'm going to now turn the presentation over to our consultant from Cooperative Strategies, Karen Daniel Hamburg.
All right. Thank you, Jody. Can you guys hear me? Oh, nuts. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can. Thanks.
Awesome. Okay. Well, moving on, we are happy to provide results from the preliminary report for the Northwest schools of the district. The preliminary report is drafted after district administration engages with the SBOC members to present the original recommendations to obtain their feedback. The report provides initial findings based on discussions and items brought forward by the SBOC. Next slide, please. So this was our charge for the 22-23 scope of boundary work, guided by AER in 2022. In the Northwest, we were tasked with addressing the overutilizations at both Travis High School and Bowie Middle School, you're one slide ahead of me, and to implement the boundary adjustments with the least amount of disruption for students and programs. All right, next one, I'm sorry. So I'll first go over the changes to Brazos Bend and Patterson, and then we'll kind of work in a clockwise manner. So please note that for the elementary schools, no changes are being proposed that adjust these next 2 elementary schools, Patterson and Brazos Bend, only where they will attend middle or high school. In the original recommendation, the Brazos Bend attendance community would move to the Austin High School feeder. Brazos Bend is currently in the Travis High School feeder, and this change would help relieve Travis High School. Brazos Bend would continue to feed Satartia Middle School, and Satartia is currently split between Austin, Clements, and Travis. By moving the Brazos Bend attendance community into the Austin High School feeder, the Satartia Middle School feeder reduces to just feeding into Austin and Clements High School rather than all 3. Next, looking north a little ways, not next slide, sorry. The Patterson attendance community would change to only feed Crockett Middle School. Patterson is currently split 60% to Crockett and 40% to Bowie. So this change would put Patterson 100% to Crockett Middle School. This would also update the high school feeder from Crockett to be 85% to Bush and 15% to Travis. This provides relief to Bowie Middle School. Again, we're moving clockwise on the map, so over to the Holly Oyster Creek area. The original recommendation also makes an adjustment to Holly Elementary School. Currently, Holly is split 98% to Hodges Bend and 2% to Garcia. This change moves the 2% split out of Holly and into Oyster Creek Elementary, creating a clean feeder for that area as well as the remainder of Holly Elementary School. Oyster Creek will then feed 100% to Garcia, and Holly will feed 100% to Hodges Bend. And then lastly, looking east, or just east of this Oyster Creek area, we're also recommending to move the Arizona Fleming Elementary attendance community to attend 100% Hodges Bend and Kempner High School. Next slide, please. So this slide details the current feeder patterns in this area. I'm going to give you a second to look at it, and then we're going to move on to the proposed. All right, go ahead and change it. There we go. So this chart shows the proposed feeders associated with the original recommendation. The highlighted campuses are the campuses that have been presented for proposed adjustments and or moves. So you can see we did make quite a bit of feeder changes in the Northwest. Next slide, please. These charts detail the utilizations for the current boundaries as well as the original recommendation. The values only include permanent capacity. They do not include portable capacity. That's very important. The top chart shows the elementary changes. Remember, the only change to the elementary boundaries was a small area that we took out of Holly that's being moved to Oyster Creek. That's the only actual physical elementary boundary change. The middle school utilizations are the center charts. As you can see, the changes made between Bowie and Crockett better balance those utilizations for the next 10 years. Garcia and Hodges Bend were not part of our scope of this area, and the enrollment at these schools will continue to be monitored. Previous slide again, sorry. And then the bottom chart on this slide shows the high school utilizations, current on the left and projected on the right, just like the others. No, current on the left and proposed on the right, I apologize. As you can see, the changes made to Travis reduce the utilizations over the next 10 years. It is important to note that when including portable capacity, the utilization at Travis High School hovers between 78% and 85%. Next slide, please. So the themes that came up in the public feedback include concerns about not enough relief for Travis High School, underutilization at Kempner High School, the placement of the Travis academies, and then there was a suggestion that made to move the entirety of the Patterson boundary into Crockett and into Bush. Right now it's only moving into Crockett, and I will address that last one shortly. Just a reminder, as Beth mentioned earlier, the plan is to place the Travis High School academies at Kempner High School in the 24-25 school year, not this coming year, to allow for the time needed to engage with staff and families. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we did receive a suggestion that made the southern portion of Patterson not only be moved to Crockett, but also Bush. This would align the feeder pattern. So if you look at the map on this slide, you can see the area that's already moving to Crockett in the original recommendation. This would just add on to that and move that to Bush. Move on to the next slide, please. So this slide shows the utilizations. The top chart is going to show the current boundaries. The middle chart shows the original recommendation. And the bottom chart shows the suggestion that we're going through. In this case, the original recommendation remains. This change cannot happen in isolation given that it overutilizes Bush. Essentially, what we would need to do is have a domino effect across the district if we want to push this into Bush. This change would mean additional portables on the Bush site in isolation, which is a costly endeavor, even if the portables are being reused. There's site work associated with it. It's not cheap to install a portable. Since this is a non-change at the high school level, it would not be something we would need to undo in the future. We will continue to review enrollment in this area, but at this time, their original recommendation remains in this area. Next slide, there we go. So this slide details the results of the overall support rating for the original recommendation in the Northwest. The pie chart on the left are the preliminary results from the January 12th SBOC meeting. And the pie chart on the right are the final results from the SBOC meeting on February 2nd, just last week, or 2 weeks ago, maybe. Blue means that the SBOC member accepts the original recommendation as presented. Orange means that the member accepts the original recommendation but had hesitation. Green means that the member does not accept the original recommendation but will not impede. And red means that the member rejects the original recommendation. The numbers in parentheses denote the number of SBOC members who rated each response. It's important to note that a consensus decision does not necessarily reflect complete unanimity. Ooh. However, decisions reached by consensus do reflect the thoughts and feelings of the group as a whole rather than just the majority. Given these percentages, we reached consensus. Before we move on to the southeast, are there any questions about the changes proposed in the northwest area?
Okay. All right, board, do we have any questions? Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Madam President. Do we have any of the results from the surveys, the community surveys?
Yes, the thought exchange results, is that what you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So for the Northwest, we had 302 participants. 172 participants shared their thoughts, with a total of 305 thoughts. We had 179 participants that rated those thoughts, with 205 participants just explored the thoughts, and that was a total of 7,789 ratings total.
And what did the results yield? Like, were they in favor of it, or were they?
Yes. The majority was in favor of, we had a strong theme around the Brazos Bend area, was very positive in that. Oops, I think I touched something, sorry. And then feeder patterns, because the question that was asked in the thought exchange is, what decision principle is most important to you in doing boundaries or attendance communities? And the ones for all of our boundaries was neighborhoods, and feeder patterns were the kind of seemed to be the most important ones.
Okay. And I would share the same concern about the number, the top bullet, but not enough relief. But I understand that moving the academies will provide a lot of that relief, and what we're seeing on the chart doesn't reflect it. I get it. Is the possibility of additions at Travis still out there for a future bond? And I know we talked about it for this one, but they removed the additions for Travis. It's like 20 classrooms or something. Is that something that's still a possibility for a bond 2 or 3 years down the road?
I'll jump in on that. That has been discussed and looked at. It's been on a few drafts, but currently it is not in the package that is going forward to you in the $1.2 billion. It is something that the board that may be something that you would want to look at in the future. We have a lot of unknowns with the Harvest Green development. How many actually come in? How many high school kids come in? But right now it is not in your package of recommendations.
Thank you. Yeah, I was talking not necessarily on this one because I know we took it out, but future. And how many portables are at Austin? And we'll further back up on this one. There's 14 portables at Travis now. Do we know with these changes would that reduce the number of portables at Travis, or are we still going to be just leave them out there and just not use as many of them? Have any ideas on that?
Give us one moment.
I believe there was 2 or 4 portables at Austin. Karen, do you have that?
There's 2 portables at Austin, 2 at Bush, 5 at Kempner, and 14 at Travis.
And would we? How many? So the 14 that are at Travis now, would we, with these recommendations, would we? I mean, I don't imagine we would move the portables until if we actually had to, because it's expensive to do so. But if we make these changes, do you see us using less? I mean, I would assume, I would hope so, but do we have any idea how many less? We move from 14 to like 10 or 8 or something?
Right. So,
go ahead, Beth.
No, you go right ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
I have a note that we could move from 14 to 3 portables at Travis.
Wow. Okay. That's good. And thank you. That's all the questions I have.
May I add? I would like to add, we've said before, that's an art and a science, and in consultation with the building principal on how the building is used. So I know our Department of School Leadership works with the principals each year to determine what's needed in collaboration with our facilities group. Are portables needed, not needed? How is that building going to be used? So based on what programming may be at a campus and how that building is used could mean more or less than the 3 that Karen just stated could be used because of that art piece. Science-wise, numbers-wise, yes, we could decrease to 3 portables, but the department would be working with the principal to use it the best way possible.
And I would like to add that since I live on that side of town, I talk to a lot of folks in that area. I visited folks in New Territory, and I haven't heard. There's been a couple of parents that I've talked to in the Austin feeder pattern that are concerned that now their schools will be more overcrowded. But the majority of the people I've talked to in Austin are okay and in agreement with it. I know Travis, the folks in Travis are happy with it. The folks in New Territory are very, very pleased with it as per the results of the thought exchange. So I do appreciate taking that into consideration as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Garcia. Dr. Gilliam.
Just a quick question. When Mr. Garcia was asking about public feedback, he said the majority of the responses were.
Most of them were around neighborhoods concept and feeder pattern concept. They want to be able to go to the same schools with their friends throughout the process.
And I heard there were 7,000. It was a yes or no question. What exactly? I'm sorry?
Ms. Ryder, you're referring to Thought Exchange?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're not confusing Thought Exchange with the SBOC's response, which is the, yes.
Okay, so the thought exchange, 7,000 responses, and it said the majority said that yes, they were. Tell me about the majority that you were talking about. I kind of missed that.
Okay. The question that was asked in the thought exchange, it's an open-ended question, and the question was, what decision principle, out of the 8 decision principles Ms. Martinez mentioned, which one was the most important to you when you're looking at boundaries as a community? And the majority of them mentioned either neighborhoods or feeder patterns were the 2 that kind of rose to the top. And then they had the opportunity to also provide rationale or concern statements. And for this particular area, the most were about that they wanted to see that because, as Mr. Garcia talked about, that area of the New Territories kind of wanted to be moved.
Okay, thank you. Can we get a breakdown of how those numbers are? 7,000 is a lot. Like, what was the majority of the breakdown of how it is? It doesn't have to happen at night if you don't have it.
Yeah.
Okay.
We have a thought. The actual thought exchange report is on our district website already, and has been since. And I believe we've.
Yes, we've also shared it with you on an update, but we're happy to share it again.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Yes, and it is open to the public.
We get a lot of updates.
Oh, I can imagine. I can imagine.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Gilliam. Mrs. Hannon?
Yes, thank you. So I want to thank the members of the SBOC, especially those who had perfect attendance, because I know the meetings are long and we all have competing, events for our time. Because it is very clear that the numbers between the meeting on January 12th and on February 2nd slipped by 3. So we only had 24 in the final area where we say 50% reached consensus. I'm assuming, are you including the 34% that say they have hesitation as part of reaching consensus?
Yes, that is correct.
You are. Okay. And so the other question I have is that in policy, it clearly reads, attention should be given to unique needs of student populations at a given campus that may not be reflected in numbers alone. Were numbers provided to the SBOC about programs on the high school campuses especially, so that they had that information to consider? Not just the academy. That's 2 programs.
I was going to say, we gave them the academy numbers. based on the questions that they asked in real time, we did give them information on that.
Okay.
And
So
then some followed up after, and we would
Okay.
send them that information.
So I'm going to say that with my governance hat on, when I read this, it clearly says attention should be given to the unique needs of student populations at a given campus. And what that implies to me is that we shouldn't really wait for somebody to ask. I think that is saying that, and this board did not craft this language, but I appreciate that language because that's exactly it. So I know that we can't backtrack, but I'm going to ask maybe the board and our board president that maybe this policy is revisited and maybe not necessarily even to recraft it. And I know we don't do procedures, but we need to make sure our procedures that we're using with the SBOC is accurately aligned to what our board policy says. And then my other question is, and I know that Ms. Martinez and I had a conversation regarding this, but it also says the committee may accept, modify, or reject the original proposal. And so I don't see any in the consensus reach, the 4 items that we give them a choice about. I don't see any language in here that provides an opportunity to modify. And again, I've spoken to Ms. Martinez on this, but I'm saying this because the board didn't hear that conversation. And so can you talk, did they have any opportunity to modify?
So in this scenario or in this situation, what we do is we look at how they provide their overall support rating. Based on that, that's where we take a pulse on, is there anything that would alert us to provide, for example, alternate scenarios or other options for them? And so what Karen spoke to about just moments ago about the option in the Northwest, we did walk them through that piece because they gave particular feedback specifically to that Patterson feeder pattern split. And so that is how we addressed their feedback from meeting to meeting.
Okay. And so we only brought the original recommendation to them and they saw nothing else until they asked for it. Is that correct? Is that correct? Okay.
And we assessed the public feedback because that was also a driver. Board feedback, the SBOC feedback coupled with the community feedback during that window of time. We assessed all 3 pieces, and so that's why you'll see later on in this presentation about the alternate scenarios that were viable for the community.
And I'm really just sharing this so that the board can hear, but Ms. Martinez and I, as part of our conversation, we talked about how maybe the SBOC process needs an initial, maybe a small group process before the initial recommendations come to us. Because really what's coming to us, there's only a 2% change in all of this recommendation and the next recommendation. And so maybe to fully address the policy in the modify component, where the actual SBOC gets to do what the board has written in here that they should be able to do, that maybe something needs to happen before the initial recommendation comes to us. Ms. Martinez.
I just wanted to add that one of the steps that we'll probably share at the end of the presentation, so I may be jumping, but is, and we've shared this with the committee members as well, that after completion and hopeful approval of a set of boundaries, that we would be engaging with the committee to provide feedback on the process. Not the boundaries, not the decisions, but on the process so that we can take that into consideration as we review the policy and the procedures.
Okay, thank you. And I do appreciate that this is a very challenging task. And I think that's a great idea to solicit some feedback and maybe revise procedures based on that feedback. Thank you.
Well, Ms. Hannon, I just actually wanted to address something that you mentioned. It's a very important item, and it's how you mentioned how they rated on the 12th when they first met, and then when they met on the 2nd. And one thing that we wrote into the final report that we shared with the board on Friday is the piece about the membership attendance. It's critical. I know that you all have focused on data, and we're very data-driven as well, and that is something that I want to bring up, that someone who may have attended on the 12th may not have shown up on the 2nd, or vice versa. And so a lesson learned for us, I think, is very critical, is that if they are going to rate the first time, then completion of that rating can occur when they meet for the final recommendation, because the attendance was not equal, and I want to make sure that it's not looked at as a 2% change. It could have been a different member that was in attendance.
And so thank you for clarifying that and giving that extra piece. I hope that as part of the feedback that we actually ask them their level of satisfaction with the process, because I think satisfaction might clue us into why I think there are like 44 adult members. Is that ballpark correct?
There's actually the 44 that are the SBOC members, and then the addition of the 11 that the board asked for us to add.
Okay,
for each
so
high
we
school
did have
feeder pattern.
55, and so fewer than half were there at the end. So to me, there's a satisfaction, even with competing time, people know how important this is, but we may have something where they don't feel that it was important enough to be there. So thank you.
And we've gotten feedback. We've actually been on a couple of phone calls this week or late last week. And the reality is life happens. I mean, we're asking these members 6 meetings, 3 hours each on a weeknight from 6 to 9 p.m. Many have reached out to us indicating why they couldn't attend, whether that be children's activities or something in their life had occurred. So they were able to show up in the beginning, and then they dealt with that situation and they showed up later on. And so we did receive some of that verbal feedback that I also wanted to bring up. It is difficult. It's a challenge, as you mentioned.
It is. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Hannon. And I do want to mention, you asked as far as looking at the policy and the procedures that made the note. I'm happy to add that to our policy work list, that we can do that. And maybe it's time for some more modifications. All right. Mrs. Day.
Thank you, Madam President. So I wanted to ask, when you present the alternative to the SBOC regarding to Travis and Kepner, so I heard you presented to change the Patterson Elementary School, right? Is that the only alternative option you presented?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Another question is, to be honest, today when we heard the speakers from SBOC, I also got some messages, right? So I really appreciate Ms. Hannon's question and all her points, because and also the number here, it didn't reflect the whole group, because we do have 55 members. We have less than this. Last time, I do understand if they didn't attend the meeting at the real time, they were not able to rate one of the 4 choices, but they are able to email and giving feedbacks. I'm not so sure if those feedbacks you did kind of data analyze and come up with some results just based on those feedbacks. I'm not so sure. Is there any information you can share?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
The feedbacks, after the meeting, for the SBOC member, they were not there at the meeting, but later on, I understand they are not be able to rate the options, but they are able to send you email with their feedbacks. I'm just wondering if those feedbacks were putting into consideration, or is there a summary about their feedbacks?
Yes, we did take feedback, and I did want to, you made an interesting point, and I wanted to share that you're absolutely right. They were not able to rate if they did not attend, because that could have led to a bias in our results with being able to see how other members may have voted or are hearing feedback from the community. So that was intentional. As far as the feedback, we did receive some emails with questions that we shared with Karen on the call today that did drive us to think about and really plead the case for the alternate scenarios in the Southeast that you're going to be seeing later on this evening. But yes, we absolutely listened to the feedback. We developed questions and answers and even posted some of that information on our website because we felt it was valuable feedback that the community could also hear.
So I wanted to just to say something. So to me, it's very hard for me to look at this chart, the table, to see how crowded Austin will be, and there's no relief. And then the Travis will be crowded, and Kepner is sitting there. And also with, first of all, I'm not so sure the number. I think nobody knows, right? If we move the academy from Travis to Kepner, how will that change our enrollment number? Nobody will know. So even though, based on the current number, it's going to take 4 years to kind of transform those students from Travis over to Kepner, because we're starting from next year. Then it takes 3 years for them to fully move over. And then that's really 4 years from now. I am not so sure did we communicate this to the SBOC or the community, because I know Ms. Garcia said he talked to people from Austin and then they have no problem. I just don't realize, I don't know if the community over there, they realize how crowded their school gonna be. And I'm just curious, because to me, I feel for me, like it's how many people can we talk to in the community? And also for me, it's important to look at this capacity data, instead of just, talking to few people. I mean, it's important to get the feedback, but more importantly, it's for us to look at the data and the utilization for each campus. I'm just saying, before I got on the board, many times I was sitting there in the audience. I look at the school boundary. I don't understand why we have some campus not utilized and some campus overcrowded, and we make this happen over again. So I do appreciate all the work you do, but it's just hard for me to accept this. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Day. Mr. Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam President. Just wanted to echo those thoughts of I was hoping to see a little bit more movement and more utilization of Kempner, and so I look forward to seeing, I guess, the proposed academy shift and how that will impact enrollment there. Just looking at the total enrollment for the group of high schools, we have sufficient capacity, but we have above utilization at a couple and well below at Kempner. So I'd like to see us look to keep trying to move that direction.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Ma'am, if you would proceed to the next one, we'd appreciate it.
All right, Karen, it's all you.
All right. There we go. Okay, so moving on to Southeast Elementaries. We are happy to provide the results of the preliminary report for the Southeast Elementary Schools of the district. The preliminary report is drafted after district administration engages with the SBOC members to present the original recommendation to obtain their feedback. The report provides additional findings based on discussions and items brought forward by the SBOC. And I have to mention, I love the Ferguson mascot. He's very cute. So this is what our charge was for the 22-23 scope of boundary work guided by AER in 2022. In the Southeast, we were tasked with addressing the overutilization at Heritage Rose Elementary and addressing a new attendance community for Alyssa Ferguson Elementary, which will provide relief to Leonetti, and to do this with the least amount of disruption for students and programs. Next slide, please. So just like last time, I'm going to start with Ferguson and then move clockwise. So Ferguson will relieve the overcrowded Leonetti Elementary School. In the recommendation, Ferguson will feed 100% to Thornton Middle School and the New Crawford High School. The boundary is west of Siena Parkway, immediately south of Siena Village, but not including Siena Village, and north of Miller Road, but again not including the properties along Miller Road. In the map, this is the area shown in blue, so kind of in the bottom left corner there. Moving clockwise, the proposed changes include the northernmost section of Heritage Rose, south of Highway 6, moving to Schiff. So those are those red pieces up there. And then the Heritage Rose Elementary areas north of Highway 6, moving to Burton and Goodman. So Burton's going to be in the blue just above Highway 6, and Goodman is going to be in the green there. The areas north of Highway 6, moving to Burton and Goodman, both remain at Baines Middle School, but change to Hightower at the high school level. Next slide, please. So no surprises here. This slide just details the current feeder patterns in the southeast corridor of the district. No Crawford High School just yet, but then moving on. This chart shows the proposed feeders associated with the original recommendation for the southeast elementary schools. Just like in the last one, the highlighted campuses are the campuses that have just been presented for proposed adjustments and or moves. In this case, 100% of Heritage Rose will attend Thornton Middle School. The area north of Highway 6 that moves into Goodman Elementary from Heritage Rose enters a 30% feeder split to Baines, and the rest of Goodman attends Lake Olympia. The area that moves into Burton from Heritage Rose enters a 25% feeder split into Baines Middle School, and the rest of Burton attends Lake Olympia. 100% of Burton and Goodman will end up back together at Hightower High School together. Looking at the right, we're also showing a 50% split from Thornton, 50% to Crawford and 50% to Ridgepoint. As I said earlier, Heritage Rose and Ferguson will both be 100% to Crawford, and then Leonetti has a split 10% to Thornton and Crawford, and then 90% to Thornton and Ridgepoint. Next slide. So the tables on this slide detail the enrollments and utilizations for both the current boundaries as well as the proposed. As you can see, Ferguson Elementary relieves Leonetti, which was previously projected to reach 207% utilized in 10 years, if you look at that top chart. Ferguson, while starting with a lower enrollment, is projected to reach 96% utilized in the next 10 years. Along with this, the changes made to Heritage Rose greatly reduce the overutilization at that building. The projections include all live-in students, even those who have been overflowed to a different building. All right, next slide. So the charts on the left detail the same utilizations as in the previous slide. The chart on the right details the number of portables currently at each site. At Heritage Rose, there are 12 portables. The 23-24 school year utilization, including portables, would be 82%. In 24-25, the utilization at Heritage Rose would be 96%. As you can see, the bottom chart accounts for Elementary 38 and Elementary 56. These elementary schools are intended to further relieve Heritage Rose upon bond approval. Nope, you were good. Next slide. There we go. The feedback themes for the Southeast Elementary Schools original recommendation include staffing concerns associated with student moves, future growth and uncertainties in the Southeast, and concerns about not enough relief for Heritage Rose. In terms of staffing, student enrollment drives staffing. For growth, unfortunately, we do not have any control over future growth. Developers don't need to ask us our opinions. We recognize this, which is why we are actively tracking enrollment in this area as it continues to grow. There is explosive growth in this area, as well as the possibility of charter schools, which could impact enrollment, and then the uncertainty of continued development. Pending bond approval, Ferndale Henry will be converted to an elementary school to address the growth in this area, which will further relieve Heritage Rose Elementary School. Next slide, please. So this slide details the results of the overall support ratings for the original recommendations for the Southeast Elementary Schools. The pie chart on the left are the preliminary results from the January 18th SBOC meeting, and the pie chart on the right are the final results from the SBOC meeting on February 2nd. The colors are the same as the previous consensus slide, and just as before, the numbers in parentheses denote the number of SBOC members who rated each response. It's important to note that a consensus decision does not necessarily reflect complete unanimity. However, decisions reached by consensus do reflect the thoughts and feelings of the group as a whole, rather than just the majority. In this case, consensus was reached. And on that note, are there any questions about the Southeast Elementary Schools before we move on to high schools?
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Board, do we have any questions regarding elementary schools? Okay, seeing none, please proceed. Thank you.
Great, okay. So, at this time, we are happy to provide the results of the preliminary report for the Southeast High Schools of the district. The preliminary report is drafted after district administration engages with the SBOC members to present the original recommendations and obtain their feedback. The report provides initial findings based upon discussions and items brought forward by the SBOC. Next slide. So just as before, this was our charge for the 22-23 scope of boundary work guided by AER in 2022. We were tasked with addressing the overutilization of Ridgepoint High School, making adjustments to Hightower High School, and establishing a new attendance community for Crawford High School with the least amount of disruption for students and programs. Next slide. So establishing new attendance communities and adjusting boundaries is a comprehensive approach. There has been exponential growth in the southeast portion of our district with plans for additional growth in the future. We also learned from our PASA colleagues that there are planned charter schools in the area with potential needs for additional campuses at the elementary and middle school level. Hence, a continued review of this area with long-range planning goals is critical. In reviewing the feeders for Ridgepoint, Crawford, and Hightower, we leveraged natural boundary lines, Highway 6 in the north portion of the map and Sienna Parkway for the southern portion of the map. This work proved to be tricky, as you will notice the proximity of campuses. Staff drove this area to ensure that our own questions were answered. Our goal was to align with the board's decision principles with a student-centered focus to keep our students together to the extent possible, and this is what you will see in the work that is being presented today. The recommendation for the Crawford High School boundary is to take on the southeastern portion of the current Ridgepoint boundary, or the southeastern portion of the district. In order to not have an island boundary to Ridgepoint, it is recommended that the area north of Highway 6 that currently falls within the Ridgepoint boundary move to Hightower High School. This is the area that in the southeast elementaries we moved to Burton and Goodman. This change corresponds with a change made to Heritage Rose, as I just mentioned. Next slide. So again, no surprises here. This slide just details the current feeder patterns for the high schools in the southeast corridor of the district. Next slide. And then this chart shows the proposed feeders associated with the original recommendation for the southeast high schools. The highlighted campuses are the campuses that have just been presented for proposed adjustments and or moves. Note the addition of Crawford High School on the right side of the chart there. The charts on this slide detail the utilizations with current and proposed boundaries. So as I previously mentioned, the projected utilizations are including all live-in students. The academies at Hightower would increase the utilization at that building. So while they are not included in these numbers, the utilizations at Hightower would hover between 86% and 94% given the academies at that building. The table on the right details the number of portables on each site as well. The overutilization at Ridgepoint High School in the first few years are due to the phasing in of grades. As you can see, the overutilization tapers off in 25-26 when Crawford is finally serving grades 9 through 12. It should be noted too that Ridgepoint's utilization with portables is almost 97%. And Hightower's utilization with portables is 85%, but again, with those academies, it's going to be closer to 90%. Next slide, please. So these were the feedback themes we heard from the SBOC and community. They include the utilization of Crawford over time, proximity and transportation, shifting overutilization to Crawford, and the need to address feeders across the district. While Crawford is projected to become overutilized within the next 10 years, this is an area of continued growth and an area that has already received explosive growth. It is projected to continue to grow and over time overutilize our buildings in this area. This is certainly something we're aware of, and we know that we will continually need to review enrollment in this area. While the original recommendation does appear to shift the overutilization from Ridgepoint to Crawford, this overutilization is not projected to occur until 2031-32. This gives Ridgepoint 6 years of relief. If we were to leave more students in Ridgepoint, it's very likely that Ridgepoint would only be utilized under 100% for 1 year, and then more growth will hit. Next, neighborhood proximity and walkers. There are some areas that are considered to be walkable to Ridgepoint High School that we are proposing to move to Crawford, more than from what we've heard from tonight. Given the shifting populations within the district and the locations of schools, it is not always possible to have every student attend their geographically closest school. That is the reality of where your buildings currently are and the shifting populations within the district. I'm sure at one time, all of your schools were perfectly placed just based on populations, and then populations change. Next slide. So based on the feedback we received, we were able to create 2 additional scenarios for this area. We took the SBOC through these scenarios in the same manner we did the original recommendation, knowing very well that we may have to change our recommendation should the results need us to do so. So next slide. So I'm going to go over the additional scenarios that we presented to the committee now. So scenario A swaps planning units 258E and 245A. These are the 2 planning units in the map that are outlined in yellow. So 245A would attend Crawford instead, and 258E would attend Ridgepoint. The top chart on the slide shows the utilizations associated with this change. While it is not drastically different than the original recommendation, it does only provide Ridgepoint 1 year of under 100% utilizations. The feeder patterns are greatly impacted with this change as well. This introduces three new feeder splits, one at Ferguson, which will go 100% to Thornton, then 33% to Crawford, and 67% to Ridgepoint. Not an awful split, but still a split. The worst splits would occur at Baines and Schiff. So this change would introduce an 11% split from Schiff to Crawford, which then translates to a 5% split from Baines to Crawford. 5% of a Baines cohort is anywhere from 10 to 15 kids that would be split off from the rest of their cohort, going from middle school to high school. So they would have gone K through 8 with that same group, and then at high school, 10 or 15 would split off. Next slide, please. So these are the pros and cons that the internal team and the SBOC came up with for alternate scenario A. The pros of this are we would be accommodating an area that is within a walk zone. It balances overutilizations among Crawford and Ridgepoint in the 10-year lookout. I want to make sure everybody understood that. It balances overutilizations. It doesn't matter. It makes the overutilizations a little bit more balanced. We are providing a more neighborhood feel to the Ridgepoint High School feeder. The district is listening to the voices of the neighborhood to bring an alternate scenario that is directly from the committee. Decision principles are being taken into consideration. This addresses board, SBOC, and community feedback, and it keeps Highway 6 as a natural boundary line. Now, some cons of this. There are others within the district that are within the walk zone that are not zoned to that school. We're creating 3 feeder splits. We are splitting a neighborhood. So the back of 258E actually connects with the back portion of 258F. It's one. If you look at the housing in that area, you can see it. This does not account for other surrounding neighborhoods that are also within the walk zone. That is true. We may need to make additional adjustments to Ridgepoint High School boundaries sooner. The public perception, there's a public perception of listening to just a few. It does not offer much relief to Ridgepoint High School. The utilization goals would not be achieved. This may not allow for Ridgepoint cap and overflow to return from Hightower either. It does not allow for big picture perspective. We're going against decision principles, and there's hesitancy in balancing utilization versus keeping people comfortable. So next slide, please. This is going to be alternate scenario B. The difference in this one is we are just splitting planning unit 258E along that levee or drainage ditch back behind the front section of that neighborhood, and just that section would go to Ridgepoint High School. So you can see the utilizations associated with this change at the top, as well as the feeder patterns. With this change, only one additional feeder split would be added. Ferguson would be split nearly 50-50 between Crawford and Ridgepoint. Again, not an awful feeder split at this time. Given the growth in the area, in 10 years, this split would be closer to 28% to Ridgepoint, 72% to Crawford. So given the growth, it is going to differ from 50-50 in the future. In this scenario, Ridgepoint would not fall under 100% utilized in the 10-year lookout. Next slide, please. So again, we went through the pros and cons exercise with the committee. So these are a combination of internal team pros and cons and committee pros and cons. So the pros of this, we are accommodating an area that is within a walk zone, and it places students closer to school, to Ridgepoint High School. Some cons, we are splitting a planning unit which introduces a gray area into the projections. The projections are based on the planning unit aggregated as a whole, the development in the area as a whole. So the projections are likely less reliable once we make that split until next year when PASA can update it. We are creating a feeder split. It creates inconsistent boundaries where one uses Sienna Parkway and this one would use a drainage ditch. It does not provide the same level of relief to Ridgepoint High School compared to the original recommendation. Again, just like last time, we may need to make additional adjustments to Ridgepoint High School sooner. The proposed changes may not allow for all cap and overflow students to return to Ridgepoint High School. Proximity does not justify the change, according to SBOC members. There's negative public perception of being split. It adds more students back into Ridgepoint High School instead of Crawford High School. It does not account for broader community who may want the same exceptions. Again, there are other areas in the walk zone that we are not accommodating. It goes against decision principles, and it's not enough of a change long term for the utilization goals. Next slide, please. So looking at an overview of these scenarios, we did bring these to the committee because we felt they were viable options. That being said, we looked at these and compared them to the decision principles. So the chart in the middle shows the results. The gray columns show the ratings for the scenarios. So scenario A, it's going to be the leftmost gray column. Scenario B is going to be the rightmost gray column. In scenario A, we rated decision principle 2 as red due to the creation of 3 feeder splits, 2 of which are low. We rated decision principle 3, which addresses the neighborhoods. It's the longer decision principle. We rated this as yellow because of a neighborhood split being part of the scenario. In scenario B, we rated decision principle 2 as yellow because we created a feeder split at Ferguson, whereas the original recommendation has Ferguson feeding 100% to Crawford. We can make a 100% feeder if we want to. We rated decision principle 3 as yellow due to the inconsistencies with boundary lines in the area. We're now utilizing a drainage ditch for a boundary, but it ignores Sienna Parkway as a boundary, which the rest of the area is using. So based on the decision principles, we are still recommending the original recommendation. Next slide, please. So this slide details the results of the overall support rating for the original recommendation for the Southeast high schools. The pie chart on the left shows the preliminary results from the January 18th SBOC meeting, and the pie chart on the right are the final results from the SBOC meeting on February 2nd. I believe it's actually February 7th. That we had that second meeting. The colors are the same in the previous consensus slides, and the numbers in parentheses denote the number of SBOC members who rated each response. The overall support question for the Southeast High Schools was framed slightly differently just because of the 2 additional scenarios. So because of these additional scenarios, the committee had the option to reject the original recommendation, but choose one of the other scenarios as the final recommendation. In the chart on the right, those who rejected the original recommendation and preferred alternate scenario A are shown in green. It was 1 SBOC member. And those who rejected the original recommendation and preferred scenario B are shown in red. Again, just 1 SBOC member. Those who voted also provided rationale statements. In reviewing the rationale statements for those who rejected, our assessment was the rejection of the scope and work as they wanted to see more happen in terms of redistricting. And again, just as with the last ones, it is important to note that a consensus decision does not necessarily reflect complete unanimity. However, decisions reached by consensus do reflect the thoughts and feelings of the group as a whole, rather than just the majority. Are there any questions about the Southeast before we move on? Or high schools, sorry. We already touched elementaries. High schools.
I'm sure there are. I'll open it up for questions and discussion. Mrs. Hannon, we'll start with you.
Okay. I first want to thank whoever my colleague on the dais is that asked this question that was in our Friday update. Okay. Ms. Malone, are you the one that asked the 2 mile? Okay. And so I'm sorry. Thank you for that additional information on this boundary. So I'm not even quite sure where to begin. I'm going to actually go back. I'm going to go back to our policy, because part of the community integrity, and I feel like there are some disconnects, and I know that there are lots of moving parts. But when I think of a lot of information that I receive, for instance, I hear about the double busing, the stacked busing issue at Thornton, where we have kids that have to be delivered home and the kids are still waiting at Thornton for the bus to come back and get them for a second round of taking them home. And then I see this information that Ms. Malone asked for, where we have 190 students who travel 6 miles to Ridge Point, and they're 2 miles from Hightower, or within Hightower. So there's just a lot of pieces of this that are confusing. I get that Highway 6 is a natural barrier. You can't get to any Fort Bend ISD school from my neighborhood without crossing Highway 90, Highway 59, or Highway 6. So I know we can't always use the natural boundary of a large street. One of our other community integrity pieces that it calls for is that we assign entire neighborhoods to the same school. And I understand that master plan communities are large and we're not doing the whole community, but we have extremely large neighborhoods within our master plan community. And so that's just another piece of our policy that we might need to look at. So the biggest piece this isn't a question. These are comments for my colleagues. So as I think about high school students, once you get to high school, you have just a plethora of extracurricular activities. And that's amazing, right? But you're not afforded to participate in those if you don't have a ride, right? And so part of our policy, our policy explicitly says attendance boundaries shall utilize safe and reasonable walking distances to encourage healthier students and minimize use of student transportation resources. And under cost effectiveness, it also includes transportation. So just as comments to my colleagues as we're considering this one, I really struggle with the distance that some of our kids are on the bus. And I think about our wellness policy. And if you think about the philosophy in our wellness policy, that we are supposed to be encouraging parents to help their children be more active. And this policy even says somewhere in here about that we recognize health. There's something in here, but it's also in our profile of a graduate about health and wellness. So I'm struggling with this whole area and information that I received about the 2 mile piece. And we've got Elkins kids that are going 6 miles to Ridge Point, and they live within 2 miles of Elkins. I know that's not what the SBOC was charged with looking at, but there's just a whole lot here. There's just a whole lot here to process. And so I think I'm going to end by saying, we get more and more sedentary. Where we sit at our computers all day. Our kids sit in, the high school kids move 5 minutes between classes. And if they only have one elective of athletics, and that's it, the one elective, and then they don't have anything else, and then they sit on the bus. So they do a lot of sitting, and they do a lot of sitting on their phone. And so I want to think about the health and wellness of our kids, their ability to, that's also part of our student health wellness, is that we encourage our community to use the facilities at their neighborhood campuses. This is just a big deal for me, thinking about how some kids are losing the ability to walk or ride their bike. And it took an old lady 8.5 minutes to get from the back of one of these neighborhoods that's going to be going to Crawford to the parking lot by the tennis court at Ridge Point. I just struggled because health and wellness and exercise, as we have more and more kids with discipline issues, anxiety issues, I think the more kids that we can get to walk to school, we save them in that way, and we also save money on transportation. So thank you. I didn't have a question really. It was just needing to share.
Thank you. And so I'm just going to put this out here for everyone. I want to, of course, hear what we have to say, but I want to start with, it's 11:15 p.m. and we still have to work through a full agenda. We also have, I know y'all probably don't want to hear me say this, but we also have February 27th reserved, should we need to, on either one of these boundaries. And if you have much hesitation or you want to perhaps postpone till the 27th on this particular one, I'm open to that. If we can, if that's kind of where you're going with this, I'm just as a heads up now, I would much rather know now than getting into an hour of discussion when we still have a full agenda to carry through. So I just want to put that out for food for thought for the board, in consideration that it's 11:16 p.m. and administration has to be here in the morning, and we still have a whole lot of work to do. So, Mr. Hamilton, we'll start with you. And again, if you guys want to keep pounding through, I'm willing to. I'm just trying to also be respectful for health and wellness of our staff, considering they have to work as well. And I'm open to that.
Sure. Thank you. So to me, one of the things that's kind of struck me since I've been on the board is just how everything's connected, right? And so even though we're not talking about the bond yet, I think there's a big implication for the bond of this situation here. And so the what's been communicated to families in the Sienna part of our district for years has been that if you want to be at Ridge Point, you need to be within 2 miles on the bus route of Ridge Point. And so there's kind of a sales concept that sometimes there's a question behind the question, and so it's similar to the book and movie. I haven't read or seen this, but he's just not that into you, and so sometimes a romantic person you're romantically interested in gives you a fake reason, but the real reason is they're just not that into you, right? So similar in sales, right? So sometimes you don't get the order, but it's really there's something behind the order that's not really what's being addressed. And so I think trust is the question behind the question when it comes to the bond. And so voters who have a high deal of trust in the district, I think are very likely to vote yes. And voters who have a low level of trust in the district are likely to vote no on the bond. And I think this is an issue where we've told these families, if you want Ridgepoint, you need to be within 2 miles of Ridgepoint. And so they've made decisions. Many of these families have made decisions to either buy or build within 2 miles of Ridgepoint because they want to go to Ridgepoint. And I think we made the assumption that they would be fine with Crawford because it's a brand new school, but I think they've communicated to us that they still want Ridgepoint. And so I think if we want the bond to pass, I think we need to go. I think that the scenario A is the best option. I would prefer if we could allow for all the homes within the 2 mile range that we've been telling them that's where you need to be if you want to go to Ridgepoint. But I think option A is the best option of keeping at least some of those families who have done that at Ridgepoint, while also offsetting some of what would be taken away from Crawford by having that other section go to Crawford. So that's good.
I'm going to ask a question because I'm not sure what communications you're referring to. Can you tell me what district communications were provided that clearly stated such? Because while I appreciate the 2 miles, I do not know of district communications that exist or have existed that clearly state that, because it actually goes against several areas of the district that are within 2 miles and multiple places where they're not and have not for years been zoned to the campus within walkability. Not that it shouldn't be, right? I'm not arguing that. I'm asking you, what communications are you referring to, sir?
I believe specific to Ridgepoint that's what's been communicated.
Okay.
And I believe it was on the district website at some point, was it not?
This was for cap and overflow.
For cap and overflow.
So for students who moved into the Ridgepoint zone and lived within the 2 miles where they could walk and not be provided transportation, they were allowed to remain at Ridgepoint when they were new, and the campus was in cap and overflow to Hightower. All other students moving into the Ridgepoint zone went to Hightower and cap and overflow. It was not a guarantee for a boundary change or being protected, I guess, for lack of a better word, of a boundary change. It was the implementation of cap and overflow.
Oh, okay. And I have more questions on that. It sounds like, are we going forward with this? And we'll go forward. All right. Dr. Gilliam.
Well, I'm going to do exactly what you asked to do because of the time. I'm looking at this slide, and I'm seeing consensus reached. And to me, we have 25% that said, yes, let's go. That's 7 people on January the 18th, 2023. Final results on February the 2nd, 2023, 7 people. So there's 31% here, 25%. And we don't even have half that are in agreement that says this is correct. So I'm concerned about that.
Celia. All right. Thank you, Dr. Gilliam. Mrs. Williams.
I'll be quick as well. We need more time with this one. I'm not happy with the way this is rolling out. Oh, my mic. I'm sorry. I'm going to be quick. I'm not happy with this one. This one is not going to fly with me. I have friends that live in that area, and they're emailing and they're calling because they want their kids to be able to walk to school. They're living in $400,000 or $500,000 homes, and they made the decision to buy those homes to attend Ridgepoint. Although I'm excited about Crawford, I'm very excited. I'm ecstatic about Crawford. They're not feeling Crawford. They're not that into Crawford as I am. So I just need more time with this one.
Okay. Thank you, Miss Williams. Mrs. Day.
Thank you, Madam President. So first of all, I appreciate you mentioned maybe we can discuss on a different day. But I do feel when it comes to rezoning, parents are very anxious and the students too. So maybe we can just keep going if that's okay. But so first, I wanted to say, I mean, thank you for all the people who emailed us with a lot of information. So I did drive over there twice and just to the neighborhood because I was not familiar with the neighborhood. So I did drive over there and I parked my car. I went off the neighborhood and I walked over to Ridge Point myself. I also drove from there to Crawford. So here, let me just say a few things. First of all, I heard the Highway 6, the natural boundary, but across the district, we have students come to high school cross 59. We have students cross Grand Parkway, right? So I really don't feel that's a hard rule. That's that. And second, if you look at the table, yes, there's a difference between original recommendation with scenario A. But if you look at it, you say, okay, Ridge Point is only 1 year based on scenario A, it's below 100%. But if you compare the percentage, actually it's only 3 to 4% difference. And I personally believe that 3 to 4% maybe is within the projection error because this is projection. We don't really know. We don't have the exact number. So with that very small difference, I feel it's really not justified to rezone those people, those kids from Ridge Point to Crawford because we're talking about they can walk to Ridge Point versus they have to get on the bus maybe 6 o'clock in the morning to go to Crawford. During high school, that's a huge difference. And also, of course, I mean, Ms. Hannon is like, we are promoting the shack, the house kind of living, and that's biking or walking to high school and after school activities. Another piece of information I wanted to point, and I am finished. So we had a concern because the shift elementary school, the split going to Crawford is only 11%. But at the same time, we do have Leonardi. It's 10% going to Crawford. I understand the Leonardi maybe will grow, like we'll have more percentage going to that feeder pattern. I appreciate all the thoughts. But when we have relief to heritage roads, right, those kids I'm not saying now, but down the road, there are also opportunity for those kids go back to heritage roads and go to Crawford. So we can also look that way down the road in the future. So I guess that's all I have. That's the points I have. I really appreciate the team, the work you have done. Don't get me wrong, I really, really do. But it's really, to me, it's not justified, cannot be justified. So I agree with Mr. Hamilton. I'm not so sure if it's an option for us to vote for scenario A tonight. I'm not so sure if that's you guys open to that or the board open to that. But I'm open to that. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Day. Mr. Garcia?
Thank you, Madam President. I also share similar concerns with Trustee Hamilton, Trustee Day, Trustee Hannon. It's not easy. I appreciate all the parents and the students that came out to advocate on their behalf. I would like to also echo the policy. We probably need to take a look at some aspects of the policy. And when we're talking about how we're devising the plan for the SBLC to move forward, there's been a lot of feedback that we've gotten that they don't feel fully involved and they're only kind of funneled into some of these answers. And I understand it. It's not easy. And we've talked about meeting in person, getting a little bit more engagement, getting a little bit more down into the numbers. And some of the members really like to go in and take a deep dive at it and maybe can see things from a different lens. I get it. So I think needs to be a component to where we're working a little bit more collaboratively with SPOC members as opposed to it just kind of going through the motions. And we start with the original recommendations, and here we are back with the original recommendations when there's been so much back and forth in between. So we end up landing on the same where we started. So, but I do appreciate the fact that there's alternate scenarios, and that means that we're listening to the community. But again, we still landed back on the original recommendations. And I'll just say that I'm very hesitant to vote on that tonight, and I think we should probably talk a little bit more and spend a little bit more time on it. I'm prepared to vote on the Travis recommendations. So, and that's kind of all I'd say on that. But I think we do need a little bit more time on it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. And since everyone's contributed, and we moved along, I'm going to give my piece on this. So from day one, I objected from day one. And pretty much all of the items and the reasons that you hear and see, I immediately saw. And why? Because I'm in that community almost every day. And I travel down 521 and I'm extremely familiar with the area. With that said, every time I had an objection, and every objection that came up, administration, and one thing I want to say is you guys kept providing information to provide the evidence that supports where you're at. With that said, I'm still very much so struggling with the idea, and you know, I hate to even bring this up. When I see the little b, I'm more so talking about the levee that's within the 2 miles, because it's my understanding, and perhaps Mrs. Jackson, can you confirm something? On scenario A, that's 258E, that's the entire planning unit, right? That's more than the 2 miles. That's correct. Within walkability. So we'd still have to have bus service for a significant portion of it. Is that right?
I wouldn't say significant. It's probably about half.
Okay, so half of it, and then the rest of that on 258E is not developed yet, right? Not all of it's fully developed, and that's where the growth is coming?
Correct. There's a very small section of the back part that looks like it's still being developed. You can see construction on the map.
Okay. And there was no consideration that just B and 245, those two? Those weren't considered. Okay.
So I think it might be important to note that these are not brand new scenarios. We had considered these already, and we have been through probably hundreds of scenarios at this point, and we had already considered these. So these were not brand new to us, but because the feedback warranted us bringing them back to light, we did.
Okay, and you feel as though your recommendation meets all of the decision principles? And I'm going to specifically ask about a couple, if I can find my page. Sorry, guys, it's late. Let's see, where is it? Oh, maybe it's here. There it is. All right. So I'm going to ask about two particular principles, and if you could please advise me how this is consistent with the decision principles. And I'll start with number 3, assigning an entire neighborhood to the same school by utilizing the boundaries. And I understand master plan communities are not counted as a neighborhood. However, within the master plan communities, there are neighborhoods. And we heard that from folks tonight specifically. And so please help me understand how this is keeping the neighborhoods together. And I also would like to address, if we were to split on the levy, how that keeps them together or does not keep them together. Like, how is this consistent with the decision principle, please? And if you could advise on that, I'd greatly appreciate it.
Sure. So decision principle 3 is actually, it's like a couple different decision principles stuffed into one. So let me just read the full thing for you because it does more than just addresses neighborhoods. It says, assign entire neighborhoods to the same schools. Where practical, major thoroughfares, creeks, drainage ditches, utility easements, and similar elements will be utilized as boundaries. Support the neighborhood school concept by combining geographically proximate neighborhoods or developments into school attendance boundaries. Utilize safe and reasonable walking distances to encourage healthier students and minimize the use of transportation resources. So I could argue that there's 3 or 4 decision principles inside of that one. So it's important not to just look at one piece of that. In terms of the neighborhood, if we're looking at scenario A, so scenario A, the back part of 258E connects with the back part of 258F. It is split by Sienna River Parkway, I believe is the road right there. But that is one neighborhood back there. So we would be splitting like a subdivision in that case. And looking at number 3,
so are you?
Our feedback is.
So I'm sorry, Ms. Jackson. Are you telling me that Sienna River Road that crosses through there, that's the same neighborhood on the 2 different sides of the road?
The housing looks identical.
So it looks identical, but are they considered the same neighborhood?
I'm fairly certain. I was looking at a Sienna map earlier, and it looked like it was called like Heritage Grove or Park, maybe.
Pael, can you confirm this, please?
Karen, when you were talking earlier, I believe that you were referring to the Heritage Grove area. So when you're looking at 258E, the back of it, she's saying that it connects to 258F, the back part. And so taking that portion of 258E could impact those that live in the back. Because they're considered, like if you drive down that road, she's saying that it's the Heritage Grove area. And we've actually heard from some community members that live in that area, and when they've seen these scenarios publicly, they have mentioned, why aren't you considering where I live? Because there's pockets. And so that's one thing this is really good feedback. And when I was saying that this is hard work, this part is extremely hard. The staff has been spending quite a bit of time driving, hearing the feedback, simmering over this. And as Karen alluded, many scenarios and many questions from us. For those that do know me in this room, I'm one to ask questions. And so Karen's predecessor, who's not here, Matt, I would sit in front of areas right where we're talking about just to seek that understanding and really make it clear that if we did make this move in either scenario, that in scenario A, there's voices that we're not really hearing from in 243A and 243B, or 243A and 245A. And so I grapple with that because, we have had families come tonight. We've had the SBOC members, some of them come tonight, but there's voices that we haven't heard from. There's families in those units that are growing. They're not built. And so if we make this move, and what I've learned from Karen, I've learned a lot, but what I've learned from Karen specifically on scenario A is, yes, this is viable. And I think that's where there's been some hiccups with our SBOC is, why are you bringing this to us if we were okay with the original recommendation? This is viable. But from Karen's viewpoint, and Karen, please chime in, we have to move 245A out. And have we heard from those people? I'm not sure. I'm not sure that when we've looked at this feedback through the thought exchange, many of it, I think of 20,000 ratings, 399 community members, it is from an impacted community. And I respect that if I were in that same position, I'd be asking why as well. What we haven't seen is what about 245A that we're proposing to move out? If we make that decision, I'd encourage you to wait until February 27th. And Beth, I hope I'm not speaking out of turn here, Ms. Martinez, but seeking that clarity and that understanding. Now, when we look at 258E and cutting that piece, I absolutely agree with the walkable. I have a public health background all about the walkability. But when I see that, I think about those families, and I don't know if you can see it, but it's literally right there at that Leonetti-Thornton line that are quite close to Ridge Point as well. And so if we make that move, it is viable. No one has to leave. The 245A can stay put, but we are risking making a decision that might impact some of those others that we may not have heard from right now. And so there's a lot. I mean, there's a lot to sort of process, a lot to think about, and we have. And the feedback that you continue to provide, we're listening and we hear you. And so this is when we say it's hard work, absolutely it is. And if people haven't driven the area, I encourage you to do so in terms of what makes logical sense beyond thinking about the maps. We know that there's kids at play. But when we think about, the developers, they're not, it wasn't helpful for us. These campuses are really close. There are pieces that are closer to Hightower, but understanding that we're still paying for transportation costs. If 243A or 245A, if they did go to Hightower, that's less than 2 miles, we're still paying transportation. And what I've learned from the transportation team in thinking about, I've heard the community saying, well, we used to be able to walk. I'm curious, I really want to know, how many walk? Did they have the option, which is awesome, but how many of our high schoolers truly are walking? And then the piece about the transportation, yes. What I've learned, and please, just chime in if I'm speaking incorrectly here, that there is going to be a bus cost to move our transport 255E to Crawford. But what I've also learned is it allows us to bring those cap and overflow kids from Hightower back. And that's a cost savings of over $228,000 or nearly $230,000 to bring the Hightower cap and overflow back to Ridge Point. So there are so many factors, and so I just appreciate you listening because there are a lot of factors that I think we should consider, and I encourage those questions and the thought to go into, if we think about these moves, what precedent might we be setting for new attendance communities that come in, or what are we willing to give up if we haven't heard all of our voices? That's what I'm really grappling with, is that new community at 245A and 243A is that we haven't heard from them.
No, I
And so I'm just
appreciate you
curious.
saying that. And yeah, it doesn't seem fair. But you mentioned cap and overflow, and this is back to Mr. Hamilton. I wasn't trying to attack you, by the way. I'm just what information? Because honestly, I don't know what you're referring to. And so if it's cap and overflow, and that's what, because I remember this, so I'm just going to say, I remember this going on since 2016, 2015, there was concern about Ridge Point and capacity. Then I remember 2017 and then the bond in 2018, and I was very involved in all of that. And have family in Siena and have since its inception. So familiar, right? And I just didn't know what you were referring to. So if it is cap and overflow, and now that that's been communicated, and tell me please, Mrs. Martinez, I don't really remember the district ever exercising cap and overflow until very recently. So can you share how long this has been going on, and have we ever done cap and overflow? And with Ridge Point, I thought it just started this recently. I don't remember it being a decade-long thing.
I wouldn't say a decade, no. My first interaction with cap and overflow would have been at Commonwealth for a number of years, and that goes back to around 2013. We did when, I believe it was Oakland, utilized Bowie Middle School. We had, the 4th and 5th graders there? Maybe it was just the 5th graders. It's getting a little foggy for me. But so that wasn't cap and overflow. It was, repurposing a part of an underutilized building at that time when Bowie first opened. But we did have quite a number of years where Commonwealth was in cap and overflow, not only to one elementary, but I believe it was 3 at the time. It was Colony Bend, Settlers Way, and Austin Parkway. I cannot.
Have we ever had it at the high school level? I just couldn't. I can't think of it.
I don't believe that we have at the high school level that I recall.
Okay.
I mean, I haven't always been working with boundaries, but.
I mean, that's fair. I just didn't recall it ever being something we had traditionally done. And then can you just tell me, please, or explain, when did this start at Ridge Point High School, that we started cap and overflow to Hightower?
I don't remember. I think it was after the 2015 year. Do you recall? Or do you have that information?
I think it was 2019. But we can look into that. We can look into that.
I thought it was fairly
you've brought up
recent.
a good point that 2 mile is our Department of Transportation. It's an enrollment strategy when campuses are overutilized. When thinking about boundary planning, that's not consistent. It's an enrollment strategy when you're thinking about cap and overflow. It's not a boundary planning technique, especially when you're trying to open a campus, as we are with Crawford, at the utilization that we're trying to open it at. And so that's another factor I think that we and you all need to consider as well.
Okay, thank you for that. And the last one, which I mentioned on decision principles, I had to. So the second one is number 8, consider financial impact that lessens future capital and operational costs. So as we've heard from several folks this evening, the concern is operational costs, specifically as it relates to transportation. Can somebody please elaborate and share with me how this recommendation supports decision principle 8?
Thank you from our transportation team. I'm also wondering, Ms. Love, would you have recollection of the year that Ridgepoint, was it 2019? 2018. Okay. 18-19. Thank you.
Ms. Malone, I'm sorry, what exactly are you looking for?
Okay, so would somebody please pull up slide 8 with the decision principles surrounding the Boundary Oversight Committee?
She can come up here, too. She's the brains of the operation.
I appreciate your humility.
I'm not sure where that leaves me. I'm going to go with the beauty, but she's definitely the brain. Too much laughter.
I appreciate the laughter. We need it. So decision principle number 8 there, it says consider the financial impact that lessens future capital and operational costs. So we heard tonight from several individuals that particularly reside within 258E, and they're under the 2 mile. They're under 2 miles, and they can currently walk to campus, and they're not provided transportation at Ridgepoint High School. So can you explain to me how this current proposal or current boundary plan supports decision principle 8?
Yes, ma'am. We did the mileage, that area, figured out that area. It would take one bus, and when we did the calculation at our cost per mile, it's $12,000 a year to run a bus from that 258E. If that enables us to bring the cap and overflow back, that's $233,000 a year.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that for me, please?
$233,000 a
So
year.
233 minus 12 is the gain?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I did not know that.
And that could, if we left it there, would potentially grow.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
That could, if we left it there, potentially grow, because every time a new child moves in a new area, that bus has got to go to that area. And guys, we're picking up one kid in different neighborhoods to take to Hightower. So our mileage and time is killing us on that. With the shortage of drivers.
Okay, and so then I get it on those two. And then, Ms. Jackson, this goes back to you. So then you're saying, if I'm understanding correctly, that we could not stop cap and overflow and basically reduce M&O costs by 200 and, say it again,
233.
33,000. If 258E stays at Ridgepoint High School. Is that correct, Mrs. Jackson?
Yep. The utilizations do not get low enough to have all the kids return.
Wow. Okay. This is very difficult. I'm going to move on to somebody else for now. Mrs. Hannon.
Well, I want to add, I appreciate those numbers that you're talking about. And I think one of the challenges I think to Mr. Garcia's point about there were, concerns in the community of the northwest side of potential overcrowding at Austin and underutilization at Kempner. But then I go back to, so I heard those numbers, but I'm sorry, I'm fixated on the kids that were driving 6 miles to Ridgepoint when because, just knowing what gas mileage is, it's going to cost you less to go 2 miles than 6 miles, especially along that Sienna corridor where it is bumper to bumper all the time. So you've got to just be sitting there. And then we've got the additional kids. And again, I know that's not what we're looking at, but we got an additional 138 that were traveling 6 miles instead of 2 miles. So I know we're targeting this area, and those numbers spoke to this area, but I think and I know the idea was, to impact the least number of students, but yet I think that notion of the path of least resistance caused us to not be able to see some other scenarios that could help alleviate Ridgepoint. So
I hear you on that, but I think one thing that I keep running through my mind is, where do you get the kids for Crawford then? It's because that's on the far edge of the district, so it's a struggle because Crawford's on the far edge, and if you keep pulling from the center, where do they come from? Huh? All right, so Dr. Whitbeck.
Thank you to the team for bringing up some of that data. I had this in my notes that I felt was important that we share the cost of the transportation, and so that's very clear to the board and the community. What I want to leave you with, and this obviously we're not making this decision on the high school portion of the Southeast. I am hopeful that the board will vote for the Northwest and for the elementary portion of the Southeast. One of the things I want to point out is how critical it is for scheduling, for planning, for staffing, for everything concerned to get these boundaries complete. So what you can be comfortable with, certainly the administration would appreciate the board going forward tonight. And then, but we understand this one is really complicated, and we respect that. I do want to mention that when you say who's going to go to Crawford, right now the original recommendation has approximately 540 students scheduled to go to Crawford. Okay, I've opened a high school. That's okay, but it's not a lot. Now, we also have an exception currently looking at what Ridgepoint High School used to open, and following the same scenario, we would have one exception, and that would be siblings of rising 10th graders, meaning I'm in 9th grade now, and I'm at Ridgepoint, and when I go to 10th next year, there will still be a sibling in that building. They've not graduated, and we would not be recommending the rising 9th to be able to do that. So that's one group, but that is 79 children. So out of the 540, if they all take the sibling option, now you're down to what, 460? So I caution the board that we must open this building in order to be successful. It is a $180 million building, and it is critical that it be successful. We've got those, what the principal of the year opening it is going to be amazing. Kids transition better most often than adults do. But I want to put some numbers in your mind for this next couple of weeks. One of them is currently we have 416 kids in cap and overflow. Now you take out the seniors, there's 85 of them. You have 331 children sitting at Hightower right now, 98 in 9th grade, which means those 98 could be sent to Crawford and not sent as an option to go to Ridgepoint. That's the thing. We can't take the juniors and seniors because we're not offering that, but we could take those kids. Now, they may want to stay at Hightower because they're doing well and they like it, but that may be a choice. So I want to plant that seed in your mind. And then I want to plant the seed of those 331. If you don't do that, or you still have 98 juniors and 135 sophomores, there's not going to be room at Ridgepoint to take them back. And so I appreciated Payel's comment about there's so many community members we have not heard from. And what I call it the whack-a-mole. You're listening to one, you think you fixed it, another one pops up. Wait a minute, I didn't speak because I didn't know you were going to tell me my child couldn't come back. And that's what we've been counting on. Or my sibling can't stay. So we've got these other pieces to this that are really complicated. So I wanted to leave you with those numbers because I feel like you have to be able to think through who is going to go to Crawford and are you willing to bypass all exceptions? So I think those are just some thoughts that I want to leave you with.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And now we'll move on with, we went through that. We'll move on to the consent agenda, item number 9.
Madam President, I move the board to approve consent agenda as presented.
We have a motion for Mrs. Day. May I get a second?
Second.
And a second by Dr. Gilliam. Do we have any discussion? If y'all could put your placards down if you don't have discussion on consent agenda. Okay, Mrs. Williams.
I don't really have discussion. I just needed B, D, and E.
Okay.
And I just wanted to take them out the vote. I don't have nothing to say on them.
Okay. And I probably should have asked that at the beginning, so my apologies. I'm very tired.
No, I jumped it. So what should we do? We need to change. We need to.
The board could withdraw the motion by unanimous consent.
Everybody agree?
Yeah, withdraw.
Okay. Looks like we have
So,
consensus.
okay, Madam President, I move the board to approve the consent agenda as presented, except 9B, D, and E, as presented.
A second.
We have a motion for Mrs. Day, a second by Dr. Gilliam. Do we have any discussion? Any?
Yes.
Okay, Mrs. on the consent agenda with those three?
No.
Okay, I'm sorry. I see the placards up. That's why I'm asking. All right. Seeing none, please vote. All right, the motion carries 7-0. May I please get a motion for item B?
Madam President, I move the board to approve consent agenda item 9B as presented.
Second.
We have a motion by Mrs. Day and a second by Mrs. Hannon. Do we have any discussion? And we will start with you, Mrs. Williams.
Thank you. Okay, that's the instructional calendar. Okay. As I stated on the 6th, although I'm happy with the calendar, I wish it was more inclusive, so all of all of the community could be included. It's very Christian. I'm satisfied with it. However, I do want to see more religious holidays, more diversity included in the calendars. So it was more of a statement than a question.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Williams. Mr. Hamilton.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. So I've got a suggestion that I think can achieve that goal. So Rosh Hashanah falls on the weekend this year, so it's not an issue for Rosh Hashanah, but Yom Kippur will be September 25th, and so how difficult would it be to change the professional development day from the 29th, which is a Friday, to the 25th, which is that Monday?
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Shifting that day was considered, and it was determined not to put the holiday on the 25th. We did do an early release for Rosh Hashanah. On the 29th, that's Fort Bend County Fair Day. We have multiple teachers and students who are part of that fair, and therefore we put the professional learning day there to have them not miss school.
Okay. So then I think at the very least, I think it would be good if we can change the color of the 25th, maybe just as a reminder to the campuses, because I've from conversations with Jewish families, that message is not gotten to the campus level as effectively as we would like it to have done.
Yes, sir. And if the administration determines to do that, there'd be multiple holidays that would need to be color-coded. That's why the calendar committee put the diversity calendar at the bottom, and why we work closely with the Department of School Leadership to remind principals of upcoming holidays. Okay. And so that's kind of our method at this point.
Okay. And then on the April 1st holiday, is that we're not taking April Fool's Day off, right? So is that the Monday after Easter? Is that what the...
We are not taking April Fool's holiday off, although thank you for pointing that out. That is actually the Monday after the Easter holiday, but it's also a day in April prior to engaging in STAR and EOC testing. After considering the 10th and not putting a midweek holiday, we went back to the 1st.
Okay, so we would still have the 3-day weekend there. So I think there may have been some confusion on Eid. So there are 2 different Eids, and I think the one that the Muslim families would like off is actually the 22nd, not the 10th.
Was that for this school year? It starts on sundown of the 21st and the 22nd for the current school year. The families that contacted me, they were talking about the 22-23 school year.
You're right.
For that. Yes, sir.
You're right. Thank you.
That calendar was adopted when we weren't sure if we could do the STAR testing fully, so that's why we didn't select that one.
Gotcha. You're right. So can we? I think it would be good to, at the very least, make sure we communicate that better than we have in the past. If not, add another color for these types of holidays that are not being as accommodated as well as they should be.
So for all the holidays on the diversity calendar?
Well, at least these are 2 major holidays, I would say, that are during the school year.
So I want to be clear. There are multiple holidays on the diversity calendar that we don't recognize in the school calendar, and there are districts who have tried to overlay those 2, and it becomes very confusing for families. So if that's what you're asking, can you clarify the holidays that you want indicated in a different color?
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Hamilton, I want to point out one thing. So Fort Bend is extremely diverse, and there are lots of religions. And as Ms. Williams just mentioned, that she wants to see us with greater inclusivity. And I want to remind you all, and I pointed this out at the last meeting, but we changed from, for example, on exemptions, 3 days to 8 days. And that not only do we support, but we encourage families getting together and recognizing their holy days. And we encourage them to do that, while we understand that we can't put every single one of them as we'd love to. It doesn't seem feasible, and the calendar committee communicated to us previously how they tried to accommodate as much as they possibly could and gave us specific examples. But I just want to reiterate that the district changed the policy specifically regarding exemptions, not just for health, but also so that folks could have the opportunity to make sure that if their kids miss school, they're not penalized. And that we state in there that it's excused. And actually, Ms. Williams, can you tell me what it's I'm trying to remember what it's specifically coded as for a holy day?
Yes, ma'am. The holy days that are approved as REL are coded as REL, and that is an excused absence for religious reasons and a funded absence.
And I appreciate what you're saying, sir. I also appreciate your work, and just like the darn school boundaries, all of it is so hard because you want to please everyone. So it's just super, super challenging work. Ms. Hannon.
As the calendar, the board liaison to the calendar committee, I do want to say, Mr. Hamilton, to you that the calendar committee did work very, very hard. But similar to the SBOC, we really want to make sure that that when we're going in, and the calendar committee did, we had four, I think, did we have 4 calendars at one point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so and here is where we landed. I do think adding any additional color overlays is going to confuse parents, and we're going to miss kids because they're not going to be attending, and that wouldn't just be for a particular religious group. That would be for someone just thinking that was a day off. So I hear you. I hear Ms. Williams, and I agree with her that we need to continue to strive to meet the diversity of our community the best we can, and hopefully in next year's calendar, maybe we can address a couple of different days and maybe have to think outside of the box. And some of our traditional days may not be able to be there. So anyway, thank you, Ms. Malone, for letting me add that.
All right. Thank you, Mrs. Hannon. Mrs. Day.
I'll just add something really quick. My concern is still for the teachers' planning day. I know I asked you about this, if we can make it flexible for teachers. Maybe they can, some of them, not all of them, or not all the planning days, but some of the days maybe they can work from home. I know you gave me the answer, but I just wanted to do our best to provide the teacher with some kind of flexibility. So I just want to put out there for everyone's consideration. I would really appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, great point, Ms. Day. Yeah, and flexibility makes sense. All right, do we have any additional discussion? Seeing none, please vote. All right, the motion carries 7-0. May I please get a motion for 9D?
Madam President, may I move the board to approve consent agenda 9D as presented?
Second.
We have a motion by Mrs. Day. We have a second by Dr. Gilliam. Do we have any discussion? And again, we will start with you, Mrs. Williams.
It is so late. Okay, this is about the elementary schools in the Willow Ridge feeder pattern. Although I'm going to vote yes for the bond, I'm not comfortable with consolidating the elementary schools up until I know that the bond is going to pass. So I'm going to support a new building for that area. I'm just simply not going to vote to consolidate the schools unless the bond passes.
Fair point. It's a hard one, right? Yep. So there's a lot of prayers said on that one. Any other discussion? All right. Seeing none, please vote. Oh, Mrs. Hannon, do you have something you'd like to add?
So I was just going to say, I'm just looking at this, but it is, the wording that we're voting on is contingent upon the bond, correct? Yes. No.
Nope. Consideration.
No, ma'am, it is not.
This was part of the, remember
yes,
the
I
earlier.
Gotcha. I'm sorry, it's late.
Looking at the budget and that, yes.
Gotcha. Thank you for.
All right. Any other discussion, Mrs. Williams? No? Okay. All right. Seeing no additional discussion, please vote. All right, folks, the motion carries 6-1. May I please get a motion for item 9E?
Madam President, I move the board to approve consent agenda item 9E as presented.
Second.
We have a motion by Mrs. Day. We have a second by Mrs. Hannon. Do we have any discussion? And again, we'll start with you, Mrs. Williams.
I'm going to state what I stated initially. I will not vote to close our consolidated school. I'm going to vote no on this up until I know that the bond is passed and we're going to build a new Mission Glen.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Williams. Do we have any additional discussion? Seeing none, please vote. All right, the motion carries 6-1. Now we're on to action items. Item 10A. May I please get a motion? Unless, here's the deal. If you're all ready to vote on 10A, we can do that and move forward as Dr. Whitbeck has requested. Unless somebody wants to table it for the 27th, and that goes with both of these. So I just want to throw that out there for everyone. So I need a motion one way or the other. But
Madam President, I move the board for the item 10A.
Second.
To approve it, yeah.
Okay, we have a motion from Mrs. Day to approve 10A as presented, and we have a second from Mr. Hamilton. Do we have any discussion? We've had lots of discussion tonight, and so apparently there's no more. We're ready to vote, so please vote. All right, the motion carries 6-1.
Madam President, I move the board to move to action item 10B as presented.
Second.
We have a motion from Mrs. Day. We have a second by Dr. Gilliam. Do we have any discussion? Mrs. Hannon.
So for clarity, and I'll flip back, but the elementary feeder pattern for Alyssa Ferguson is also contingent upon the change to the high school feeder pattern. Is that correct? There's movement to Ferguson based on movement to the high school, to Crawford.
Well, the Ferguson in the feeder pattern would feed Thornton to Crawford.
Okay, but currently now, any of the high school feeder that is currently Ridgepoint, but in the case of action item C, are any of those communities now zoned to like one of the other, well, they obviously are because Ferguson isn't open. I'm trying to figure out how to ask this question. So voting yes on this would lock kids into Ferguson. I am so sorry. The impact to Ferguson also impacts the feeder to Ridgepoint, correct?
Or to Crawford.
Without the Crawford boundary approved, there is no Crawford boundary. I mean, I would look to legal because it is late. I don't want to, but you would be approving the Ferguson boundary. And if you choose not to approve the high school boundary, there is no high school boundary at this time. The area is still zoned as it currently is at the high school level.
Okay. Let me just, and I apologize, let me look back at the feeder. So it's the current feeder is, it's not, but, here's Ferguson. Okay. So, I mean, obviously it would, because, so if the Crawford pattern changes, if we come back on the 27th and we have some difference in the Crawford Ridgepoint feeder, that could impact Ferguson.
I think it could.
Correct. Right.
And so okay.
Okay, that's just what I wanted to make sure I was understanding, because it's hard for me to vote for this because
of the other,
what the outcome on the other one will be. And I hear Dr. Whitbeck that they've got to, make plans, but at the same time, I don't want to. Anyway,
so the reasoning is that on slide 26 that you saw, which has the feeder, what we would have been recommending in terms of going forward with this one is to know where the elementaries will be zoned, including the Heritage Rose changes, which is critical, again, to our staffing and our planning. So, and we're, gearing up for hiring season and all of these things. And the 27th is the very end of the month, and it gives us not much time before the spring break. So I'm just bringing that forward. I mean, we'll follow as the board wishes. But to me, and I guess this does go back to legal, but if you're creating that boundary and it's 100% feeder to Thornton and your high school boundary is not determined yet, then why would that impede the future? But I guess we can ask Mr. Brush or Mr. Scamardo. But to me, you should be safe in that. And then as you come back on the 27th and you determine the Crawford boundary, then obviously we would, if it changes, we would shift our diagram to make that consistent with what your vote is at the time. But if it's just too confusing, and then it is what it is. But
Mrs. Day.
So I follow up Dr. Wayback comments, but what if when we do the boundary for high school, and then there's part of the neighborhood, instead of going to Ferguson, is going to another elementary, that will trickle down for, we already approved this one. I think I have that concern. Is that?
Like Scanlon Oaks, for example.
Oaks,
so, Mr. Brush, could you weigh in on this? So let's say we approve this today so they can get going with the majority of planning. And if for some reason there were to be a section that maybe were to get zoned to another area, we could then, why couldn't we just bring it back up?
The board could
Why couldn't we just adjust it?
Correct.
As we
the board
see fit?
could vote to adjust it at a subsequent meeting.
Yeah, so we could just adjust it as we see fit for that small section.
But will that help them with their planning?
Yeah, because they could get going on the rest of the work.
Ms. Malone, I may also add, though, that if the board adopts this recommendation for these elementary schools, then that would give further guidance to those refining the recommendation for the high school. So we can adjust in the future, or we can plan accordingly about how we're going to look at those Crawford boundaries once the board makes this decision. Because if, as Dr. Whitbeck said, if all the kids from Ferguson are feeding into Thornton, we know where Thornton kids feed today. And so that's what it's going to be looking at. So,
well, Scanlon splits between the two. Okay. Yes, Pael.
I think I know what you're asking. So you're saying that if you make a decision on opening an attendance committee for Ferguson, does that impact the high school? And so I'm also hearing that you're thinking if you split, like if you decide to split for any reason in one of those scenarios and have that piece go to Scanlon so they could stay at Ridgepoint. We did ask Karen, she left, it's 1:15 her time, that would not allow Ferguson then to open where we need Ferguson to open. So essentially, if you're voting on Ferguson and opening Ferguson, it will be 100% attendance to Thornton. Where it would impact Ferguson if you change our final recommendation for Crawford in the sense that you don't want to maintain 100% feeder pattern. So you'd be splitting at the high school level at some point. That's the only way that is impacting Ferguson. Opening it today or voting for that opening is simply you're establishing the attendance committee for Ferguson. And if you try and take a piece to Scanlon, you're not opening Ferguson where it needs to be. And so I wanted to, I don't know if that helps, but that's just a clarification piece. And where, again, if you vote or you're simmering on the Crawford portion, the way in which Karen presented the decision principles is that one of them is the maintenance of the feeder pattern, that 100%, 100%, 100%. If any other alternate scenario is presented where that might impact. You're just impacting the Ferguson kids at that high school level.
I know this is kind of a stretch, and maybe you don't have this information, but I remember when Leonetti opened. Can you tell me what, if you know it, if you don't, we can get it later, but what they opened with? How many kids did Leonetti open with, and how many kids are you projecting at Ferguson currently as is?
I don't have that information about Leonetti.
So we're not sure, yeah, we wouldn't have Leonetti on hand, but we do have the utilization for what Ferguson would open. We can flip through, and while
the reason
Jody's
I'm
looking
asking
for that-
about Leonetti specifically is because Leonetti originally opened really low. I remember there being resistance to go there. And then they far exceeded the projections because the growth was exponential in the area, as now we're doing relief to Ferguson, but this wasn't expected, right? Or in the cards at that given time. And so the growth within just a few years, the school was full.
And that's how Heritage Rose opened as well. It was under about 50% for a while, and that's just not the case in that area anymore. So even if you think about moving, if you were to change the boundary as we've presented it for Ferguson, and you're thinking Scanlon Oaks, there's overflow from Heritage Rose at Scanlon Oaks. There's not the capacity at Scanlon Oaks to take on. I mean, we'd have to rework the scenario and really know for sure, but you could approve the boundary as is for Ferguson so we can get going, and then decide to have a feeder pattern split from between Ridgepoint and Crawford if that high school recommendation changes.
Okay. Do we have any additional discussion from the board? Okay, well, we have a motion on the table. So unless it's tabled, please vote. All right, the motion carries 6-1.
Madam President, I move that we approve item 10C.
As presented?
As presented. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hamilton, for that motion. May I please get a second?
I second.
All right, we have a motion from Mr. Hamilton. We have a second by Mrs. Day. Do we have any discussion? And I'm going to discuss on this one. I'd like to see this motion tabled, and I'd ask that I'm not ready for item C as is. Okay.
It needs a motion, right?
Then we can vote. All right,
vote no.
Mr. Hamilton?
If you want, it requires a motion, right?
It would.
If you want, yeah.
Yeah, just like the last one.
We made a motion.
It would require a motion to
They made a motion to vote, not to table.
Yeah, so we just vote no.
So we're voting. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Hamilton.
Yes, point of information. How would I go about a motion to do the scenario A option?
The motion that's made was to approve as presented.
Correct.
The motion would then have to be, if there's multiple scenarios, the motion would have to specify scenario A, or withdraw the motion to specify scenario A, or amend the pending motion to make it clear that it's scenario A.
That's dangerous.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to caution you. Ms. Pandit has already, that goes completely against her advisement, and I heard clearly state that we have voices that haven't been considered. So if we were to move to approve scenario A, my concern is we're doing an injustice to those who haven't had a chance to communicate. And although I appreciate those who've already communicated and expressed their sentiments, I think it's only fair that we would hear from the others as well. Well, we're up for discussion.
Madam President, A motion to postpone the pending matter can be made subsequent to a motion for action on an item.
Yeah, we just would need a motion to postpone.
We need to vote on this. We need to vote on this first, and then we go make another motion.
You don't have to vote to postpone.
Correct. The motion to
No.
postpone is a subsidiary motion which takes precedence over the main motion.
So-
And so a motion to postpone can be made after a motion has been made to consider an action.
Madam President, I move the board to postpone on the item 10C, approval of attendance boundary to open Alameda Crawford High School.
I second.
We have a motion by Ms. Day, a second by Dr. Gilliam to postpone item 10C. Do we have any discussion? Mr. Hamilton? No? Okay, seeing none, please vote. All right, the motion carries 5-2. Item 10C is postponed. Okay. All right. We are now on to closed session. We will now convene in closed session under Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, under the following sections. Section 551.071, for the purpose of a private consultation with the board's attorney on any or all subjects or matters authorized by law. Section 551.072, consider purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. Section 551.074, personnel matters. Section 551.076, security matters. Section 551.082, student discipline matter or complaint. Or Section 551.0821, personally identifiable information about public school student. The time is 12:24 a.m., and we are now convened in closed session. Is 12:57 a.m. and we are now reconvened in open session. There are action items to there aren't any action items to consider from closed session. Excuse me. I'm sorry, it's late. But it's my understanding, Mr. Gwynn, that you have some additional information that you'd like to share with us regarding discussion earlier this evening.
Yes, Madam President. There were a couple of questions that arose as we were discussing the potential for calling the bond. One of them was the extent to which we could use fund balance or the fund balance within the debt service fund and what potential impact it would have on our overall bond ratings. And so we were able to get in touch with our financial advisor, Michelle Aragon, who's one of the vice presidents who assists us with that, and she did provide a response. I don't know what the best method for providing you this. We can forward it to the board as an email, or I can read it verbatim or just provide you the high-level inputs. But essentially, I'm going to do the high levels first, and you all tell me if you would like me to read it. But essentially, if a school district does have a fund balance, it is not uncommon for a school district to utilize existing fund balance in order to maintain the desired INS tax rate. The money in the debt service fund can only be used to pay for debt service, and as long as the district maintains the necessary balance in its debt service fund to meet the requirements, the district's financial strategy, there is no concern that Hilltop has with using existing debt service funds to manage the tax rate. And then for the second question, when the rating agencies specifically look at a district's rating, they are only looking at the general fund balance in that overall rating. And so the debt service fund does not factor into that. And so I think that addresses that question. The other question was, we have within our existing financial and our budget and fiscal strategy the definition that we will have 20% set aside for the payments. They were able to point us in the tax code, which is the code of the CFR, Code of Federal Regulations, the specific language around that, and the actual language says that we would use 1/12 of those payments, and that's referenced in strategy. And at some point, and unfortunately internally, we've discussed it, Steve, Kelly, and myself, there was a decision made to go to 20%. And the 20% obviously is over and above the 1/12. And so in terms of why that happened, we don't have a basis of knowing that. But what I would say is a district is in excess of that policy with its 20% strategy. So that was question 2. The third one was related to the O&M cost of the natatorium. We've determined it's about $240,000 annually to operate the natatorium. That's the second one, the practice center, not the larger one that is over here. And I think there was one other item that I've blinked and erased that memory based on the late hour. Do you remember what it was?
We don't have the financial analysis for the additional facility, the additional transportation facility. I mean, all we know is we can see the track record of others that are out there, larger districts that have had multiple facilities and how they benefited from that. The calculations for that will take a while to put together, but it really just be based on a lot of assumptions and how many routes would move over there, and a question of how many routes would we eventually have over in that area. And so it's not something, it would not be the first project that we'd want to jump into right away, because we can't do everything all at one time. It would probably be a little bit farther down the road, and by that time you would have more of a need because Crawford would be open. You'd have the Ferndale Henry would be open. You'd have so many more routes going on than are done now. And so, but we do have the natatorium costs, and we do have the fund balance information. So,
all right, thank you, gentlemen.
And just for one point of clarity, as a reminder, that included within the original proposition of $1.2 billion, neither the natatorium nor the transportation hub were provided. And so the option 1 that we recommended initially did not include those. So just for clarity's purposes, as clear as we can be at almost 1 o'clock in the morning.
Which is clear as mud. Sorry. So much. Thank you. I appreciate it. And when I say the mud, I don't mean you. I mean the fog internally. All right. So regarding closed session, may I get a motion?
Madam President, I move the board to postpone the vote for the item 13A, 1 through 4.
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Day. We have a second by Dr. Gilliam. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, please vote. The motion carries 6-1. May I get a motion to adjourn? Is that you, Ms. Williams?
I motion to adjourn.
We are now, what is it? The time is 1:03 a.m. and we are now adjourned.